differentiated cells, partly of undifferentiated mesenchyme-type connective tissue cells, which fulfill a function similar to that of the reserve or regeneration cells in primitive organisms. The replacement of a lost limb or lost eye is a phenomenon of a quite different order from that of adaptive processes in a normal environment. Regeneration could be called a meta-adaptation to traumatizing challenges. But the power to perform such feats manifests itself only when the challenge exceeds a critical limit. The regenerative capacity of a species thus provides it with an additional safety device in the service of survival, which enters into action when normal adaptive measures fail, as the hydraulic shock absorbers of a motor car enter into action when the limit of elasticity of the suspension springs is exceeded. But it is more than a safety device. We have seen that the major phylogenetic changes were also brought about by a retreat from adult to embryonic forms. Indeed, the main line of development which led up to our species could be described as a series of operations of phylogenetic self-repair, of escapes from blind alleys by the undoing and remolding of maladapted structures. Asterisk. Evidently, self-repair by the individual animal produces no evolutionary novelty, it merely restores its capability to function normally in a stable environment. Phylogenetic self-repair, on the other hand, implies evolutionary changes in a changing environment. As we move further up the ladder from reptile to mammal, the power of regenerating bodily structures decreases, and is superseded by the increasing powers of the nervous system to reorganize behavior. Ultimately, of course, these reorganizations of function must also involve structural changes of a fine-grained nature in the nervous system, and so we are still moving along a continuous line. More than a century ago, the German physiologist Pflüger demonstrated that even a decapitated frog is not just a reflex automaton. If a drop of acid was put on the back of its left foreleg, it would wipe it off with the hind leg on the same side. This is the normal spinal reflex. But if the left hind leg was immobilized, the frog used its right hind leg instead, to wipe off the acid. Thus even the headless creature, a spinal preparation as it is euphemistically called, proved itself capable of improvising when reflex action was prevented. In the first half of this century, K.S. Lashley and his collaborators, in a series of classical experiments, demolished the notion of the nervous system as a rigid mechanism. The results indicate, Lashley wrote, that when habitually used motor organs are rendered non-functional by removal or paralysis, there is an immediate, spontaneous use of other motor systems which had not been previously associated with, or used in, the performance of the activity. 5. The frog, using his left leg instead of the right one in the scratch reflex, is a simple illustration of this, but Lashley showed that the nervous system is capable of incomparably more surprising feats, that brain tissues which normally serve a specialized function can, under certain circumstances, take over the function of other, injured brain tissues, much as the foragers in a beehive take over the functions of the kidnapped builders. p. 107. To mention one among many examples, Lashley trained rats to choose between two alternative targets, always the relatively brighter one. Then he removed the rat's visual cortex, and their discriminatory skill disappeared, as one would expect. But, contrary to what one would expect, the mutilated rats were able to learn the same skill again. Some other brain area, not normally specializing in visual learning, must have taken over this function, deputizing for the lost area. Moreover, if a rat has learned to find its way through a maze, no matter what parts of its motor cortex are injured, it will still make a correct run, and if the injury renders it incapable of executing a right turn, it will achieve its aim by a 3/4 turn to the left. The rat may be blinded, deprived of smell, partially paralyzed in different ways, each of which would throw the chain reflex automaton, which it is supposed to be, completely out of gear. Yet, one drags himself through the maze with his forepaws, another falls at every step but gets through by a series of lunges, a third rolls over completely in making each turn, yet avoids rolling into a cul-de-sac and makes an errorless run. 6. Higher forms of self-repair. As we arrive at the top of the ladder, we find in man the faculty of physical regeneration reduced to a minimum, but compensated by his unique powers to remold his patterns of behavior to meet critical challenges by creative responses. Even on the level of elementary perception, learning to see through spectacles which turn the world upside down, CP 78, testifies to these powers. Experiments which create the same effect have been carried out on animals, reptiles and monkeys by cutting the optic nerve and letting it grow together after twisting the severed end of the bundle half round the clock. As a result, the animals see the world upside down, reach leftward when food is shown on the right, and downward if it is offered from above. They never get over the maladjustment. Human subjects, however, fitted with inverting glasses, do get over it. The effect at first is thoroughly upsetting. You see your body upside down, your feet planted on a floor which has become the ceiling of the room. Or, with left-right inverters, you try to move away from a wall, and bump into it. Yet after a certain time, which may mean several days, the subject becomes adjusted to living in an inverted world, which then appears to him more or less normal again. The retinal image and its projection in the visual cortex are still upside down, but, thanks to the intervention of some higher echelons in the hierarchy, the mental image has become reorganized. At the present stage of knowledge, physiology has no satisfactory explanation for this phenomenon. All one can say is that if our orientation, our postural and motor reactions to the visual field depend on wiring circuits in the brain, living in an inverted world must entail a lot of undoing and redoing in the wiring diagram. Inverting spectacles are drastic gadgets, but most of us go through life wearing contact lenses of which we are unaware and which distort our perceptions in more subtle ways. Psychotherapy, ancient and modern, from shamanism down to contemporary forms of analytical or Abra action techniques, has always relied on that variety of undoing-redoing procedure which Ernst Kriss, an eminent practitioner, has called regression in the service of the ego. 6a. The neurotic, with his compulsions, phobias, and elaborate defense mechanisms, is a victim of rigid, maladaptive specialization, a koala bear hanging on for dear life to a barren telegraph pole. The therapist's aim is to induce a temporary regression in the patient, to make him retrace his steps to the point where they went wrong, and to come up again, metamorphosed, reborn. The same pattern is reflected in countless variations on the death and resurrection motif in mythology. Joseph is thrown into a well, Mohammed goes out into the desert, Jesus is resurrected from the tomb, Jonah is reborn out of the belly of the whale. Goethe's Sturbuende Verdi, Toynbee's withdrawal and return, the mystic's dark night of the soul preceding spiritual rebirth, derive from the same archetype, draw back to leap. The French recolor pour mieux sauter is a more expressive phrase for it. Self-repair and self-realization. There is no sharp dividing line between self-repair and self-realization. All creative activity is a kind of do-it-yourself therapy, an attempt to come to terms with traumatizing challenges. In the scientist's case, the trauma may be the impact of data which shake the foundations of a well-established theory, and make nonsense of his cherished beliefs, observations which contradict each other, problems which cause frustration and conflict. In the artist's case, challenge and response are manifested in his tantalizing struggle to express the inexpressible, to conquer the resistance of his medium, to escape from the distortions and constraints imposed by the conventional styles and techniques of his time. We can now pick up the thread from the previous chapter. The decisive breakthroughs in science, art, or philosophy are successful escapes from blind alleys, from the bondage of mental habits, from orthodoxy and overspecialization. The method of escape follows the same undoing-redoing pattern as in biological evolution, and the zigzag course of advance in science or art repeats the pattern of Garstang's diagram. Every revolution has a destructive and a constructive aspect. The destruction is wrought by jettisoning previously unassailable doctrines, and seemingly self-evident axioms of thought. The progress of science, like an ancient desert trail, is strewn with the bleached skeletons of discarded theories which seemed once to possess eternal life. Progress in art involves an equally agonizing reappraisal of accepted values, criteria of relevance, frames of perception. When we discuss the evolution of art and science from the historian's point of view, the undoing and redoing is taken for granted as a normal, inevitable part of the story. If, however, we focus our attention on the concrete individual who initiated the revolutionary change, we are faced with the psychological problem of the nature of human creativity. I have discussed that subject at length in the act of creation, but as it is pertinent to our present theme, I must briefly return to it. Readers acquainted with the earlier book may find that some passages in this chapter have a familiar ring, but they will also find that it carries the discussion a step further. A quick glance at the evolution of astronomy will make the zigzag pattern clearer. Newton once said that if he could see farther than others it was because he stood on the shoulders of giants. But did he really stand on their shoulders or on some other part of their anatomy? He adopted Galileo's laws of free fall, but rejected Galileo's astronomy. He adopted Kepler's planetary laws, but demolished the rest of the Keplerian edifice. He did not take as his point of departure their completed adult theories, but retraced their development to the point where it had gone wrong. Nor was the Keplerian edifice built on top of the Copernican edifice. That ramshackle structure of epicycles he tore down, he kept only its foundations. Nor did Copernicus continue to build where Ptolemy had left off. He went back 2,000 years to Aristarchus. All great revolutions show, as already said, a notably pedomorphic character. They demand as much undoing as redoing. But to undo a mental habit sanctified by dogma or tradition, one has to overcome immensely powerful intellectual and emotional obstacles. I mean not only the inertial forces of society. The primary locus of resistance against heretical novelty is inside the skull of the individual who conceives of it. It reverberates in Kepler's agonized cry when he discovered that the planets move not in circular but in elliptical pathways. Who am I, Johannes Kepler, to destroy the divine symmetry of the circular orbits? On a more down-to-earth level the same agony is reflected in Jerome Bruner's experimental subjects who, when shown for a split second a playing card with a black queen of hearts, saw it as red, as it should be, and when the card was shown again, reacted with nausea at such a perversion of the laws of nature. 7. To unlearn is more difficult than to learn, and it seems that the task of breaking up rigid cognitive structures and reassembling them into a new synthesis cannot, as a rule, be performed in the full daylight of the conscious, rational mind. It can only be done by reverting to those more fluid, less committed and specialized forms of thinking which normally operate in the twilight zones of awareness. Science and the unconscious. There is a popular superstition, according to which scientists arrive at their discoveries by reasoning in strictly rational, precise, verbal terms. The evidence indicates that they do nothing of the sort. To quote a single example, in 1945, Jacques Hadamard organized a nationwide inquiry among eminent mathematicians in America to find out their working methods. The result showed that all of them, with only 2 exceptions, thought neither in verbal terms, nor in algebraic symbols, but relied on visual imagery of a vague, hazy kind. Einstein was among those who answered the questionnaire. He wrote, "The words of the language as they are written or spoken do not seem to play any role in my mechanism of thought, which relies on more or less clear images of a visual and some of a muscular type. It seems to me that what you call full consciousness is a limit case which can never be fully accomplished because consciousness is a narrow thing." 8. Cf. The Act of Creation, Book 1, Chapters VXI. Einstein's statement is typical. On the testimony of those original thinkers who have taken the trouble to record their methods of work, not only verbal thinking but conscious thinking in general plays only a subordinate part in the brief, decisive phase of the creative act itself. Their virtually unanimous emphasis on spontaneous intuitions and hunches of unconscious origin, which they are at a loss to explain, suggests that the role of strictly rational and verbal processes in scientific discovery has been vastly overestimated since the Age of Enlightenment. There are always large chunks of irrationality embedded in the creative process, not only in art, where we are ready to accept it, but in the exact sciences as well. The scientist who, facing an obstinate problem, regresses from precise verbal thinking to vague visual imagery, seems to follow Woodworth's advice: often we have to get away from speech in order to think clearly. Language can become a screen between the thinker and reality, and creativity often starts where language ends, that is, by regressing to pre-verbal levels of mental activity. Now I do not mean, of course, that there is a little Socratic daemon housed in the scientist's or artist's skull, who does his homework for him, nor should one confuse unconscious mentation with Freud's primary process. The primary process is defined by Freud as devoid of logic, governed by the pleasure principle, accompanied by massive discharges of affect, and apt to confuse perception and hallucination. It seems that between this very primary process, and the so-called secondary process, governed by the reality principle, we must interpolate several levels of mental activity which are not just mixtures of primary and secondary, but are cognitive systems in their own right, each governed by its own canon of rules. The paranoid delusion, the dream, the daydream, free association, the mentality of children at various ages, and of primitives at various stages should not be lumped together, for each has its own logic or rules of the game. But while clearly different in many respects, all these forms of mentation have certain features in common, since they are ontogenetically, and perhaps phylogenetically, older than those of the civilized adult. They are less rigid, more tolerant, ready to combine seemingly incompatible ideas, and to perceive hidden analogies between cabbages and kings. One might call them games of the underground, because if not kept under restraint, they would play havoc with the routines of disciplined thinking. But under exceptional conditions, when disciplined thinking is at the end of its tether, a temporary indulgence in these underground games may suddenly produce a solution, some far-fetched, reckless combination of ideas, which would be beyond the reach of, or seem to be unacceptable to, the sober, rational mind. I have proposed the term dissociation for these sudden leaps of creative imagination, to set them apart from the more pedestrian or associative routines. I shall come back to this in a moment. The point to retain is that the creative act in mental evolution again reflects the pattern of recolor pour mieux sauter, of a temporary regression, followed by a forward leap. We can carry the analogy further and interpret the eureka cry as the signal of a happy escape from a blind alley, an act of mental self-repair. Association and dissociation. A convenient definition of associative thinking is given by Humphrey. The term association, or mental association, is a general name often used in psychology to express the conditions under which mental events, whether of experience or behavior, arise. 9. In other words, the term association simply indicates the process by which one idea leads to another. But an idea has associative connections with many other ideas established by past experiences, and which of these connections will be activated in a given situation depends on the type of thinking we are engaged in at the moment. Orderly thinking is always rule-governed, and even dreaming, or daydreaming, has its own rules. In the psychological laboratory, the experimenter lays down the rule name opposites. Then he says dark, and the subject promptly says light. But if the rule is synonyms, then the subject will associate dark with black or night or shadow. To talk of stimuli as if they were acting in a vacuum is meaningless. What response a given stimulus will evoke depends on the rules of the game we are playing at the time, the canon, see Chapter 3, of that particular mental skill. But we do not live in laboratories where the rules of the game are laid down by explicit orders. In the normal routines of thinking and talking, the rules are implicit and unconscious. This applies not only to the rules of grammar, syntax, and common or garden logic, but also to those which govern the more complex structures we call frames of reference, universes of discourse or associative contexts, and to the hidden persuaders which prejudice our reasoning. In the act of creation I proposed the term matrix as a unifying formula to refer to such cognitive structures, that is to say, to all mental habits and skills governed by a fixed set of rules but capable of varied strategies in attacking a problem. In other words, matrices are cognitive holons and display all the characteristics of holons discussed in previous chapters. They are controlled by their canons, but guided by feedback from the environment, the distribution of the men on the chessboard, the features of the problem in hand. They range from extremes of pedantic rigidity to liberal open-mindedness within limits. They are ordered into vertical abstractive hierarchies, which interlace in horizontal associative networks and cross-references. Let me repeat, all routine thinking is comparable to playing a game according to fixed rules and more or less flexible strategies. The game of chess allows for more varied strategies than drafts, a vaster number of choices among moves permitted by the rules. But there is a limit to them, and there are hopeless situations in chess when the most subtle strategies won't save you short of offering your opponent a jumbo-sized martini. Now in fact there is no rule in chess preventing you from doing that. But making a person drunk while remaining sober oneself is a different sort of game with a different context. Combining the two games is a bisociation. In other words, associative routine means thinking according to a given set of rules on a single plane, as it were. The bisociative act means combining two different sets of rules, to live on several planes at once. I do not mean to belittle the value of law-abiding routines. They lend coherence and stability to behavior, and structured order to thought. But when the challenge exceeds a critical limit, adaptive routines are no longer sufficient. The world moves on and new facts arise, creating problems which cannot be solved within the conventional frames of reference, by applying to them the accepted rules of the game. Then the crisis is on, with its desperate search for a remedy, the unorthodox improvisation which will lead to the new synthesis, the act of mental self-repair. The Latin cogito comes from coagitare, to shake together. Bisociation means combining two hitherto unrelated cognitive matrices in such a way that a new level is added to the hierarchy, which contains the previously separate structures as its members. The motions of the tides were known to man from time immemorial. So were the motions of the moon. But the idea to relate the two, the idea that the tides were due to the attraction of the moon, occurred, as far as we know, for the first time to a German astronomer in the 17th century, and when Galileo read about it, he laughed it off as an occult fancy. Moral: the more familiar the previously unrelated structures are, the more striking the emergent synthesis, and the more obvious it looks in the driver's mirror of hindsight. The history of science is a history of marriages between ideas which were previously strangers to each other, and frequently commandeered as incompatible. Lodestones magnets were known in antiquity as a curiosity of nature. In the Middle Ages they were used for two purposes, as navigators' compasses and as a means to attract an estranged wife back to her husband. Equally well known were the curious properties of amber which, when rubbed, acquired the virtue of attracting flimsy objects. The Greek for ember is electron, but the Greeks were not much interested in electricity, nor were the Middle Ages. For nearly 2,000 years, electricity and magnetism were considered as separate phenomena, in no way related to each other. In 1820 Hans Christian Ørsted discovered that an electric current flowing through a wire deflected a magnetic compass which happened to be lying on his table. At that moment the two contexts began to fuse into one, electromagnetism, creating a kind of chain reaction which is still continuing and gaining in momentum. The aha reaction. From Pythagoras, who combined arithmetic and geometry, to Newton, who combined Galileo's studies of the motion of projectiles with Kepler's equations of planetary orbits, to Einstein, who unified energy and matter in a single sinister equation, the pattern is always the same. The creative act does not create something out of nothing, like the God of the Old Testament. It combines, reshuffles and relates already existing but hitherto separate ideas, facts, frames of perception, associative contexts. This act of cross-fertilization or self-fertilization within a single brain seems to be the essence of creativity, and to justify the term bisociation ***. Similar views have been put forward, among others, by the mathematician Henri Poincaré, who in an oft-quoted lecture explained discovery as the happy meeting of hooked atoms of thought in the unconscious mind. According to Sir Frederick Bartlett, the most important features of original experimental thinking is the discovery of overlap. Where formerly only isolation and difference were recognized. 10. Jerome Bruner considers all forms of creativity as a result of combinatorial activity. 11. McKellar talks of the fusion of perceptions. 12. Kubi of the discovery of unexpected connections between things. 13, and so on, back to Goethe's connect, always connect. Take the example of Gutenberg, who invented the printing press, or at least invented it independently from others. His first idea was to cast letter types like signet rings or seals. But how could he assemble thousands of little seals in such a way that they made an even imprint on paper? He struggled with the problem for years, until one day he went to a wine harvest in his native Rhineland, and presumably got drunk. He wrote in a letter, "I watched the wine flowing, and going back from the effect to the cause, I studied the power of the wine press which nothing can resist." At that moment the penny dropped. Seals and the wine press combined gave the letter press. Gestalt psychologists have coined a word for that moment of truth, the flash of illumination. When bits of the puzzle suddenly click into place, they call it the aha experience. But this is not the only type of reaction which the dissociative click can produce. A quite different kind of response is aroused by telling a story like the following. A marquis at the court of Louis XV had unexpectedly returned from a journey and, on entering his wife's boudoir, found her in the arms of a bishop. After a moment's hesitation, the marquis walked calmly to the window, leaned out and began going through the motions of blessing the people in the street. "What are you doing?" cried the anguished wife. "Monseigneur is performing my functions," replied the nobleman, "so I am performing his." ****. I have used this particular story in the act of creation and am using it again because of its neat pattern. Most anecdotes need lengthy explanations to make their logical structure clear. Laughter may be called the ha-ha reaction. Let us briefly discuss first the logical, then the emotional, aspect of it. I am grateful to Dr. Brennig James for having suggested this term as a twin to the aha reaction. The ha-ha reaction. The marquis behavior is both unexpected and perfectly logical, but of a logic not usually applied to this type of situation. It is the logic of the division of labor, where the rule of the game is the quid pro quo, the give and take. But we expected, of course, that his reactions would be governed by a quite different canon, that of sexual morality. It is the interaction between these two mutually exclusive associative contexts which produces the comic effect. It compels us to perceive the situation at the same time in two self-consistent but habitually incompatible frames of reference. It makes us function on two wavelengths simultaneously. While this unusual condition lasts, the event is not, as is normally the case, perceived in a single frame of reference, but dissociated with two. But this unusual condition does not last for long. The act of discovery leads to a lasting synthesis, a fusion of the two previously unrelated frames of reference. In the comic dissociation we have a collision between incompatible frames which for a brief moment cross each other's path. However, the difference is not absolute. Whether the frames are compatible or not, whether they will collide or merge, depends on subjective factors, for after all, the colliding or merging takes place in the minds of the audience. In Kepler's mind, the motions of the moon and the motions of the tides fused, they became branches of the same causative hierarchy. But Galileo treated Kepler's theory literally as a joke. He called it an occult fancy. The history of science abounds with examples of discoveries greeted with howls of laughter because they seemed to be a marriage of incompatibles until the marriage bore fruit and the alleged incompatibility of the partners turned out to derive from prejudice. The humorist, on the other hand, deliberately chooses discordant codes of behavior, or universes of discourse, to expose their hidden incongruities in the resulting clash. Comic discovery is paradox stated, scientific discovery is paradox resolved. Looked at from his own point of view, the marquis gesture was a truly original inspiration. If he had followed the conventional rules of the game, he would have had to beat up or kill the bishop. But at the court of Louis XV, assassinating a Monseigneur would have been considered, if not exactly a crime, still in very bad taste. It could not be done. To solve the problem, that is, to save his face and at the same time humiliate his opponent, a second frame of reference, governed by different rules of the game, had to be brought into the situation and combined, dissociated, with the first. All original comic invention is a creative act, a malicious discovery. Laughter and emotion. The emphasis is on malicious, and this brings us from the logic of humor to the emotional factor in the ha-ha reaction. When the expert storyteller tells an anecdote, he creates a certain tension which mounts as the narrative progresses. But it never reaches its expected climax. The punchline acts like a guillotine which cuts across the logical development of the situation. It debunks our dramatic expectations, the tension becomes redundant and is exploded in laughter. To put it differently, laughter disposes of emotional tension which has become pointless, is denied by reason, and has to be somehow worked off along physiological channels of least resistance. If you look at the brutal merriment of the people in a tavern scene by Hogarth or Rawlinson, you realize at once that they are working off their surplus of adrenaline by contractions of the face muscles, slapping of thighs and explosive exhalations of breath from the half-closed glottis. The emotions worked off in laughter are aggression, sexual gloating, conscious or unconscious sadism, all operating through the sympathico-adrenal system. However, when you look at a clever New Yorker cartoon, Homeric laughter yields to an amused and rarefied smile. The ample flow of adrenaline has been distilled into a grain of Attic salt. Take, for instance, that classic definition: what is a sadist? A person who is kind to a masochist. The word witticism is derived from wit in its original sense of ingenuity. The two domains are continuous, without a sharp dividing line. As we move from the coarse towards the subtler forms of humor, the joke shades into epigram and riddle, the comic simile into the hidden analogy, and the emotions involved show a similar transition. The emotive voltage discharged in coarse laughter is aggression robbed of its purpose, the tension discharged in the aha reaction is derived from an intellectual challenge. It snaps at the moment when the penny drops, when we have solved the riddle hidden in the New Yorker cartoon, in a brain teaser or in a scientific problem. Let me repeat, the two domains of humor and discovery form a continuum. As we travel across it, from left to center, so to speak, the emotional climate gradually changes from the malice of the jester to the detached objectivity of the sage. And if we now continue the journey in the same direction, we find equally gradual transitions into the third domain of creativity, that of the artist. The artist, too, hints rather than states, and poses riddles, and so we get a symmetrically reversed transition towards the other end of the spectrum, from highly intellectualized art forms towards the more sensual and emotive, ending in the thought-free beatitude of the mystic. The reaction. But how does one define the emotional climate of art? How does one classify the emotions which give rise to the experience of beauty? If you leaf through textbooks of experimental psychology, you won't find much of it. When behaviorists use the word emotion, they nearly always refer to hunger, sex, rage and fear, and the related effects of the release of adrenaline. They have no explanations to offer for the curious reaction one experiences when listening to Mozart, or looking at the ocean, or reading for the first time John Donne's Holy Sonnets. Nor will you find in the textbooks a description of the physiological processes accompanying the reaction: moistening of the eyes, catching one's breath, followed by a kind of rapt tranquility, the draining of all tensions. Let us call this the reaction and thus complete the trinity. Ha ha! Aha ah! Laughter and weeping, the Greek masks of comedy and tragedy, mark the extremes of a continuous spectrum. Both are overflow reflexes, but in every other respect are physiological opposites. Laughter is mediated by the sympathico-adrenal branch of the autonomic nervous system, weeping by the parasympathetic branch. The first tends to galvanize the body into action, the second tends towards passivity and catharsis. Watch yourself breathing when you laugh, long deep intakes of air, followed by bursts of exhalatory puffs, ha, ha, ha. In weeping, you do the opposite: short, gasping inspirations, sobs are followed by long, sighing expirations, ah. In keeping with this, the emotions which overflow in the reaction are the direct opposites of those exploded in laughter. The latter belong to the adrenergic, aggressive defensive type of emotions. In our theory, these are manifestations of the self-assertive tendency. Their opposites I shall call the self-transcending emotions, derived from the integrative tendency. They are epitomized in what Freud called the oceanic feeling, that expansion of awareness which one experiences on occasion in an empty cathedral when eternity is looking through the window of time, and in which the self seems to dissolve like a grain of salt in a lot of water. Art and emotion. The polarity between the integrative and self-assertive tendencies is, as we have seen, inherent in all hierarchic order, and manifested on every level, from embryonic development to international politics. The integrative tendency, which is our present concern, reflects the partness of a holon, its dependence on, and belonging to, a more complex whole. It is at work all along the line, from the physical symbiosis of organelles, through the aggregation of herd and flock, up to the cohesive forces in insect states and primate societies. The single individual, considered as a whole, represents the apex of the organismic hierarchy, but at the same time he is a part, an elementary unit in the social hierarchy. The dichotomy is reflected in his emotional nature. His self-assertion as an autonomous, independent whole is expressed in ambition, competitiveness, aggressive defensive behavior, as the case may be. His integrative tendency reflects his dependence, as a part, on family, tribe, society. But and this is an essential, but participation in a social group is not always sufficient to satisfy the individual's integrative potential, and to some people it provides no satisfaction at all. Every man is a holon, and feels the need to be a part of something that transcends the narrow boundaries of the self. That need is at the root of the self-transcending emotions. It may be fulfilled by social identification, to which we shall return in Part 3. But that higher entity to which the individual craves to surrender his identity may also be God, nature, or art, the magic of form, the ocean of sound, or the mathematical symbols of convergence in the infinite. This is the type of emotion which enters into the reaction. The self-transcending emotions show a wide range of variety. They may be joyous or sad, tragic or lyrical. Their common denominator, to repeat this once more, is the feeling of integrative participation in an experience which transcends the boundaries of the self. Self-assertive emotions tend towards bodily activity. The self-transcending emotions are essentially passive and cathartic. The former are manifested in aggressive defensive behavior, the latter in empathy, rapport, and identification, admiration and wonder. The shedding of tears is an outlet for an excess of the self-transcending emotions, as laughter is for the self-assertive emotions. In laughter, tension is suddenly exploded, emotion debunked. In weeping it is gradually drained away, without breaking the continuity of mood. Emotion and thought remain united. The self-transcending emotions do not tend towards action, but towards quiescence. Respiration and pulse rate are slowed down. Entrancement is a step towards the trance-like states induced by contemplative mystics. The emotion is of a quality that cannot be consummated by any specific voluntary act. You cannot take the mountain panorama home with you, you cannot merge with the infinite by any exertion of the body. To be overwhelmed by awe and wonder, enraptured by a smile, entranced by beauty, each of these words expresses passive surrender. The surplus of emotion cannot be worked off by any purposeful muscular activity, it can only be consummated in internal visceral and glandular processes. The various causes which may lead to an overflow of tears, aesthetic or religious rapture, bereavement, joy, sympathy, self-pity, all have this basic element in common, a craving to transcend the island boundaries of the individual, to enter into a symbiotic communion with a human being, living or dead, or some higher entity, real or imaginary, of which the self is felt to be a part. The self-transcending emotions are the stepchildren of psychology, but they are as basic, and as firmly rooted in biology as their opposites. Freud and Piaget, among others, have emphasized the fact that the very young child does not differentiate between ego and environment. The nourishing breast appears to it as a more intimate possession than the toes of its own body. It is aware of events, but not of itself as a separate entity. It lives in a state of mental symbiosis with the outer world, a continuation of the biological symbiosis in the womb. The universe is focused on the self, and the self is the universe, a condition which Piaget called protoplasmic or symbiotic consciousness. It may be likened to a fluid universe, traversed by the tidal rise and fall of physiological needs, and by minor storms which come and go without leaving solid traces. Gradually the floods recede, and the first islands of objective reality emerge, the contours grow firmer and sharper, the islands grow into continents, the dry territories of reality are mapped out, but side by side with it the liquid world coexists, surrounding it, interpenetrating it by canals and inland lakes, the vestigial relics of the erstwhile symbiotic communion, the origin of that oceanic feeling which the artist and the mystic strive to recapture on a higher level of development. At a higher turn of the spiral. For a more recent treatment of this subject, see e.g. Schachtel's important work Metamorphosis, 1963. It is also at the origin of the sympathetic magic practiced by all primitive and not so primitive people. When the medicine man disguises himself as the rain god, he produces rain. Drawing a picture of a slain bison guarantees a successful hunt. This is the ancient unitary source out of which the ritual dance and song, the mystery plays of the Achaeans and the calendars of the Babylonian priest-astronomers were derived. The shadows in Plato's cave are symbols of man's loneliness, the paintings in the Altamira caves are symbols of his magic powers. We have traveled a long way from Altamira and Lascaux, but the artist's inspirations and the scientist's intuitions are still fed by that same unitary source, though by now we should rather call it an underground river. Wishes do not displace mountains, but in our dreams they still do. Symbiotic consciousness is never completely defeated, merely relegated underground to those primitive levels in the mental hierarchy where the boundaries of the ego are still fluid and blurred as the distinction between the actor and the hero whom he impersonates and with whom the spectator identifies. The actor on the stage is himself and somebody else at the same time. He is both the dancer and the rain god. Dramatic illusion is the coexistence in the spectator's mind of two universes which are logically incompatible. His awareness, suspended between the two planes, exemplifies the dissociative process in its most striking form. All the more striking because he produces physical symptoms, palpitations, sweating or tears in response to the perils of a Desdemona whom he knows to exist merely as a shadow on the TV screen. The creative trinity. But let Othello get the hiccups, and instead of coexistence between the two planes juxtaposed in the spectator's mind, you get collision between them. Comic impersonation produces the ha-ha reaction because the parodist arouses aggression and malice, whereas tragic impersonation achieves the suspension of disbelief, the coexistence of incompatible planes, because the tragedian induces the spectator to identify. It excites the self-transcending and inhibits or neutralizes the self-assertive emotions. Even when fear and anger are aroused in the spectator, these are vicarious emotions, derived from his identification with the hero, which in itself is a self-transcending act. The vicarious emotions aroused in this manner carry a dominant element of sympathy, which facilitates catharsis in conformity with the Aristotelian definition, through incidents arousing horror and pity to accomplish the purgation of such emotions. Art is a school of self-transcendence. We thus arrive at a further generalization. The ha-ha reaction signals the collision of dissociated contexts, the aha reaction signals their fusion, the a reaction their juxtaposition. When you read a poem, two frames of reference interact in your mind, one governed by meaning, the other by rhythmic patterns of sound. Moreover, these two matrices operate on two different levels of awareness, the first in broad daylight, the other much deeper down, on those archaic levels of the mental hierarchy which reverberate to the shaman's tom-tom, and which make us particularly receptive to, and suggestible by, messages which arrive in a rhythmic pattern or accompanied by such a pattern. This difference is reflected in the quasi-cumulative progression of science through a series of successive mergers, compared to the quasi-timeless character of art, its continuous restatement of basic patterns of experience in changing idioms. But I said twice quasi because the difference is a matter of degrees, because the progress of science is not cumulative in the strict sense, it is moving in a zigzag course rather than in a straight line, and on the other hand, the development of a given art form over a period of time often displays a cumulative progression. In the rhyme, wrote Proust, the superimposition of two systems, one intellectual, the other metric, is a primary element of ordered complexity, that is to say, of beauty. Routine thinking involves a single matrix, artistic experience always involves more than one. Rhythm and meter, rhyme and euphony, are not artificial ornaments of language, but combinations of contemporary, sophisticated frames of reference with archaic and emotionally more powerful games of the mind. The same is true of poetic imagery, Visual thinking is an earlier form of mental activity than thinking in verbal concepts. We dream mostly in pictures. In other words, creative activity always implies a temporary regression to these archaic levels, while a simultaneous process goes on in parallel on the highest, most articulate and critical level. The poet is like a skin diver with a breathing tube. It has been said that scientific discovery consists in seeing an analogy where nobody has seen one before. When, in the Song of Songs, Solomon compared the Shulamite's neck to a tower of ivory, he saw an analogy which nobody had seen before. When Harvey compared the heart of a fish to a mechanical pump, he did the same, and when the caricaturist draws a nose like a cucumber, he again does just that. In fact, all combinatorial, bisociative patterns are trivalent. They can enter the service of humor, discovery, or art, as the case may be. Man has always looked at nature by superimposing a second frame on the retinal image, mythological, anthropomorphic, scientific frames. The artist imposes his style by emphasizing contours or surfaces, stability or motion, curves or cubes. So, of course, does the caricaturist. Only his motives, and his criteria of relevance, are different. And so does the scientist. A geographical map has the same relation to a landscape as a character sketch to a face. Every diagram or model, every schematic or symbolic representation of physical or mental processes is an unemotional caricature or stylized portrait of reality. In the language of the behaviorist, we would have to say that Cezanne, glancing at a landscape, receives a stimulus, to which he responds by putting a dab of paint on the canvas, and that is all there is to it. But in fact the two activities take place on two different planes. The stimulus comes from one environment, the distant landscape. The response acts on a different environment, a rectangular surface of 10 inches by 15. The two environments obey two different sets of laws. An isolated brush stroke does not represent an isolated detail in the landscape. There are no point-to-point correspondences between the two planes, each obeys a different rule of the game. The artist's vision is bifocal, just as the poet's voice is bivocal, as he bisociates sound and meaning. Summary. What I have been trying to suggest in this chapter is that all creative activity, the conscious and unconscious processes underlying the three domains of artistic inspiration, scientific discovery, and comic inventiveness, have a basic pattern in common: the co-agitation or shaking together of already existing but previously separate areas of knowledge, frames of perception or universes of discourse. But conscious rational thinking is not always the best cocktail shaker. It is invaluable so long as the challenge does not exceed a certain limit. When that is the case, it can only be met by an undoing and reforming of the mental hierarchy, a temporary regression culminating in the bisociative act which adds a new level to the open-ended structure. It is the highest form of mental self-repair, of escape from the blind alleys of stagnation, overspecialization, and maladjustment, but it is already foreshadowed by analogous phenomena on lower levels of the evolutionary scale, discussed in previous chapters. The three domains of creativity form a continuum. The boundaries between science and art, between the a-reaction and the aha reaction, are fluid, whether we consider architecture or cooking or psychiatry or the writing of history. There is nowhere a sharp break where witticism changes into wit, or where science stops and art begins. The emotional climate in the three domains shows equally continuous transitions. At one end of the spectrum, the coarse practical joker is motivated by self-assertive malice, the artist at the opposite extreme, by the craving for self-transcendence. The motivation of the scientist operating in the middle region of the continuum is a well-balanced combination of the two, ambition and competitiveness neutralized by self-transcending devotion to his task. Science is the neutral art. Science, the hoary cliché goes, aims at truth, art at beauty. However, the criteria of truth, such as verification by experiment, are not as hard and clean as we tend to believe. The same experimental data can often be interpreted in more than one way, and that is why the history of science echoes with as many impassioned controversies as the history of literary criticism. Moreover, the verification of a discovery comes after the act. The creative act itself is for the scientist, as for the artist, a leap into the dark, where both are equally dependent on their fallible intuitions. And the greatest mathematicians and physicists have confessed that at those decisive moments, when taking the plunge, they were guided not by logic, but by a sense of beauty which they were unable to define. Vice versa, painters and sculptors, not to mention architects, have always been guided, and often obsessed, by scientific or pseudo-scientific theories and criteria of truth. The golden section, the laws of perspective, Dürer's and Leonardo's laws of proportion in representing the human body, Cézanne's doctrine that everything in nature is modeled on the cylinder and sphere, Braque's alternative theory that cubes should be substituted for spheres. And the same is true, of course, for literature, from the formal laws imposed on Greek tragedy to various recent schools, and equally for the rules of harmony and counterpoint in music. In other words, the experience of truth, however subjective, must be present for the experience of beauty to arise, and vice versa. An elegant solution of a problem gives rise in the connoisseur to the experience of beauty. Intellectual illumination and emotional catharsis are complementary aspects of an indivisible process. I have been trying in this chapter to give an outline of a theory of creativity which I have developed in earlier work, and to carry it a step further. An outline must necessarily be sketchy. All I can do is to refer the interested reader to the original and to apologize for having cribbed a few passages from it. 14. The Ghost in the Machine. The great questions are those an intelligent child asks and, getting no answers, stops asking. George Wald. Having traveled this far, the reader may protest that it is sacrilegious to call the creation of a Brahms symphony or Newton's discovery of the laws of motion an act of self-repair, and to compare it to the mutation of a sea squirt larva, the regeneration of a salamander limb, or the rehabilitation of patients by psychotherapy. On the contrary, I believe that this overall view of biological and mental evolution reveals the working of creative forces all along the line towards an optimal realization of the potentials of living matter and living minds, a universal tendency towards spontaneously developing states of greater heterogeneity and complexity. Herrick 1. These sober words of a great physiologist point to one of the basic facts of life which science had long lost from sight, and is still slow in rediscovering. The second law. The gospel of flat earth science was Clausius' famous second law of thermodynamics. It asserted that the universe is running down like a clockwork affected by metal fatigue, because its energy is being steadily, inexorably degraded, dissipated into heat, until it will finally dissolve into a single, shapeless, homogeneous bubble of gas of uniform temperature just above absolute zero, inert and motionless, the cosmic wormitaud. Only in recent times did science begin to recover from the hypnotic effect of this nightmare, and to realize that the second law applies only in the special case of so-called closed systems, such as a gas enclosed in a perfectly isolated container. But no such closed systems exist even in inanimate nature, and whether or not the universe as a whole is a closed system in this sense is anybody's guess. All living organisms, however, are open systems, that is to say, they maintain their complex form and functions through continuous exchanges of energies and material with their environment *, instead of running down like a mechanical clock that dissipates its energies through friction. The living organism is constantly building up more complex substances from the substances it feeds on, more complex forms of energies from the energies it absorbs, and more complex patterns of information. Perceptions, feelings, thoughts from the input of its receptor organs. The term open system in this technical sense is of course quite unrelated to the concept of infinite regress in open-ended hierarchies. Hierarchical organization on the one hand, and the characteristics of open systems on the other, are fundamental principles of living nature, and the advancement of theoretical biology will depend mainly on the development of a theory of these two fundamentals. This was written many years ago by von Bertalanffy, one of the pioneers of the new orientation in biology, but it was not greeted with much enthusiasm. The idea that organisms, in contrast to machines, were primarily active instead of being merely reactive, that instead of passively adapting to their environment they were creative in the sense that new patterns of structure and behavior are constantly fabricated, Herrick 3, was profoundly distasteful to the zeitgeist. These open systems, which were capable of maintaining themselves indefinitely in a state of dynamic equilibrium, sounded suspiciously like perpetual motion machines ruled out forever by that implacable second law. That this law did not apply to living matter, and was in a sense reversed in living matter, was indeed hard to accept by an orthodoxy still convinced that all phenomena of life could ultimately be reduced to the laws of physics. It was in fact a physicist, not a biologist, the Nobel laureate Erwin Schrödinger, who summed up the position in his celebrated paradox: what an organism feeds on is negative entropy. For now entropy, transformed energy, is the name for degraded energy which has been dissipated by friction and other wasteful processes into the random motion of molecules, and which cannot be retrieved. In other words, entropy is a measure of energy waste, of order degraded into disorder. Clausius' second law can be expressed by saying that the entropy of a closed system always tends to increase towards a maximum, when all order will have vanished, as in the chaotic motion of gas molecules. So if the universe is a closed system, it must eventually unwind itself from cosmos into chaos. The word gas was actually derived from the Greek chaos. Thus entropy became a key concept of mechanistically orientated science, its alias for Thanatos, the god of death. Negative entropy, then, is a typically perverse way of referring to the power of life to build up complex systems out of simpler elements, structured patterns out of shapelessness, order out of disorder. Equally characteristic is the fact that Norbert Wiener, the father of cybernetics, CP98F, defined information as essentially a negative entropy. 5. In modern communication theory, entropy is equated with noise which causes a waste of information. It may be acoustic noise, like a hum on the radio receiver, or visual noise, like the flickering of the TV image. Our perceptions, then, become negative noises. Knowledge becomes negative ignorance, amusement the absence of boredom, and cosmos the absence of chaos. But whatever the terminology, the fact remains that living organisms have the power to build up ordered, coherent perceptions and complex systems of knowledge out of the chaos of sensations impinging on them. Life sucks information from the environment as it feeds on its substances and synthesizes its energies. The same irrepressible building up tendency is manifested in phylogenesis, in the phenomena of evolution by initiative, the slow progress towards more complex forms and functions, the emergence of new levels in the organismic hierarchy and of new methods of coordination, resulting in greater independence from, and mastery of, the environment. We need not be unduly upset about the use of negatives to describe these palpably positive processes, because it merely reflects the scientist's unconscious dread of falling into the heresy of vitalism, of reverting to Aristotle's entelechy, Leibniz's monads, or Bergson's élan vital. There would indeed be nothing to be gained by a romantic revival of concepts which suffer from what Whitehead once called misplaced concreteness. It seems wiser to stick to the more cautious and non-committal formulations of that élan by hard-boiled empiricists, who would nevertheless refuse to believe that the Earth is flat and that evolution from randomness to order is the work of random events. Let me add to the list of those whom I have already quoted, Herbert Spencer's law of evolution as an integration of matter. From an indefinite, incoherent homogeneity, to a definite, coherent heterogeneity. 6. The German biologist Walter Eck coined the term anamorphosis for the primary and ubiquitous trend in nature towards the emergence of more complex forms, LL. White called it the fundamental principle of the development of pattern. Einstein rejected the concept of randomness by his refusal to believe that God plays dice with the world. Schrödinger was led to postulate the existence of an ego which ultimately controls the motions of the atoms. 6b. Lastly, to quote von Bertalanffy again, according to the second law of thermodynamics, the general direction of physical events is towards decrease of order and organization. In contrast to this, a direction towards increasing order seems to be present in evolution. 7. 2 major contrasted tendencies are evident in natural processes, towards local order and towards uniformity of general disorder. The first is displayed in all processes where a region of order tends to differentiate itself from a less ordered environment. This is seen in crystallization, in chemical combination, and in most organic processes. The second tendency is displayed in the processes of radiation and diffusion, and leads towards a uniformity of thermal disorder. The two tendencies normally work in opposed directions, the first producing regions of differentiated order and the second dispersing them. White 6a. In the present theory, this directive factor is called the integrative tendency. I have tried to show that it is inherent in the concept of hierarchic order, and manifested on every level, from the symbiosis of organelles in the cell, to ecological communities and human societies. Every living holon has the dual tendency to preserve and assert its individuality, such as it is, but at the same time to function as an integrated part of an existing whole, or an evolving whole. This much, I think, one can say with some confidence. Beyond that, the beginnings of the evolutionary story are hidden behind the Big Bang with which the universe started, if it started that way, or behind the continuous creation of matter out of nothing, if that is the way it is. Evolution, as the cliché goes, is a journey of unknown origin to an unknown destination, a sailing along a vast ocean, but we can at least map the route which has carried us from the sea cucumber stage to the conquest of the moon, and to deny that there is a wind blowing which makes the sails move is not only a rash hypothesis, but also a sign of metaphysical churlishness. But whether we say that the wind, coming from a distant past, pushes the boat along, or whether we say that it drags it along into the future, is a matter of convenience. The purposiveness of all vital processes, the striving of the blastula to grow into a chicken, regardless of the obstacles and hazards to which it is exposed, the resourceful improvisations of animals and men to reach the target of their endear hours, might lead the unprejudiced observer to the conclusion that the pull of the future is as real, and sometimes more decisive than the pressure of the past. The pressure may be compared to the force exerted by a compressed spring, the pull to that of an expanded spring, threaded on the axis of time. Neither of them is more or less mechanistic than the other. Modern physics is rethinking its ideas about time. If the future is completely determined in the Laplacian sense, then one description is as valid as the other. If it is indeterminate in the Heisenbergian sense, and there is an unknown factor operating within the air bubbles in the stream of causality, it may be influenced by the future as much as by the past. We ought to try to keep an open mind about causality and finality, even if the zeitgeist frowns on us. It is interesting to note that Waddington in a recent book argues in favor of a quasi-finalistic view. 8. The swing of the pendulum. In his book The Concept of Mind, 1949, Professor Gilbert Ryle, an Oxford philosopher of strong behaviorist leanings, attacked the customary distinction made between physical and mental events by calling the latter, with deliberate abusiveness, as he said, the ghost in the machine. Subsequently, in a BBC broadcast, he elaborated his metaphor, and the ghost in the machine became a horse in a locomotive. 9. Professor Ryle is a prominent representative of the so-called Oxford School of Philosophy, which, in the words of one of its critics, treats genuine thought as a disease. Gellner 10. This curious philosophical aberration is now on the wane. And to hark back to it would arouse the indignant protests of the SPCDH. See Appendix 2. Regardless of the verbal acrobatics of behaviorists and their allies, the fundamental problems of mind and matter, of free will versus determinism, are still very much with us, and have acquired a new urgency not as a subject of philosophical debate, but because of their direct bearing on political ethics and private morals, on criminal justice, psychiatry, and our whole outlook on life. By the very act of denying the existence of the ghost in the machine of mind dependent on, but also responsible for, the actions of the body, we incur the risk of turning it into a very nasty, malevolent ghost. C. Inter alia, Smithies 11, John Beloff 12, Gellner 13 and Neal 14. Before the advent of behaviorism, it was the psychologists and logicians who insisted that mental events have special characteristics which distinguish them from material events, whereas the physiologists were by and large inclined to take the materialist view that all mental events can be reduced to the operation of the automatic telephone exchange in the brain. During the last 50 years, however, the situation has been almost reversed. While Oxford dons kept snickering about the horse in the locomotive, those men whose life work was devoted to the anatomy, physiology, pathology, and surgery of the brain became increasingly converted to the opposite view. It could be summed up in a sigh of resignation: oh, brain is brain, and mind is mind, and we don't know how the twain meet. Let me give an illustration of the type of experiment which led them to that conclusion. One of the greatest living neurosurgeons is Wilder Penfield of McGill University, who has evolved new techniques of experimenting on the exposed brain of consenting patients undergoing an operation. The patient is conscious. The experiments, which are painless, consist in applying low-voltage currents to selected points on the surface of the cerebral cortex. As the cortex is insensitive, the patient is unaware of the stimulating current, but he is aware of the movements which the current causes him to execute. Penfield reports: when the neurosurgeon applies an electrode to the motor area of the patient's cerebral cortex, causing the opposite hand to move, and when he asks the patient why he moved the hand, the response is, "I didn't do it. You made me do it." It may be said that the patient thinks of himself as having an existence separate from his body. Once, when I warned such a patient of my intention to stimulate the motor areas of the cortex, and challenged him to keep his hand from moving when the electrode was applied, he seized it with the other hand and struggled to hold it still. Thus, one hand, under the control of the right hemisphere driven by an electrode, and the other hand, which he controlled through the left hemisphere, were caused to struggle against each other. Behind the brain action of one hemisphere was the patient's mind. Behind the action of the other hemisphere was the electrode. 15. Penfield concluded his memorable paper **. There are, as you see, many demonstrable mechanisms in the brain. They work for the purposes of the mind automatically when called upon. But what agency is it that calls upon these mechanisms, choosing one rather than another? Is it another mechanism, or is there in the mind something of different essence? To declare that these two things are one does not make them so. But it does block the progress of research. 16 * delivered at the Control of the Mind Symposium at the University of California Medical Center in San Francisco, 1961. It is interesting to compare the reaction of Penfield's patients with the reaction of subjects who are made to carry out a post-hypnotic suggestion, changing chairs, or touching their ankles, or saying February when they hear the word 3. In both cases the subject's actions have been caused by the experimenter, but whereas the subject who does not know that he is obeying a post-synoptic command automatically finds a more or less plausible rationalization why he touched his ankle, Penfield's patients realize that they are obeying a physical compulsion. I never had a patient say, "I just wanted to do that anyway." One is tempted to say that the hypnotist imposes his will on the subject's mind, the surgeon merely on his brain. Two recent symposia on Control of the Mind, 1961, 17, and Brain and Conscious Experience, 1966, 18, were impressive demonstrations of the swing of the pendulum. Sir Charles Sherrington, perhaps the greatest neurologist of the century, was no longer alive, but his approach to the mind-body problem was repeatedly invoked as a kind of leitmotif, that our being should consist of two fundamental elements offers, I suppose, no greater inherent improbability than that it should rest on one only. We have to regard the relation of mind to brain as still not merely unsolved, but still devoid of a basis of its very beginning. 19. The stage and the actors. However, if the flat earthers have signally failed to demonstrate their contention that the mind-body problem is a pseudo-problem, it would be equally foolish to go to the other extreme and revert to crass Cartesian dualism. Nor would there be much point in going over once more the various theories which have been put forward to bridge the gulf: interaction, parallelism, epiphenomenalism, identity hypothesis, and so forth. Let us inquire instead whether the conception of the open-ended hierarchy can shed any new light on this very old problem. Apart from the symposia mentioned previously, which approach the problem from the neurophysiological point of view, an excellent philosophical symposium has recently been edited by J.R. Smithies, Brain and Mind, 1965. The first, and at the same time decisive, step is to break away from thinking in terms of a two-tiered mind-matter dichotomy, and start thinking in terms of a multi-leveled hierarchy. Matter is no longer a unitary concept, the hierarchy of macroscopic, molecular, atomic, subatomic levels trails away without hitting rock bottom, until matter dissolves into patterns of energy concentration, and then perhaps into tensions in space. In the opposite direction we are faced with the same situation, there is an ascending series of levels, leading from automatic and semi-automatic reactions, through awareness and self-awareness, to the self's awareness of itself, and so on, without hitting a ceiling. The Cartesian tradition to identify mind with conscious thinking is deeply ingrained in our habits of thought, and makes us constantly forget the obvious, trivial fact that consciousness is not an all-or-nothing affair but a matter of degrees. There is a continuous scale of gradations which extends from the unconsciousness that results from being hit on the head, through the restricted forms of consciousness in dreamless sleep, dreaming, daydreaming, drowsiness, epileptic automatisms, and so on, up to bright, wide-awake states of arousal. These are the general states of consciousness which determine the amount of lighting darker or brighter of the stage on which the mental activity takes place. But the lower end of the scale extends far below the human level. Ethologists who spend their lives observing animals refuse to draw a lower limit for consciousness, while neurophysiologists talk of spinal consciousness in lower animals, and biologists of the protoplasmic consciousness of protists. Bergson even asserted that the unconsciousness of a falling stone is something different from the unconsciousness of a growing cabbage. Such as the foraminifera, mentioned before, Chapter 11, which construct microscopic houses out of spicules of dead sponges, houses which Hardy calls marvels of engineering skill, as if built to a plan. Yet these single-called creatures have of course no nervous system. The states of consciousness in man are easily influenced by drugs which alter the overall functioning of the brain, but also by the type of activity that goes on the stage, whether, lying in bed, I am thinking of the coming holidays, or counting sheep. Thus we have the paradoxical situation of a feedback loop where the actor's activities automatically brighten or darken the stage lights, which in turn influence the actions of the actors. Dreaming and other games of the underground obey rules of acting different from those of the fully lit stage. We must distinguish, however, between these general states of consciousness, degrees of wakefulness, fatigue, intoxication, and the degree of awareness of a specific activity. The first refers to being conscious, the second to being conscious of something. The first corresponds to the overall lighting of the stage, the second to the beam concentrated on a particular actor. That the two are interrelated we have already seen. But awareness of a particular ongoing activity has its own variable scale. In man, this scale extends from the silent, self-regulating activities of viscera and glands, of physiological processes of which we are normally unaware, through perceptions on the fringes of awareness, to automatized routines which we perform mechanically like a robot, and finally up to concentrating on a problem by directing on it the beam of focal awareness, one actor singled out on the stage, the rest of which is plunged into darkness. Shifts of control. But now we come to an important point. We have seen, in Chapter 8, that one and the same activity, driving a car, for instance, can be, according to circumstances, either carried out automatically without conscious awareness of one's own actions, or accompanied by varying degrees of awareness. Driving on a familiar quiet road, I can hand over to the automatic pilot in my nervous system, and think about something else. Overtaking other cars on a motorway is mostly a kind of semi-conscious routine. Overtaking in a tricky situation requires full awareness of what I am doing. These alternative possibilities apply not only to sensory motor skills such as driving, bicycling, typing, playing the piano, but also to cognitive skills such as adding up a column of numbers, or turning one's mouth loose to give a lecture as Lashley's friend did, Chapter 2. There seem to be several factors which determine how much, if any, conscious attention is to be paid to an ongoing activity. First, the acquisition of a skill by learning requires a high degree of concentration, whereas with increasing mastery and practice it can be left to look after itself, which is another way of saying that the rules which govern rule-governed behavior, the canon of the skill, function unconsciously, and this again applies equally to manipulative, perceptual, and cognitive skills. The process of condensation of learning into habit goes on all the time, and amounts to a continual transformation of mental into mechanical activity, of mind processes into machine processes. Thus consciousness may be described in a negative way as the quality accompanying an activity which decreases in proportion to habit formation. The transformation of learning into routine is accompanied by a dimming of the lights of awareness. We expect, therefore, that the opposite process will take place when routine is disturbed, that it will cause a change from mechanical to mindful behavior. Everyday experience confirms this, but what are the implications? Habits and skills are functional holons, each with a fixed canon of rules and flexible strategies. Flexible strategies imply choices between several alternatives. The question is how these choices are made. Automatized routines are self-regulating in the sense that their strategy is automatically guided by feedbacks from their environments, without the necessity of referring decisions to higher levels. They operate by closed feedback loops, like servo mechanisms or radar-controlled airplane landing devices. I have mentioned, p99, the boy on his bicycle and the tightrope walker keeping his balance with the aid of a bamboo stick, as examples of such kinetic homeostasis. The tightrope walker certainly executes very supple, flexible maneuvers, but they do not require conscious decisions. The visual and kinesthetic feedback provides all the guidance needed. The same applies to driving a car so long as nothing unexpected happens, such as a kitten crossing the road. At that moment, a strategic choice has to be made which is beyond the competence of automatized routine * and must be referred to higher quarters. This shift of control of an ongoing activity from one level to a higher level of the hierarchy, from mechanical to mindful behavior, seems to be of the essence of conscious decision-making and of the subjective experience of free will. It is what the patient on the operating table experiences when he consciously tries with his left hand to restrain the machine-like motion of his right hand, and which, as Penfield says, makes him think of himself as having an existence separate from his body. In computer language we would have to say, for which it has not been programmed. The serial view. But at this point we risk once more falling back into simple two-tiered Cartesian dualism. The patient with his brain exposed is, of course, an exceptional and extreme case. The driver, who has to make a fast decision whether to run over the kitten or risk the safety of his passengers, does not think of his ego as leading an existence separate from his body. What happens in the moment of crisis is a sudden shift to a higher level in a many-leveled hierarchy, from a semi-automatic to a more conscious performance which is a relative, not an absolute, affair. And, whatever the conscious decision, its execution, the spelling out process must still rely on the automatized sub-skills, braking, swerving, etc., on lower levels. Consciousness, to quote Thorpe, is a primary datum of existence, and as such it cannot be fully defined. 20. The evidence suggests that at the lower levels of the evolutionary scale consciousness, if it exists, must be of a very generalized kind, so to say unstructured, and that with the development of purposive behavior and a powerful faculty of attention, consciousness associated with expectation will become more and more vivid and precise. 21. What I am suggesting is that such gradings of structuring, vividness and precision are found not only along the ladder of evolution, but also among members of the same species, and within the same individual at different stages of development and in different situations. Each upward shift in the hierarchy leads to more vivid and structured conscious states, each downward shift has the opposite effect. Let me briefly elaborate on this. Only a fraction of the sensory input to the cerebral cortex reaches consciousness, and again only a fraction of this is highlighted by focal awareness. But inputs which become conscious at all have already been processed and transformed. Certain ranges of electromagnetic waves have taken on the subjective qualities of colors, air waves the qualities of pitch, and so forth. This is the first step in the serial process of promoting physical events into mental events, and some philosophers regard it as the basic mystery, while others are unable to see the problem, and point out that bees, too, for instance, perceive patterns and colors, and dogs have their private universes of smell. I shall deliberately evade this deadlocked controversy, because the same problem arises with each shift upward in the hierarchies of perceiving, doing, knowing. Air vibrations do not become music in one single, magic transformation from the physical to the mental, but by a whole series of operations, of abstracting patterns in time and assembling them into more comprehensive patterns on higher levels of the hierarchy. The conscious appreciation of music depends on this, and the degree of musical awareness corresponds to the degree of integration of melodic, harmonic, contrapuntal patterns into a coherent whole. As another example, reverting to the discussion in Chapter 2, consider how we convert variations of air pressure into ideas, and back again. Understanding language depends on a constantly repeated series of quantum jumps, so to speak, from one level of the speech hierarchy to the next higher one. Phonemes can only be interpreted on the level of morphemes, words must be referred to context, sentences to the larger context, and behind the meaning stands the intention, the unverbalist idea, the train of thoughts. But trains need pointsmen to guide them on their course. The pointsmen need instructions. And so on. Infinite regress is not an invention of philosophers. In one of Alfred Hayes' short stories *, the heroine reflects on the chain of events which led to the accidental death of her child. Because we always think of things as happening in some sort of succession. And then we say, because. Thinking the because explains. And then you examine the because, as I've done, oh, so many times since, and it opens up and inside there's another because, smaller, a because inside the other because, and you keep opening them and they keep disclosing other because. The beach at Ocean View. Classical dualism knows only a single mind-body barrier. The hierarchic approach implies a serialistic instead of a dualistic view. Each in the series of upward shifts in assimilating music or language amounts to the crossing of a barrier from lower to higher states of awareness. The spelling out of an idea is the reverse process. It converts airy nothings into the mechanical motion of the organs of speech. This too is done by a series of steps, each of which triggers off preset neural mechanisms of a more and more automatized type. The unverbalist image or idea which sets the process going pertains to a more mentalistic, ethereal level than its embodiment in speech. The invisible sentence-generating machinery works unconsciously, automatically, and can be thrown out of gear by damage to well-defined areas of the cortex, and the last step of articulating the sounds of speech is performed by entirely mechanist muscle contractions. Each step downward entails a handing over of responsibility to more automatized automatisms, each step upward to more mentalistic processes of mentation. The mind-machine dichotomy is not localized along a single boundary between ego and environment, but is present on every level of the hierarchy. It is, in fact, a manifestation of our old friend, the two-faced god Janus. To put it in a different way, the spelling out of an intent, whether it is a verbal intent or just the lighting of a cigarette, is a process of particularization, of setting subroutines into motion, functional hold-ons of a subordinate, autonomous part character. On the other hand, the referring of decisions to higher levels, as well as the interpretation and generalization of inputs, are integrative processes which tend to establish a higher degree of unity and wholeness of experience. Thus every upward shift or quantum jump in the hierarchy would represent a quasi-holistic move, every downward shift a particularistic move, the former characterized by heightened awareness and mentalistic attributes, the latter by dimming awareness and mechanistic attributes. Consciousness in this view is an emergent quality, which evolves into more complex and structured states in phylogeny, as the ultimate manifestation of the integrative tendency towards the creation of order out of disorder, of information out of noise. To quote another outstanding neurophysiologist of our time, R.W. Sperry, his italics. Prior to the first appearance of conscious awareness in evolution, the entire cosmic process, science tells us, was only, as someone has phrased it, a play before empty benches, colorless and silent at that because, according to our present physics, prior to the advent of brains there was no color and no sound in the universe, nor was there any flavor or aroma and probably rather little sense and no feeling or emotion. Before brains the universe was also free of pain and anxiety. There is no more important quest in the whole of science probably than the attempt to understand those very particular events in evolution by which brains worked out that special trick that enabled them to add to the cosmic scheme of things, color, sound, pain, pleasure, and all the other facets of mental experience. 22. The flatworm's ego. Looking upward or inward, every man has the feeling that there is in him a personality core, or apex, which controls his thinking and directs the searchlight of his attention, Penfield, a feeling of wholeness. Looking outward or downward, he is only aware of the task at hand, a partial kind of awareness which fades, in descending order, into the dimness of routine, the unawareness of visceral processes, of the growing cabbage and the falling stone. But in the upward direction the hierarchy is equally open-ended. The self which directs the searchlight of my attention can never be caught in its focal beam. Even the operations which generate language include processes which cannot be expressed by language, p. 33. It is a paradox as old as Achilles and the tortoise, that the experiencing subject can never fully become the object of his experience, at best he can achieve successive approximations. If learning and knowing consist in making oneself a private model of the universe *, it follows that the model can never include a complete model of itself, because it must always lag one step behind the process which it is supposed to represent. With each upward shift of awareness towards the apex of the hierarchy, the self as an integrated whole, it recedes like a mirage. Know thyself is the most venerable and the most tantalizing command. *C. Craik, The Nature of Explanation, 1943, one of the cornerstones of modern communication theory. On the other hand, even man's limited, incomplete capacity for self-awareness puts him into a category apart from other living beings. Animals as lowly as the flatworm apparently show signs of attentiveness and expectancy which could be called primitive forms of awareness. Primates and domestic pets may also have the rudiments of self-awareness, but man nevertheless occupies a lone peak. Now we have seen, Chapter 4, that if a flatworm is cut transversely into 6 segments, each of them is capable of regenerating into a complete animal, so that the classical dualist would have to assume that its mind or soul has split into 6 solons, p. 68. In the present theory, however, the self or mind is not regarded as a discrete entity, a whole in an absolute sense, but each of its functional holons in the many-leveled hierarchy from visceral regulations to cognitive habits is regarded as having a measure of individuality, with the Janus-faced attributes of partness and wholeness, and the degree of their integratedness into a unified personality varies with circumstances, but is never absolute. Total awareness of selfhood, the identity of the knower and the known, though always in sight, is never achieved. It could only be achieved at the peak of the hierarchy, which is always one step removed from the climber. From this point of view, it is no longer absurd to assume that the flatworm's fragments, whose tissues have reverted to the condition of the growing embryo, have started all over again to build up a mind-body hierarchy, perhaps even with its concomitant dim awareness of selfhood. If consciousness is an emergent quality, the ugly paradox of the solon implicit in all Eastern and Platonic philosophy ceases to exist. The slow emergence of awareness in phylogeny is reflected to some extent in ontogeny. In the preceding chapter I quoted Piaget and Freud on the newborn infant's fluid world of experience, which knows as yet no boundaries between self and not self. In a series of classic studies, Piaget has shown that the establishment of that boundary is a gradual process, and that only around the age of 7 or 8 does the average child become fully conscious of its own, separate, personal identity. That particular ingredient of the ego self-awareness must be built up by experience, Adrian commented. 23 But there is no end to that building process. A Road to Freedom. I have compared its successive stages to an infinite mathematical series converging towards unity * or to a spiral curve converging towards a center which it will only reach after an infinite number of involutions. * The simplest series of this kind is, S equals, 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 plus 1/n, where n has to approach infinity for the sum s to approach unity. But the quest for the self is a rather abstract pastime for philosophers and depth psychologists, For ordinary mortals it assumes importance only where moral decisions or the feeling of responsibility for one's past actions, in other words, the problem of free will is involved. The puzzle concerning the agency which directs one's thinking, and of the agency behind that agency, bothers one only when one feels guilty about one's silly, or sinful, or idle thoughts or actions. I like to imagine a dialogue at high table at an Oxford college, between an elderly don of strictly deterministic persuasion, and a young Australian guest of uninhibited temperament. The Australian exclaims, "If you go on denying that I am free in my decisions, I'll punch your nose." The old man gets red in his face, "I deplore your unpardonable behavior. I apologize. I lost my temper. You really ought to control yourself." "Thank you." The experiment was conclusive. It was indeed. Unpardonable, ought to, and control yourself are all expressions which imply that the Australian's behavior was not determined by heredity cum environment, that he was free to choose whether to be polite or rude. Whatever one's philosophical convictions, in everyday life it is impossible to carry on without the implicit belief in personal responsibility, and responsibility implies freedom of choice. If I may quote what I wrote much earlier on when I was still primarily interested in the political implications of the problem. It is now 6 o'clock in the evening, I have just had a drink and I feel a strong temptation to have a couple more and then go and dine out instead of writing this essay. I have fought myself over this issue for the last quarter of an hour and finally I have locked the gin and the vermouth in the cupboard and settled down to my desk, feeling very satisfied with myself. From a deterministic point of view this satisfaction is entirely spurious, since the issue was already settled before I started fighting myself. It was also settled that I should feel this spurious satisfaction and write what I write. Of course in my heart of hearts I do not believe that this is so, and I certainly did not believe it a quarter of an hour ago. Had I believed it, the process which I call inner struggle would not have taken place, and fatality would have served me as a perfect excuse for going on drinking. Thus my disbelief in determinism must be contained in the set of factors which determine my behavior. One of the conditions for fulfilling the prearranged pattern is that I should not believe that it is prearranged. Destiny can only have its way by forcing me to disbelieve in it. Thus the very concept of determinism condemns a man to live in a world where the rules of conduct are based on as-ifs and the rules of logic on because. This paradox is not confined to scientific determinism. The Muslim, living in a world of religious determinism, displays the same mental split. Though he believes, in the words of the Quran, that every man's destiny is fastened on his neck, yet he curses his enemy and himself when he blunders, as if all were masters of their choice. He behaves on his own level exactly like old Karl Marx, who taught that man's mental makeup is a product of his environment, yet showered invectives on everybody who, in obedience to his environmental conditioning, couldn't help disagreeing with him. 24. The subjective experience of freedom is as much a given datum as the sensation of color, or the feeling of pain. It is the feeling of making a not enforced, not inevitable, choice. It seems to be working from inside outward, originating in the core of the personality. Even psychiatrists of the deterministic school agree that the abolition of the experience of having a will of his own leads to collapse of the patient's whole mental structure. Is that experience nevertheless based on an illusion? The majority of participants at the Symposium on Brain and Conscious Experience, mentioned above, were of the opposite opinion. One of the speakers, Professor McKay, a communication theorist and computer expert, whom one would expect to incline towards a mechanistic outlook, concluded his paper as follows: his italics "Our belief that we are normally free in making our choices, so far from being contradictable, has no valid alternative from the standpoint even of the most deterministic pre-Heisenberg physics." 25. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, one of the foundations of modern physics, suggests that on the quantum level strict determinism no longer applies. McKay based his argument partly on the indeterminacy of modern physics, but mainly on a logical paradox to which I have already alluded. Determinism implies predictability of behavior, which means that an ideal computer, given all the relevant data about me, could predict what I am going to do, but these data would have to include my belief that I am free, which would have to be fed into the computer. At this point the argument becomes highly technical, and I must refer the reader to the original paper. But arguments from logic and epistemology seem to me rather less convincing than the hierarchic approach. The fixed canons which govern the activities of a holon leave it a number of alternative choices. On the visceral level these choices are decided by the closed feedback loops of homeostatic regulations. But on higher levels, the variety of choices increases with increasing complexity, and the decisions depend less and less on closed loops and stereotyped routines. Compare playing noughts and crosses with playing chess. In both cases, my choice of the next move is free in the sense of not being determined by the fixed rules of the game. But while noughts and crosses offers only a few alternative choices, determined by simple, almost automatic strategies, the competent chess player is guided in his decisions by strategic precepts on a much higher level of complexity, and these precepts have an even larger margin of uncertainty. They form a delicate, precarious web of pros and cons. It is this upward shift to higher levels which makes the choice into a conscious choice, and it is the delicate balance of pros and cons which lends it the subjective flavor of freedom. From the objective point of view, the decisive factor seems to me to be that the degrees of freedom, in the physicist's sense, increase in ascending order. Thus the higher the level to which decision-making is referred, the less predictable the choices, and the ultimate decisions rest with the apex, but the apex itself does not rest. It goes on receding. The self, which has ultimate responsibility for a man's actions, can never be caught in the focal beam of his own awareness, and consequently its actions can never be predicted by the perfect computer, however much data it is fed, because the data will of necessity always be incomplete. In the end, they will again lead to an infinitely regressing series of loops within loops, and because inside because. This is related to Mackay's arguments and also to Karl Popper's proposition that no information system, such as a computing machine, can embody within itself an up-to-date representation of itself, including that representation. 26. A somewhat similar argument has been advanced by Michael Polanyi on the indeterminacy of the boundary conditions of physico-chemical systems. 27. A sort of maxim. If we reverse our steps and move downward in the hierarchy, decision-making is taken over by semi-automatic, then by fully automatic, routines, and with each shift of control to lower levels the subjective experience of freedom diminishes, accompanied by a dimming of awareness. Habit is the enemy of freedom. The mechanization of habits tends towards the rigor mortis of the robot-like pedant. Chapter 8. Machines cannot become like men, but men can become like machines. The second enemy of freedom is passion, or more specifically, the self-assertive, hunger, rage, fear, rape class of emotions. When they are aroused, the control of decisions is taken over by those primitive levels of the hierarchy which the Victorians called the beast in us, and which are in fact correlated to phylogenetically older structures in the nervous system. See below, Chapter 16. The loss of freedom resulting from this downward shift of controls is reflected in the legal concept of diminished responsibility, and in the subjective feeling of acting under a compulsion. I couldn't help it. I lost my head, I must have been out of my mind. It is once more the Janus principle. Facing upward or inward, towards that unattainable core from which my decisions seem to emanate, I feel free. Facing the other way, there is the robot or the beast. It is at this point that the moral dilemma of judging others arises. How am I to know whether or to what extent his responsibility was diminished when he acted as he did, and whether he could help it? Compulsion and freedom are opposite ends of a graded scale, but there is no pointer attached to the scale that I could read. The safest hypothesis is to assign a minimum of responsibility to the other, and a maximum to oneself. There is an old French adage, tout comprendre c'est tout pardonner, to understand all is to forgive all. On the above hypothesis it should be altered to, tout comprendre, ne rien se pardonner, understand all, forgive yourself nothing. It sounds like moral humility combined with intellectual arrogance. But it is relatively safe. The open-ended hierarchy. While the self-assertive emotions narrow the field of consciousness, passion is not blind, but blinkered, the self-transcending emotions expand it, until the self seems to dissolve in the oceanic feeling of mystic contemplation or aesthetic entrancement. The self-assertive emotions tend to constrict freedom of choice, the self-transcending emotions tend towards freedom from choice in the peace that passeth all understanding. This unselfing of the self seems to be the opposite of the quest for total self-awareness. In the literature of mysticism, however, they appear to be closely related. The aim of Hatha Yoga, for instance, is to attain a higher level of self-awareness by getting viscera and individual muscles under voluntary control. But these practices are considered as only a means towards the end of attaining to a state of pure consciousness without object or content other than consciousness itself. In this state, the transient individual self is thought to enter into a kind of spiritual osmosis with the Atman, the universal spirit, and to merge into it. Other mystic schools attempt to reach the same end by different routes, but all seem to agree that the conquest of the self is a means towards transcending it. See the Lotus and the Robot, Part 1. I am aware that in this chapter I have indulged in some momentous question-begging. I did not attempt to define consciousness which, being the precondition of all mental activity, cannot be defined by that activity, and I agree with Mackay that my own consciousness is a primary datum, which it would be nonsense to doubt because it is the platform on which my doubting is built. 28. We cannot say what consciousness is, but we can say whether there is more or less of it, and also whether it is of a coarse or refined texture. It is an emergent quality which evolves towards higher levels of complexity, and is inseparably married to the activities of the brain. Classical dualism regarded mental and bodily activities as different categories, enlightened monists regard them as complementary aspects of the same process, but this still leaves us with the problem how the two are related. The hierarchic approach turns this absolute distinction into a relative one. It replaces the dualistic, or double aspect, theory by a serialistic hypothesis, in which mental and mechanical are relative attributes, the dominance of one or the other deriving from a change of levels. This still leaves a host of problems unanswered, but at least it poses a few new questions. It could, for instance, provide a new approach to the phenomena of extrasensory perception as an emergent level of supra-individual consciousness or, alternatively, as an earlier version of psychosymbiotic awareness, preceding self-awareness, which evolution has abandoned in favor of the latter. But this is a subject outside the scope of this book. The related concepts of the open-ended hierarchy and of infinite regress have been a recurrent leitmotif in these pages. Some scientists dislike the concept of infinite regress because it reminds them of the little man inside the little man inside the little man, and of the tiresome paradoxa of logic, like the Cretan lyre. But there is another way of looking at it. Consciousness has been compared to a mirror in which the body contemplates its own activities. It would perhaps be a closer approximation to compare it to the kind of hall of mirrors where one mirror reflects one's reflection in another mirror, and so on. We cannot get away from the infinite. It stares us in the face whether we look at atoms or stars, or at the because behind the because, stretching back through eternity. Flat Earth science has no more use for it than the flat Earth theologians had in the Dark Ages, but a true science of life must let infinity in, and never lose sight of it. In two earlier books 29, I have tried to show that throughout the ages the great innovators in the history of science had always been aware of the transparency of phenomena towards a different order of reality, of the ubiquitous presence of the ghost in the machine, even such a simple machine as a magnetic compass or a Leyden jar. Once a scientist loses this sense of mystery, he can be an excellent technician, but he ceases to be a savant. One of the greatest of all times, Louis Pasteur, has summed this up in one of my favorite quotations. I see everywhere in the world the inevitable expression of the concept of infinity. The idea of God is nothing more than one form of the idea of infinity. So long as the mystery of the infinite weighs on the human mind, so long will temples be raised to the cult of the infinite, whether it be called Brahma, Allah, Jehovah, or Jesus. The Greeks understood the mysterious power of the hidden side of things. They bequeathed to us one of the most beautiful words in our language, the word enthusiasm, and theos, a God within. The grandeur of human actions is measured by the inspiration from which they spring. Happy is he who bears a God within, and who obeys it. The ideals of art, of science, are lighted by reflection from the infinite. 30. It is a credo one is happy to share, and a fitting conclusion for this part of the book. I have tried to explain in it the general principles of a theory of open hierarchic systems, OHS, as an alternative to current orthodox theories. It is essentially an attempt to bring together and shape into a unified framework three existing schools of thought, none of them new. They can be represented by three symbols: the tree, the candle, and the helmsman. The tree symbolizes hierarchic order. The flame of a candle, which constantly exchanges its materials, and yet preserves its stable pattern, is the simplest example of an open system. The helmsman represents cybernetic control. Add to these the two faces of Janus, representing the dichotomy of partness and wholeness, and the mathematical sign of the infinite, a horizontal figure of 8, and you have a picture-stripped version of OHS theory. Readers less given to the picturesque are again referred to the summary of principles in Appendix I. We must now turn from order to disorder to the predicament of man, and attempt to diagnose its causes. Part 3. Disorder. 15. The predicament of man. All our righteousness are as filthy rags. Isaiah Ziv. The postulated polarity of integrative versus self-assertive potentials in biological and social systems is fundamental to the present theory. It follows logically from the concept of hierarchic order that venerable truism which seems so self-evident and turns out to be so fertile if we take the trouble to work out its implications. The integrative potential ophaholon makes it tend to behave as a part of a larger, more complex unit. Its self-assertive potential makes it tend to behave as if it were itself a self-contained, autonomous whole. In every type of hierarchy that we have discussed, and on every level of each hierarchy, we have found this polarity reflected in a coincide ntia oppositorum. This sometimes manifests itself in apparently paradoxical phenomena which have caused bitter controversies among biologists, because it depended on the conditions of the experiment which of the opposite tendencies would be more in evidence. In embryonic development, for instance, a cell tissue may show regulative and mosaic properties at different stages. In social bodies, the dichotomy between cooperation and competition is all too obvious, from ambivalent tensions in the family, to the agonized coexistence of the United Nations. We must now turn to its paradoxical and profoundly disturbing effects on the emotive behavior of the individual. The three dimensions of emotion. Emotions are mental states accompanied by intense feeling and involving bodily changes of a widespread character. They have also been described as overheated drives. A conspicuous feature of all emotions is the feeling of pleasantness or unpleasantness attached to them, usually called their hedonic tone. Freud thought that pleasure is derived from the diminution, lowering, or extinction, of psychic excitation, and unpleasure, unlust, discomfort, as distinct from physical pain from an increase of it. 1. This is, of course, true insofar as the satisfaction or frustration of urgent biological needs is concerned. But it is patently untrue of the type of experience which we call pleasurable excitements or thrills. The preliminaries which precede the sexual act certainly cause an increase in the quantity of excitation and should therefore be unpleasurable, but the evidence indicates that they are not. There is no satisfactory answer anywhere in Freud's works to this embarrassingly banal objection. In the Freudian system, the sexual drive is essentially something to be disposed of by consummation or sublimation. Pleasure is derived not from its pursuit, but from getting rid of it. For a detailed discussion of Freud's attitude to pleasure, see Schachtel. 2. The behaviorist school, from Thorndike to Hull, took a similar attitude. It recognized only one basic type of motivation, and that a negative one, drive reduction, i.e. the diminution of tensions derived from biological needs. In fact, however, research on stimulus deprivation, undertaken to study the reaction of space travelers to long hours in monotonous environments, has revealed that the organism needs a continuous flow of stimulation, that its hunger for experience and thirst for excitation are probably as basic as hunger and thirst themselves are. As Berlin has summed it up, human beings and higher animals spend most of their time in a state of relatively high arousal and expose themselves to arousing stimulus situations with great eagerness. 3. After bread, the circus games always came next on the list. In fact, unlust, discomfort, frustration, etc., is not caused by an increase of excitation as such. It arises when a drive finds its outlets blocked, or when its intensity is so increased that the normal outlets are insufficient, or for both reasons. A moderate amount of overheating may be experienced as pleasurable excitement while anticipating or imagining the act of consummation. The physical discomforts of strenuous sports are readily accepted in the pleasurable anticipation of the reward, which may be nothing more substantial than a sense of achievement. Frustration changes into relief the moment it is realized that the target is within reach, that is, long before the actual process of satisfying the drive has started. Moreover, there are vicarious emotions, derived from partial identification with another person, or the heroine on the screen, which are satisfied by vicarious rewards. The consummatory act is lived out in fantasy, in internalized, instead of overt, behavior. Thus the hedonic tone depends on several factors, and could be described as a feedback report on the progress or otherwise of the drive towards its real, anticipated, or imaginary target. Emotions can be classified according to their source, i.e., the nature of the drive which gives rise to them: hunger, sex, curiosity, care of the offspring, and so on. A second factor to be taken into account is their pleasure-unpleasure rating. To use a coarse but helpful analogy, let us compare our emotional setup with a tavern, in which there is a variety of taps, each serving a different kind of brew. These are turned on and off as the need arises. Then each tap would represent a different drive, and the pleasure rating would be represented by the rate of flow, which can be nice and smooth, or impeded by airlocks, or by too much or too little pressure behind it. Now we come to a third factor, the degree of toxicity of each brew. The self-assertive, aggressive defensive tendency which enters into a given emotion shall be symbolized by its toxic alcohol content, the self-transcending tendency by its content of soothing, neutral liquid. We thus arrive at a three-dimensional view of emotions. The first factor is the nature of its source, represented by a particular tap; the second its hedonic tone rate of flow; the third is its ratio of self-assertion to self-transcendence. It is with this third aspect that we shall be mainly concerned. One of the difficulties besetting this subject is that we rarely experience a pure emotion. The barman tends to mix the contents of the taps; sex may be combined with curiosity, and with virtually any other drive. The hedonic tone also tends towards ambivalence; anticipation may make actual discomfort pleasurable, and the unconscious component of the drive may give rise to feelings which change a plus into a minus sign. The pain felt by the masochist on one level of awareness may be experienced as pleasure on another level. But we are concerned with a third type of ambiguity. Leaving aside the extremes of blind rage at one end, and mystic trance at the other end of the spectrum, most of our emotional states show paradoxical combinations of the two basic tendencies. Take an instinct drive like care for the offspring, shared by virtually all mammalians and birds. Whatever the emotions to which this instinct gives rise in animals, and some of their manifestations are rather paradoxical, in man they certainly take an often disastrously ambivalent form. The child is regarded by its parent as its own flesh and blood, a biological bond which transcends the frontiers of the self. At the same time, overprotective mothers and domineering fathers are classic examples of self-assertiveness. If we turn from parental to sexual love, we again find both tendencies present. On the one hand, impulses towards aggression, domination, subjugation; on the other, towards empathy and identification. The mixture varies from rape to Platonic worship, according to its degree of toxicity. Hunger is an apparently simple biological drive, which one would hardly expect to give rise to complex, ambivalent emotions. The teeth are symbols of aggression; biting, snapping, attacking, and wolfing one's food are single-minded, crude manifestations of self-assertiveness. But there is another side to the act of feeding, related to magic and primitive religion. It could be called empathy by ingestion. By partaking of the flesh of the slain animal, man, or God, an act of transubstantiation takes place, the virtues and wisdom of the victim are ingested and a kind of mystic communion is established. The costumes and rituals varied, but the principle always involved the transfer of some kind of spiritual substance between God, animal, and man, whether the people in question were primitive Australian savages, highly civilized Mexican Aztecs, or Greeks at the height of the Dionysian cult. In the most telling version of the legend, Dionysius is torn to pieces and eaten by the evil Titans, who in turn are slain by Zeus' thunderbolt. Man is born out of their ashes, heir to their wickedness, but also to the divine flesh. Transmitted through the Orphic mystery cult, the tradition of partaking of the torn god's flesh and blood entered in a sublimated and symbolic form into the rites of Christianity. Even in the 16th century, men were excommunicated from the Lutheran Church because they denied the doctrine of ubiquity, the physical presence of the blood and body of Christ in the consecrated host. To the devout, Holy Communion is the supreme experience of self-transcendence, and no offense is meant by pointing to the unbroken tradition which connects ingestion with transubstantiation as a means of breaking down the ego's boundaries. Echoes of this ancient communion survive in the various rites of commensality, baptismal and funeral meals, the symbolic offering of bread and salt, the Indian taboo on sharing meals with people of different caste. Oral eroticism and quaint expressions like devouring love, which occur in most languages, are further reminders that even while eating, man does not live by bread alone, and that even the seemingly simplest act of self-preservation may contain a component of self-transcendence. And vice versa, caring for the sick or the poor, protecting animals against cruelty, serving on committees, and devoting one's time to social work, are admirably altruistic pursuits and often wonderful outlets for bossiness and self-assertion, even if unconscious. The family likeness between hospital matrons and sergeant majors, surgeons and star performers, do-gooders and hockey team captains, testifies to the endless variety of combinations into which the integrative and self-assertive tendencies may enter. To avoid possible confusion, I should point out that according to the three-dimensional theory of emotions outlined above, self-assertion and self-transcendence are not specific emotions but tendencies which enter into all emotions and modify their character according to which of the two dominates. For the sake of brevity, however, it is sometimes convenient to talk loosely of self-transcending emotions instead of emotions in which the self-transcending tendencies dominate. The perils of aggression. To recapitulate, the single individual, considered as a whole, represents the apex of the organismic hierarchy; considered as a part, he is the lowest unit of the social hierarchy. On this boundary line between physiological and social organization, the two opposite potentials which we have encountered on every level manifest themselves in the form of emotive behavior. So long as all goes well, the self-assertive and integrative tendencies of the individual are more or less evenly balanced in his emotional life. He lives in a kind of dynamic equilibrium with his family, tribe, or society, and also with the universe of values and beliefs which constitutes his mental environment. A certain amount of self-assertiveness, rugged individualism, ambition, competitiveness, is as indispensable in a dynamic society as the autonomy and self-reliance of its holons is indispensable to the organism. A well-meaning but woolly ideology, which has become fashionable on the rebound from the horrors of the last decades, would proclaim aggressiveness in all its forms as altogether damnable and evil. Yet without a moderate amount of aggressive individualism there could be no social or cultural progress. What John Donne has called man's holy discontent, is an essential motive force of the social reformer, the satirist, artist, and thinker. We have seen that creative originality in science or art always has a constructive and a destructive side. Destructive, that is to say, to established conventions of technique, style, dogma, or prejudice. And since science is made by scientists, the destructive aspect of scientific revolutions must reflect some element of destructiveness in the scientist's mind, a preparedness to go recklessly against accepted beliefs. The same, of course, is true of the artist even if he is not a fauve. Thus aggression is like arsenic, in small doses a stimulant, in large doses a poison. We are now concerned with the latter, the poisonous aspect of the self-assertive emotions. Under conditions of stress, an overexcited organ tends to escape its restraining controls and to assert itself to the detriment of the whole, or even to monopolize the functions of the whole. The same happens if the coordinating powers of the whole are so weakened by senescence or central injury that it is no longer able to control its parts. In extreme cases, this can lead to pathological changes of an irreversible nature, such as malignant growths with untrammeled proliferation of tissues that have escaped from genetic control. On a less extreme level, practically any organ or function may get temporarily and partially out of control. In pain, the injured part tends to monopolize the attention of the whole organism. As a result of emotional or other stresses, the digestive juices may attack the stomach walls. In rage and panic, the sympathico-adrenal apparatus takes over from the higher centers which normally coordinate behavior, and when sex is aroused, the gonads seem to take over from the brain. In the terminology of cm. Child, the part becomes physiologically isolated from the whole. 4. Not only parts of the body can, under conditions of stress, assert themselves in harmful ways, but mental structures as well. The idée fixe, the obsession of the crank, are cognitive holons running riot. There is a whole gamut of mental disorders in which some subordinate part of the mental hierarchy exerts its tyrannical rule over the whole, from the relatively harmless infatuation with some pet theory, to the insidious domination over the mind of repressed complexes, characteristically called autonomous complexes by Freud because they are beyond the ego's control, and so to the clinical psychoses in which large chunks of the personality seem to have split off and lead a quasi-independent existence. In the hallucinations of the paranoiac, not only the cognitive but also the perceptual hierarchy has fallen under the sway of the unleashed mental holon, which imposes its peculiar rules of the game on it. However, clinical insanity is merely an extreme manifestation of tendencies which are potentially present but more or less under restraint in the normal mind, or what we call by that name. Aberrations of the human mind are to a large extent due to the obsessional pursuit of some part truth, treated as if it were a whole truth of a holon masquerading as a whole. Religious, political, philosophical fanaticisms, the stubbornness of prejudice, the intolerance of scientific orthodoxies and of artistic cliques, all testify to the tendency to build closed systems centered on some part truth, and to assert its absolute validity in the teeth of evidence to the contrary. In extreme cases, a cognitive holon which has got out of control can behave like a cancerous tissue invading other mental structures. If we turn from individuals to social holons, professional classes, ethnic groups, etc., we again find that, so long as all is well, they live in a kind of dynamic equilibrium with their natural and social environment. In social hierarchies, the physiological controls which operate inside of organisms are of course replaced by institutional controls which restrain the self-assertive tendencies of these groups on all levels, from whole social classes down to the individual. Once more, the ideal of frictionless, pacific cooperation, without competition, without tensions, is based on a confusion of the desirable and the possible. Without a moderate amount of self-assertiveness of its parts, the body social would lose its individuality and articulation, it would dissolve into a kind of amorphous jelly. However, under conditions of stress, when tensions exceed a critical limit, some social holon, the army, the farmers, or the trade unions may get overexcited and tend to assert itself to the detriment of the whole, just like an overexcited organ. Alternatively, the decline of the integrative powers of the whole may lead to similar results, as the collapse of empires indicates on a grandiose scale. The pathology of devotion. Thus the self-assertive tendencies of the individual are a necessary and constructive factor so long as they do not get out of hand. On this view, the more sinister manifestations of violence and cruelty can be written off as pathological extremes of basically healthy impulses which, for one reason or another, have been denied their normal gratifications. Provide the young with harmless outlets for aggression, games, competitive sports, adventure, sexual experimentation, and all will be well. Unfortunately, neither of these remedies, though often tried, has ever worked. For the last 3,000 or 4,000 years, Hebrew prophets, Greek philosophers, Indian mystics, Chinese sages, Christian preachers, French humanists, English utilitarians, German moralists, American pragmatists, have discussed the perils of violence and appealed to man's better nature, without much noticeable effect. There must be a reason for this failure. The reason, I believe, lies in a series of fundamental misconceptions concerning the main causes which compelled man to make such a mess of his history, which prevented him from learning the lessons of the past, and which now put his survival in question. The first of these misconceptions is putting the blame for man's predicament on his selfishness, greed, etc., in a word, on the aggressive, self-assertive tendencies of the individual. The point I shall try to make is that selfishness is not the primary culprit, and that appeals to man's better nature were bound to be ineffectual because the main danger lies precisely in what we are wont to call his better nature. In other words, I would like to suggest that the integrative tendencies of the individual are incomparably more dangerous than his self-assertive tendencies. The sermons of the reformers were bound to fall on deaf ears because they put the blame where it did not belong. This may sound like a psychological paradox. Yet I think most historians would agree that the part played by impulses of selfish, individual aggression in the holocausts of history was small. First and foremost, the slaughter was meant as an offering to the gods, to king and country, or the future happiness of mankind. The crimes of Caligula shrink to insignificance compared to the havoc wrought by Torquemada. The number of victims of robbers, highwaymen, rapers, gangsters, and other criminals at any period of history is negligible compared to the massive numbers of those cheerfully slain in the name of the true religion, just policy, or correct ideology. Heretics were tortured and burnt not in anger but in sorrow, for the good of their immortal souls. Tribal warfare was waged in the purported interest of the tribe, not of the individual. Wars of religion were fought to decide some fine point in theology or semantics. Wars of succession, dynastic wars, national wars, civil wars, were fought to decide issues equally remote from the personal self-interest of the combatants. The communist purges, as the word purge indicates, were understood as operations of social hygiene, to prepare mankind for the golden age of the classless society. The gas chambers and crematoria worked for the advent of a different version of the millennium. Adolf Eichmann, as Hannah Arendt, reporting on his trial, has pointed out, was not a monster or a sadist, but a conscientious bureaucrat, who considered it his duty to carry out his orders and believed in obedience as the supreme virtue. Far from being a sadist, he felt physically sick on the only occasion when he watched the Zyklon gas at work. Rape and plunder in war was no doubt an incentive to a minority of mercenaries and adventurers, but theirs was not the making of decisions. Let me repeat, the crimes of violence committed for selfish, personal motives are historically insignificant compared to those committed ad majorem gloriam Dei, out of a self-sacrificing devotion to a flag, a leader, a religious faith or a political conviction. Man has always been prepared not only to kill but also to die for good, bad, or completely futile causes. And what can be a more valid proof of the reality of the self-transcending urge than this readiness to die for an ideal? No matter what period we have in view, modern, ancient, or prehistoric, the evidence always points in the same direction. The tragedy of man is not his truculence, but his proneness to delusions. The worst of madmen is a saint run mad. Pope's epigram applies to all major periods of history from the ideological crusades of the totalitarian age down to the rites which govern the life of primitives. The ritual of sacrifice. Anthropologists have paid far too little attention to the earliest, ubiquitous manifestation of the delusionary streak in the human psyche, the institution of human sacrifice, the ritual killing of children, virgins, kings, and heroes to placate and flatter the gods. It is found at the dawn of civilization in every part of the world. It persisted through the height of antique civilizations and pre-Columbian cultures, and is sporadically still being practiced in remote corners of the world. The usual attitude is to dismiss this subject as a sinister curiosity belonging to the dark superstitions of the past, but this attitude begs the question of the universality of the phenomenon, ignores the clue that it provides to the delusional streak in man's mental structure, and its relevance to the problems of the present. Let me insert at this point a personal anecdote. In 1959, I stayed as a guest with my late friend Dr. Verrier Elwin at his house in Shillong, Assam. Dr. Elwin was the leading authority on Indian tribal life, chief advisor to the Indian government on tribal affairs, and had married a beautiful girl from an Orissa tribe. One day, one of his 3 sons, a quiet, intelligent little boy of 10, asked to accompany me on my morning walk. At the point where we lost sight of the house, the boy became worried and insisted on turning back. I complied, asked him what the matter was, and after hedging for a while, he confessed that he was afraid of meeting some bad men, cases, who killed little boys. Later on, I mentioned the matter to Verrier, who explained that the child had indeed acted on his instructions not to venture out of sight of the house. The cases are an Assam tribe who were suspected of still secretly practicing human sacrifice. From time to time there were rumors about the disappearance of a small child. The risks of meeting marauding cases on the outskirts of Shillong were remote, but still. Then he explained that the case's traditional method of sacrifice had been to push 2 sticks up the nostrils into the child's brain. The more it cried and bled, the more pleased the gods. I mention this story to give an instance of what the abstract notion human sacrifice meant in concrete terms. Surely these cases must have been insane? That is precisely the point, the act indicates mental derangement. But it was a universal form of mental derangement, cutting across the frontiers of races and cultures. To quote a recent author on the subject, G. Hogg, sacrifice, of course, was a gesture, the supreme gesture, if you will. There is no part of the world, however remote, in which sacrifice in one form or another has not played an essential part in the way of life of the people. Sacrifice, and often as not human sacrifice, was an integral part of the priestly rites, and immolation was very extensively associated with the consuming of human flesh. The practice of cannibalism, as such, is almost certainly less of an established institution than human sacrifice, or immolation. Nevertheless, except in the case of the Fijians and certain other Melanesian tribes, among whom the sheer lust for human flesh seems to have predominated over all other considerations, the basic ritualistic motive is virtually identical. Both in the sacrifice of human beings, and in the partaking of portions of their flesh before or after the sacrifice, there is always the underlying principle of the transfer of soul substance. In Mexico, sacramental rites probably reached a higher degree of complexity than anywhere else. Human flesh was considered the only food likely to be acceptable to the principal gods who had to be propitiated. Therefore human beings, carefully selected, were looked upon as representations of such gods as Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca and, with most elaborate ceremonial rites, were eventually sacrificed to those gods whom they in fact represented, the onlookers being invited to share portions of the flesh in order thus to identify themselves with the gods to whom sacrifice had been made. 6. All this has nothing to do with the 7 deadly sins: pride, covetousness, lust, anger, gluttony, envy, sloth, against which the sermons of the moralists are chiefly directed. The 8th sin, deadlier than all self-transcendence through misplaced devotion, is not included in the list. But where is the jury who decides whether devotion is of the right or the misguided kind? As we are on the subject of the Aztecs, let me quote a passage from Prescott, which provides a hint of the relevance of their madness to our own times. Prescott estimates that the number of young men, virgins, and children sacrificed annually throughout the Aztec Empire was between 20 and 50,000, then continues. Human sacrifices have been practiced by many nations, not excepting the most polished nations of antiquity, but never by any, on a scale compared with those in Anahuac. The amount of victims immolated on its accursed altars would stagger the faith of the most scrupulous believer. Strange that, in every country, the most fiendish passions of the human heart have been those kindled in the name of religion. In reflecting on the revolting usages recorded in the preceding pages, one finds it difficult to reconcile their existence with anything like a regular form of government, or an advance in civilization. Yet the Mexicans had many claims to the character of a civilized community. One may, perhaps, better understand the anomaly, by reflecting on the condition of some of the most polished countries in Europe in the 16th century, after the establishment of the modern Inquisition, an institution which yearly destroyed its thousands, by a death more painful than the Aztec sacrifices, which armed the hand of brother against brother, and, setting its burning seal upon the lip, did more to stay the march of improvement than any other scheme ever devised by human cunning. Human sacrifice, however cruel, has nothing in it degrading to its victim. It may be rather said to ennoble him by devoting him to the gods. Although so terrible with the Aztecs, it was sometimes voluntarily embraced by them, as the most glorious death, and one that opened a sure passage into paradise. The Inquisition, on the other hand, branded its victims with infamy in this world, and consigned them to everlasting perdition in the next. 7. Prescott then devotes a paragraph to the cannibalistic rites accompanying the Aztec sacrifices, but immediately afterwards performs a remarkable mental somersault. In this state of things, it was beneficently ordered by Providence that the land should be delivered over to another race, who would rescue it from the brutish superstitions that daily extended wider and wider, with extent of empire. The debasing institutions of the Aztecs furnish the best apology for their conquest. It is true, the conquerors brought along with them the Inquisition. But they also brought Christianity, whose benign radiance would still survive, when the fierce flames of fanaticism should be extinguished, dispelling those dark forms of horror which had so long brooded over the fair regions of Anahuac. 8. Prescott must have known, though, that shortly after the Mexican conquest, the benign radiance of Christianity manifested itself in the 30 Years' War, which killed off a goodly proportion of Europe's population. The Observer from Mars. The scientific revolution and the Age of Enlightenment seemed to signal a new departure for man. They did, in so far as the conquest, and subsequent rape, of nature are concerned, but they did not solve, on the contrary they deepened, his predicament. Religious wars were superseded by patriotic, then by ideological wars, fought with the same self-immolating loyalty and fervor. The opium of revealed religion was replaced by the heroin of secular religions, which commanded the same bemused surrender of the individuality to their doctrines, and the same worshipful love offered to their prophets. The devils and succubi were replaced by a new demonology, subhuman Jews, plotting world domination, bourgeois capitalists promoting starvation, enemies of the people, monsters in human shape were surrounding us, ready to pounce. In the 30s and 40s the paranoid streak exploded with unprecedented vehemence in the two most powerful nations of Europe. In the 2 decades following the last Great War 40 minor wars and civil wars have been fought. At the time of writing, Roman Catholics, Buddhists, and dialectical materialists are waging another civil war within a war, to impose the only true belief on the people of an Asian nation, while monks and schoolgirls douse themselves with petrol and burn alive to the clicking of press cameras, in a new ritual of self-immolation ad majorem gloriam. In one of the early chapters of Genesis, there is an episode which has inspired countless religious painters. It is the scene where Abraham ties his son to a pile of wood and prepares to cut his throat with a knife, then burn him for the love of Jehovah. We all disapprove of cutting a child's throat for personal motives. The question is why so many have for so long approved of the insane gesture of Abraham. To put it vulgarly, we are led to suspect that there is somewhere a screw loose in the human mind, and always has been. To put it into more scientific language, we ought to give serious consideration to the possibility that somewhere along the line something has gone seriously wrong with the evolution of the nervous system of Homo sapiens. We know that evolution can lead into a blind alley, and we also know that the evolution of the human brain was an unprecedentedly rapid, almost explosive, process. I shall come back to this in the chapter that follows. For the moment, let us merely note as a possible hypothesis that the delusional streak which runs through our history may be an endemic form of paranoia, built into the wiring circuits of the human brain. It is certainly not difficult to imagine that an objective observer on an alien, more advanced planet, after studying the human record, would come to this diagnosis. We are of course always willing and ready to go along with such science fiction fantasies, so long as we do not have to take the conclusions literally, and apply them to the reality around us. But let us try to do just that, and to imagine the observer's reaction when he discovers that for nearly 2,000 years, millions of otherwise intelligent people were convinced that the vast majority of our species who did not share their particular creed and did not perform its rites were consumed by flames through eternity by order of a loving God. This observation, I realize, is not exactly new. But to dismiss such singular phenomena simply as indoctrination or superstition means to beg the question, which is at the very core of the human predicament. The cheerful ostrich. Before going further, let me try to forestall a frequently met objection. When you mention, however tentatively, the hypothesis that a paranoid streak is inherent in the human condition, you will promptly be accused of taking a one-sided, morbid view of history, of being hypnotized by its negative aspects, of picking out the black stones in the mosaic, and neglecting the triumphant achievements of human progress. Why not select the white stones instead? The golden age of Greece, the monuments of Egypt, the marvels of the Renaissance, Newton's equations, the conquest of the moon. True enough, this way offers a more cheerful view. Personally speaking, having written such a lot about the creative side of man, I can hardly be accused of belittling his achievements. However, the question is not one of choosing, according to temperament or mood, the brighter or the darker side, but of perceiving both together, of noticing the contrast, and inquiring into its causes. To dwell on the glories of man and ignore the symptoms of his possible insanity is not a sign of optimism, but of ostrichism. It could be compared to the attitude of that jolly physician who, a short time before Van Gogh committed suicide, declared that he could not be insane because he painted such beautiful pictures. A number of authors, with whose attitude I am otherwise in sympathy, seem to be writing in the same jolly vein when they discuss the future prospects of man, c.g. Jung and his followers, Teilhard de Chardin, and the so-called evolutionary humanists. A more balanced approach to human history might be to view it as a symphony with a rich orchestration, played against a background of persistent drumming by a savage horde of shamans. At times a scherzo would make us forget it, but in the long run the monotonous beating of the tom-toms always gains the upper hand and tends to drown every other sound. Integration and identification. Poets have always said that man is mad, and their audiences always nodded delightedly because they thought it was a cute metaphor. But if the statement were taken literally, there would seem to be little hope, for how can a madman diagnose his own madness? The answer is that he can, because he is not entirely mad the entire time. In their periods of remission, psychotics have written astonishingly sane and lucid reports of their illness, even in the acute phases of psychosis artificially induced by drugs like LSD, the subject, while experiencing vivid delusions, knows them to be delusions. Any attempt at a diagnosis of the predicament of man must proceed in several cautious steps. In the first place, let us remember that all our emotions consist of mixed feelings in which both the self-assertive and the self-transcending tendencies participate. But they can interact in various ways, some beneficial, some disastrous. The most common and normal interaction is mutual restraint. The two tendencies counterbalance, equilibrate each other. Competitiveness is restrained by acceptance of the rules of civilized conduct. The self-assertive component in sexual desire seeks only its own satisfaction, but in a harmonious relationship it is combined with the equally strong need to provide pleasure and satisfaction to the other. Irritation, caused by a person's obnoxious behavior, is mitigated by empathy by understanding the motives of that behavior. In the creative scientist or artist, ambition is balanced by self-transcending immersion in the task. In an ideal society, both tendencies would be harmoniously combined in its citizens. They would be saintly and efficient, yogis and commissars at the same time. But let tensions wax or integration wane, and competition turns into ruthlessness, desire into rape, irritation into rage, ambition into egomania, the commissar into a terrorist. However, on the historic scale, the ravages caused by the excesses of individual self-assertion are, as already suggested, relatively small compared to those which result from misplaced devotion. Let us inquire a little closer into the causative processes behind it. The integrative tendencies of the individual operate through the mechanisms of empathy, sympathy, projection, introjection, identification, worship, all of which make him feel that he is a part of some larger entity which transcends the boundaries of the individual self. p. 190. This psychological urge to belong, to participate, to commune, is as primary and real as its opposite. The all-important question is the nature of that higher entity of which the individual feels himself a part. In early infancy, symbiotic consciousness unites the self and the world in an indivisible unit. Its reflection survives in the sympathetic magic of primitives, the belief in transubstantiation, the mystic bonds which unite a person with his tribe, his totem, his shadow, his effigy, and later with his God. In the major Eastern philosophies, the I am thou and thou art me, the identity of the real self with the Atman, the All-One, has been preserved throughout the ages. In the West it only survived in the tradition of the great Christian mystics. European philosophy and science, from Aristotle onward, made every man an island. It could not tolerate those vestiges of symbiotic awareness which survived in other cultures. The urge for self-transcendence had to be sublimated and canalized. One way of achieving this was through the transformation of magic into art and science. This made it possible for the happy few to achieve self-transcendence on a higher turn of the spiral, by that sublime expansion of awareness which Freud called the oceanic feeling, which Maslow calls the peak experience 9, and which I called the A-reaction. But only a minority qualifies for it. For the others, there are only a few traditional outlets open to transcend the rigid boundaries of the ego. Historically speaking, for the vast majority of mankind, the only answer to its integrative cravings, its longing to belong and to find meaning in existence, was identification with tribe, caste, nation, church, or party with a social hold-on. But now we arrive at a crucial point. The psychological process, by means of which this identification was achieved, was mostly of the primitive, infantile kind of projection which populates heaven and earth with angry father figures, fetishes to be worshipped, demons to be execrated, dogmas to be blindly believed. This crude form of identification is something quite different from integration into a well-ordered social hierarchy. It is a regression to an infantile form of self-transcendence, and in extreme cases almost a shortcut back to the womb. To quote Jung for a change, not only do we speak of Mother Church, but even of the womb of the Church. Catholics call the baptismal font Immaculata Divini Fontis Uterus. 10. However, we need not go to these extremes to realize that mature, sublimated expressions of the integrative tendency are the exception rather than the rule in human society. In looking at the historic record, men at all times seem to have behaved like Konrad Lorentz imprinted geese, which forever follow the keeper in misguided devotion because he was the first moving object they saw after hatching, cunningly substituted for the mother goose. As far as we can look back on history, human societies have always been fairly successful in enforcing the sublimation of the self-assertive impulses of the individual until the howling little savage in its cot became transformed into a more or less law-abiding and civilized member of society. But at the same time they singularly failed to induce a similar sublimation of the self-transcending impulses. Accordingly, the longing to belong, left without appropriately mature outlets, manifested itself mostly in primitive or perverted forms. The cause of this important contrast between the development of the two basic tendencies will, I hope, become apparent later on. But first, let us have a closer look at its psychological and social consequences. The perils of identification. How does identification work? Let us consider the simplest case, where only two individuals are involved. Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Brown are friends. Mrs. Brown has lost her husband in an accident. As Mrs. Smith sheds compassionate tears, she participates in her friend's sorrow, becomes partially identified with her by an act of empathy, projection, or introjection, whatever you like to call it. A similar process takes place when the other person is not a real individual but a heroine on the screen or in the pages of a novel. It is essential, however, that we make a clear distinction between two different emotional processes involved in the event, although they are experienced at the same time. The first is the act of identification itself, characterized by the fact that the subject has, for the moment, more or less forgotten her own existence and participates in the existence of another person, who may even live at another place in another time. This is clearly a self-transcending, gratifying and cathartic experience for the simple reason that, while it lasts, Mrs. Smith has quite forgotten her own worries, jealousies, and grudges against Mr. Smith. The act of identification temporarily inhibits the self-asserting tendencies. But there is a second process involved which may have the opposite effect. The process of identification may lead to the arousal of vicarious emotions. When Mrs. Smith is sharing Mrs. Brown's sorrow, the process of sharing, the first process, instantly leads to the second, the experience of sorrow. But the second process may also be the feeling of anxiety or anger. You commiserate with young Oliver Twist, as a result you feel like strangling Fagin with your own hands. The sharing is a self-transcending, cathartic experience. But it may act as a vehicle for anger as a vicarious emotion, experienced on behalf of another, but genuinely felt. The anger felt at the machinations of the perfidious villain on the screen whom Mexican audiences have been known to riddle with bullets is genuine anger. When we watch a thriller, we develop the physical symptoms of acute anxiety, palpitations, tense muscles, sudden jumps of alarm. Here, then, is the paradox and the predicament. We have seen, on the one hand, that the self-transcending impulses of projection, participation, identification inhibit self-assertion, purge us of our selfish worries and desires. But on the other hand, the process of identification may stimulate the surge of anger, fear, and vengefulness which, although experienced on behalf of another person, nevertheless express themselves in the well-known adrenotoxic symptoms. The physiological mechanisms that enter into action are essentially the same whether the threat or offense is directed at oneself or the person or group with whom one identifies. They are self-assertive, although the self has momentarily changed its address by being, for instance, projected into the guileless hero on the screen, or the local soccer team, or into my country, right or wrong. Art is a school of self-transcendence, but so is a patriotic rally, a voodoo session, a war dance. It is a triumph of the imaginative powers of our minds that we are capable of shedding tears over the death of an Anna Karenina who only exists as printer's ink on paper, or as a shadow on a screen. The illusions of the stage are ultimately derived from sympathetic magic from the partial identification of spectator, actor, and the god or hero whom he impersonates. But this magic is highly sublimated, the process of identification is tentative, partial, a momentary suspension of disbelief, it does not impair the critical faculties, does not undermine personal identity. But the voodoo session or Nuremberg rally does just that. The films shown by the Ministry of Truth in Orwell's 1984 aim at regressing the audience to a primitive level, and trigger off orgies of collective hatred. The spectators, nevertheless, are experiencing vicarious emotions of an unselfish kind, a righteous indignation whose manifestations are the more savage because it is impersonal, self-transcending and can be indulged in with a clean conscience. Thus the glory and the tragedy of the human condition both derive from our powers of self-transcendence. It is a power which can be harnessed to creative or destructive purpose, it is equally capable of turning us into artists or killers, but more likely into killers. It can restrain selfish impulses, but also arouse violent emotions experienced on behalf of the entity with whom the identificatory rapport has been established. Injustices, or pretended injustices, inflicted on that entity are likely to generate more fanatical behavior than the sting of a personal insult. Jenkins' ear may have become a comic cliché, but at the time it was a major contributory cause for the declaration of war on Spain. The execution of Nurse Edith Louisa Cavell in World War I caused more spontaneous indignation against Teutonic brutality than the mass executions of Jews in World War II. It is easy to identify oneself with a heroic Red Cross nurse, whereas persecuted Jews may arouse pity, but not impulses of identification. Hierarchic awareness. The mechanism which I have discussed, self-transcendence serving as an instrument, or vehicle, for emotions of the opposite class, finds its most disastrous expression in group psychology. I have repeatedly stressed that the selfish impulses of man constitute a much lesser historic danger than his integrative tendencies. To put it in the simplest way, the individual who indulges in an excess of aggressive self-assertiveness incurs the penalties of society. He outlaws himself, he contracts out of the hierarchy. The true believer, on the other hand, becomes more closely knit into it. He enters the womb of his church, or party, or whatever the social holon to which he surrenders his identity. For identification in this primitive form always entails a certain impairment of individuality, an abdication of the critical faculties and of personal responsibility. The priest is the good shepherd of his flock, but we also use the same metaphor in a derogatory way when we speak of the masses following a demagogue, like sheep. Both expressions, one approving, one pejorative, express the same truth. This leads us back to the essential difference between primitive identification, resulting in a homogeneous flock, and mature forms of integration in a social hierarchy. In a well-balanced hierarchy, the individual retains his character as a social holon, a part whole, who qua whole, enjoys autonomy within the limits of the restraints imposed by the interests of the community. He remains an individual whole in his own right, and is even expected to assert his holistic character by originality, initiative, and above all, personal responsibility. The same criteria of value apply to the larger social holons, professional groups, trade unions, social classes on the higher echelons of the hierarchy. They are expected to display the virtues implied in the Janus principle, to be self-regulating autonomous wholes, but also conform to national or international interests. An ideal society of this kind could be said to possess hierarchic awareness, where every holon on every level is conscious both of its rights as a whole and its duties as a part. However, the phenomena usually designated by the terms group mentality or psychology of the masses, mass and psychology, reflect a fundamentally different attitude. It is based, to say it once more, not on integrated interaction, but on identificatory rapport. Integration in a social hierarchy preserves the personal identity and responsibility of its holons. Identification, while it lasts, implies a partial or total surrender of both. We have seen that this surrender can take varied forms, some beneficial, some harmful. In mystic or aesthetic entrancement, the self dissolves in the oceanic feeling. One of the French expressions for the orgasm is la petite mort. If passion is blind, true love blurs the view. A visit to the theater is an escape from the self. Self-transcendence always entails a surrender, but the amount and quality of the sacrifice depends on the degree of sublimation and the nature of the outlets. In the more sinister phenomena of mass psychology, sublimation is minimal and all the outlets are Gleichgeschaltet aligned in a single direction. Induction and hypnosis. Among the harmless manifestations of group psychology are such trivial phenomena as infectious laughter, infectious yawning, infectious fainting. The infection, say in a girl's classroom or dormitory, seems to be transmitted by some subtle germ which fills the air, or by a kind of mutual induction. Whenever I looked at Sally Ann or Sally Ann at me, we started giggling again, we couldn't stop it. In the end we all got hysterical. Not only adolescent girls, but guardsmen lined up on parade, too, are prone to such phenomena. One 6-footer happens to faint, and others topple over like 9-pins. At revivalist meetings, and the like occasion, the symptoms are more lively. Once the first devotee has started to holler, jump, quake or spin, others are seized by an irresistible urge to follow suit. The next step leads to more uncanny manifestations, the tarantula dancers of the Dark Ages, the collective hallucinations of the nuns of Loudon rolling on the floor in the embrace of obscene devils, the lynching crowds of all races and denominations, the revelries on hanging days at Newgate, the jolly French comers turned into drooling tricodiuses, and, by way of contrast, the rigidly disciplined, ritualist Nuremberg rallies and Red Square parades. Or, for another contrast, the hordes of screaming teenage bacchanti mobbing pop stars, and the leering teenage narcissi coiffured like cockroaches. All these phenomena, some harmless, some sinister, some grotesque, have one basic element in common: the people participating in them have to some extent surrendered their independent individualities, become more or less depersonalized, while their impulses have to the same extent become synchronized, aligned in the same direction like magnetized filings of iron. The force which binds them together is variously called social infection, mutual induction, collective hysteria, mass hypnosis, etc. The common element of all is identification with the group at the price of relinquishing part of one's personal identity. Immersion in the group mind is a kind of poor man's self-transcendence. It has also been compared by Freud and others to a semi-hypnotic, or quasi-hypnotic, state. The hypnotic state is easy to demonstrate, but difficult to define or explain. That, and the uncanny powers it confers on the hypnotist, may be the main reason why it has for so long been treated with skepticism and distrust by Western science, whereas in tribal societies, and in the advanced civilizations of the East, it was used for both benevolent and malevolent purposes. Mesmer produced spectacular cures with its help, but he had no idea how it worked. His spurious explanations in terms of animal magnetism, combined with showmanship, brought hypnotism into further disrepute. In the course of the 19th century, several eminent English surgeons carried out major operations painlessly under hypnosis, but their reports met with skepticism and hostility. Orthodox medicine refused to accept the reality of a phenomenon which could easily be demonstrated, and even for a while became a parlor game. Prejudice wore down only gradually. Charcot and his school in France, and Freud in his early period, produced hypnotic phenomena as a matter of routine, and used them as a therapeutical tool. But it was the Scottish physician James Baird who, in 1841 coined the word hypnotism, which sounded a little more respectable than the earlier terms mesmerism, magnetism, or somnambulism. At present, qualified medical hypnotists are employed in growing numbers by dental surgeons in lieu of anesthetists, and the use of hypnotism in childbirth, psychotherapy, and dermatology has become commonplace. So much so that we are apt to forget to wonder how it works. For, as already said, it is a phenomenon easy to produce but difficult to explain, particularly in terms of flat earth psychology. The last expression was coined by the Marquis Chestina de Puysegur, a follower of Mesmer, who had noticed that his patients when in trance seemed to move and act like sleepwalkers. An explanation, or at least description, as good as any other was given half a century ago by Kretschmer. In the hypnotic state the functions of the ego seem to be suspended, except those which communicate with the hypnotizer as though through a narrow slit in a screen. 11. The slit focuses the beam of the hypnotic rapport. The rest of the hypnotized subject's world is screened off or blurred. A more recent description by an Oxford experimental psychologist, Dr. Oswald, leads to essentially similar conclusions. The human hypnotic trance, as distinct from cataleptic states induced in animals, has a name that grew out of a resemblance to sleepwalking. The human hypnotic trance is not a state of sleep. Nor, let it be emphasized, is it a state of unconsciousness. It is not possible to categorize it in a manner that would be universally acceptable. It remains a very definite puzzle. It is certainly a state of inertia, but only in respect of spontaneous actions. In response to the hypnotist's commands, vigorous activity may ensue without disrupting the trance, or destroying the rapport. It is this rapport that is so characteristic. The hypnotized individual's own initiative is subservient to that of the hypnotist. Alternatives to that which the hypnotist suggests simply do not seem to arise. If you ask your friend to go and shut the door, he may quietly do so, or he may comment that, since he sees no reason for you to be so idle, you might as well go and do it yourself. The hypnotized person just gets on and does it. 12. Lastly, Drever's Dictionary of Psychology, hypnosis, artificially induced state, similar in many respects to sleep, but specially characterized by exaggerated suggestibility, and the continuance of contact or rapport with the operator. 13. Freud, in his book on group psychology and the analysis of the ego, took the hypnotic state as his starting point. He regarded hypnotizer and hypnotized as a group formation of two, and thought that the hypnotic trance provided the clue to the profound alteration in the mental activities of individuals subjected to the influence of a group. 14. Indeed, the hypnotic effect of prophets and demagogues on their spellbound followers has become so much of a cliché that one tends to overlook its literal, Pathological relevance. L. E. Bon's classic analysis of the mentality of the heroic, murderous mobs of the French Revolution, which Freud and others took as their text, remains as true as it was a century and a half ago. As in the hypnotized subject, so in the individual subjected to the influence of the crowd, personal initiative is relinquished in favor of the leader and the functions of the ego seem to be suspended, except those which are in rapport with the operator. This entails a state of mental inertia, a mild form of somnambulism or spellboundness which, however, may at any moment burst into violent activity at the leader's command. Crowds tend to behave in a fanatical, or heroic, that is, single-minded way, because the individual differences between its members are temporarily suspended, their critical faculties anesthetised, the whole mass is thus intellectually reduced to a primitive common denominator, a level of communication which all can share. Single-mindedness must be simple-minded. But at the same time, the emotional dynamism of the crowd is enhanced by mutual induction between its members, and by the fact that the slits in the screen or blinkers are all aligned in the same direction. It is a kind of resonance effect, which makes the members of the crowd feel that they are part of an irresistible power, moreover, of a power which ex hypothesi cannot do wrong. Identification absolves from individual responsibility, as in the hypnotic rapport, initiative and responsibility for the subject's actions are surrendered to the hypnotizer. This is the exact opposite of hierarchic awareness, of the consciousness of individual freedom within the limitations of a rule-governed hierarchy. Hierarchic awareness shows the two faces of Janus. Crowd mentality is like a single, blinkered profile. It not only implies the suspension of personal responsibility, but also of the self-assertive tendencies of the individual. We have met this paradox before. The total identification of the individual with the group makes him unselfish in more than one sense. It makes him indifferent to danger and less sensitive to physical pain, again a mild form of hypnotic anesthesia. It makes him perform comradely, altruistic, heroic actions to the point of self-sacrifice and at the same time behave with ruthless cruelty towards the enemy or victim of the group. But the brutality displayed by the members of a fanatic crowd is impersonal and unselfish, it is exercised in the interest or the supposed interest of the whole, and it entails the readiness not only to kill but also to die in its name. In other words, the self-assertive behavior of the group is based on the self-transcending behavior of its members, which often entails sacrifice of personal interests and even of life in the interest of the group. To put it simply, the egotism of the group feeds on the altruism of its members. This becomes less paradoxical when we realize that the social group is a holon with its own specific structure and canon of rules which differ from the rules that govern the individual behavior of its members, cf. pages 54f. A crowd is of course a very primitive holon, the human equivalent of a herd or flock. But it remains nevertheless true that the crowd as a whole is not simply the sum of its parts, and that it displays characteristic features not found on the level of its individual parts. In a recent paper, in Press, on the evolution of systems of rules of conduct, Professor F. A. von Hayek defines as his aim to distinguish between the systems of rules of conduct which govern the behavior of the individual members of a group, or of the elements of any order, and the order or pattern of actions which results from this for the group as a whole. That they are not the same thing should be obvious as soon as it is stated, although the two are in fact frequently confused. 15. At times the rules which govern individual and group behavior may even be in direct opposition. Years ago, when I wrote novels, I made one character a Roman lawyer in the 1st century BC. Write a treatise which bore the title, On the Causes which Induce Man to Act Contrary to the Interests of Others when Isolated, and to act contrary to his own interests when associated in groups or crowds. 16. Needless to say, once the fury of the group is unleashed, its individual members can give their aggressive impulses free rein. But this is a secondary kind of aggressiveness, catalyzed by a previous act of identification, as distinct from primary aggressiveness, based on personal motives. The physical manifestations of such secondary aggressiveness may be indistinguishable from those of primary aggression, just as the anger aroused by the villain in the film produces the physical symptoms of anger directed at a real person. But in both cases we are dealing with aggression as a secondary process derived from identification with the group in the first case, with the screen hero in the second. Sociologists who regard war as a manifestation of man's repressed aggressive urges make one feel at once that they have never served in the ranks, and have no idea of the mentality of private soldiers in wartime. There is waiting. Somebody has said that it occupies 90% of a soldier's time. There is grumbling and grousing, much preoccupation with sex, intermittent fear, and, above all, the fervent hope that it will soon be over, followed by the return to Civis Street. But hating does not enter into the picture. In modern warfare, the enemy is mostly invisible, and fighting is reduced to the impersonal manipulation of long-range weapons. In classical warfare, attacks were carried out by units, that is, groups against positions held by other groups. The features of individual enemies whom one had killed or may have killed were hardly ever perceived. Trying to kill them was under the circumstances a sine qua non of survival, but primary aggression played no significant part in the picture. Nor did defense of home and family. Soldiers do not fight at their homesteads, but at places hundreds or thousands of miles away, to defend the homes, families, territory, etc., of the group of which they are a part. The professed and occasionally real hatred of Boches or Wops, fascists or Reds, is again not a matter of personal primary aggression. It is directed against a group, or rather against the common denominator which all members of the group share. The individual victim of such hatred is punished not as an individual, but as a symbolic representative of that common denominator. In the First World War, soldiers in opposite trenches were capable of fraternizing during Christmas, and of starting shooting at each other once Boxing Day was over. War is a ritual, a deadly ritual, not the result of aggressive self-assertion, but of self-transcending identification. Without loyalty to tribe, church, flag, or ideal, there would be no wars, and loyalty is a noble thing. I do not mean, of course, that loyalty must necessarily be expressed in group violence, merely that it is a precondition of it, that self-transcending devotion, all through history, has acted as a catalyst for secondary aggression. Sweet Caesar's wounds. Shakespeare has expressed this seemingly abstract point with a persuasiveness which no psychological treatise can hope to achieve. In Mark Antony's oration to the throng of Roman citizens there is a decisive moment, when he deliberately quells their first, superficial resentment against the conspirators. He makes his audience form a ring about the corpse of Caesar, not yet appealing for revenge, but arousing first their pity. And if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. 'Twas on a summer's evening in his tent. That day he overcame the Nereii. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. And in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then I, and you, and all of us fell down. Having thus identified I and you and all of us with the dead leader, and shown them sweet Caesar's wounds, poor, dumb mouth, and bid them speak for me, he has got the crowd into exactly the mood he wanted. Oh, now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops, kind souls. What weep you, when you but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here is himself, marred as you see with traitors. 1.c. O piteous spectacle! 2.c. O noble Caesar! 3.c. O woeful day! 4.c. O traitors, villains! 1.c. O most bloody sight! 2.c. We will be revenged. All. Revenge. About. Seek. Burn. Fire. Kill. Slay. Let not a traitor live. And so mischief is afoot once more, winged by the noblest sentiments. The structure of belief. A mob in action displays an extreme form of group mentality. But to be affected by it, a person need not be physically present in a crowd. Mental identification with a group, nation, church, or party is often quite sufficient. If our imagination can produce all the physical symptoms of emotion in reaction to the perils of personae which exist merely as printer's ink, how much easier, then, to have the experience of belonging, of being part of a group, though it is not physically present. One can be a victim of group mentality even in the privacy of one's bath. A mob in action needs a leader. Religious or political movements need leaders to get underway. Once established, they still benefit, of course, from efficient leadership, but the primary need of a group, the factor which lends it cohesion as a group, is a creed, a shared system of beliefs, a faith that transcends the individual's personal interests. It may be represented by a symbol, the totem or fetish, which provides a mystic sense of union among the members of the tribe. It may be the conviction that one belongs to a chosen race whose ancestors made a covenant with God, or to a master race whose ancestors were equipped with a gene complex of special excellence, or whose emperors were descended from the sun. It may be the conviction that observance of certain rules and rites qualifies one for membership in a privileged elite in afterlife, or that manual work qualifies for membership in the elite class of history. How do these powerful collective belief systems come into being? When the historian attempts to trace them back to their origin, he inevitably ends up in the twilight of mythology. If a belief carries a strong emotive power, it can always be shown to spring from archaic sources. Beliefs are not invented, they seem to materialize as the humidity in the atmosphere condenses into clouds, which subsequently undergo endless transformations of shape. Rational arguments have little impact on the true believer, for the creed to which he is emotionally committed can be contradicted by evidence without losing its magic power. From prehistoric days until quite recent times, that magic was derived from religious beliefs. To dispense with God was unthinkable even to the founding fathers of modern science. Copernicus was an Orthodox Thomist, Kepler a Lutheran mystic, Galileo called God the chief mathematician of the universe. Newton believed, with Bishop Ussher, that the world was created in 4004 BC. The movements towards social reform were just as firmly based on the ethics of Christianity. The Age of Enlightenment, culminating in the French Revolution, was a decisive turning point in the history of man. It was dramatized by Robespierre's symbolic gesture of deposing God and enthroning the goddess of reason in the vacant chair. She proved to be a dismal failure. The Christian mythos had a continuous ancestry which can be traced back, through Greece, Palestine and Babylon, to the myths and rites of Neolithic man. It provided an archetypal mold for man's self-transcending emotions, his craving for the absolute. The progressive trends and ideologies of the 19th century proved to be a poor substitute. From the point of view of material welfare, public health, and social justice, the last 150 years of secular reforms certainly brought more tangible improvements in the lot of the common man than 1500 years of Christianity had done, yet their reflection in the group mind was a different matter. Religion may have been opium to the people, but opium addicts are not given to much enthusiasm for a rational, healthy diet. Among the intellectual elite, the rapid advance of science created a rather shallow optimistic belief in the infallibility of reason, in a clear, bright, crystalline world with a transparent atomic structure, with no room for shadows, twilights, and myths. Reason was thought to be in control of emotion, as the rider controls the horse, the rider representing enlightened, rational thought, the horse representing what the Victorians called the dark passions and the beast within us. Nobody foresaw, no pessimist ventured to guess, that the age of reason would end in the greatest emotional stampede in history, which left the rider crushed under the hoofs of the beast. Yet once more the beast was motivated by the noblest ideals, by the secular messianism of the classless society and of the millennial Reich, and once more we are apt to forget that the vast majority of men and women who fell under the totalitarian spell was activated by unselfish motives, ready to accept the role of martyr or executioner, as the cause demanded. Both the fascist and the Soviet myths were not synthetic constructions, but revivals of archetypes, both capable of absorbing not only the cerebral component but the total man. Both provided emotional saturation. The fascist myth is undisguised and explicit. The opium is doled out to the masses quite openly. The archetypes of blood and soil, of the dragon-slaying Superman, the deities of Valhalla and the satanic powers of the Jews are systematically called up for national service. One half of Hitler's genius consisted in hitting the right unconscious chords. The other half was his alert eclecticism, his flair for hypermodern avant-garde methods in economy, architecture, technology, propaganda, and warfare. The secret of fascism is the revival of archaic beliefs in an ultra-modern setting. The Nazi edifice was a skyscraper fitted with hot water pipes which drew on underground springs of volcanic origin. 17. The Soviet myth had an equally profound appeal to a large section of humanity. The classless communist society was to be a revival of the golden age of mythology at the highest, ultimate turn of the dialectical spiral. It was a secular version of the Promised Land, the Kingdom of Heaven. One of the salient features of this archetypal myth is that the advent of the millennium must be preceded by violent upheaval, the ordeal of 40 years in the desert, the apocalypse, the Last Judgment. Their secular equivalent is the liquidation of the bourgeois world through revolutionary terror. Some of the early Russian and contemporary Chinese literature extolling revolutionary justice being done to a putrefied and gangrened capitalist society reminds one indeed of the Last Judgments of Grunewald or Hieronymus Bosch. The true believer has a genuine horror of the reformist heresy, the belief in a bloodless transition towards socialism, which caused the communists to denounce socialists, and later the Chinese to denounce the Russians, as traitors to the cause. No apocalypse, no kingdom come. The split. Fascist propaganda did not take much trouble to harmonize emotion with reason, it dismissed logical objections to its doctrines as destructive criticism. Göring's epigram "When I hear the word culture I reach for my gun" was a frank declaration of war on the intellect, the rider must obey the horse. The Leninist theory of scientific socialism, on the other hand, was an offspring, in the line of direct descent, of the Age of Enlightenment. It was an eminently rationalist credo, based on a materialist conception of history, which derided all emotionalism as petit bourgeois sentimentality. How is it to be explained that millions of adherents of this rationalist doctrine, including progressive intellectuals all over the world, accepted the logical absurdities of the Stalin personality cult, the show trials, purges, the alliance with the Nazis, and that those who lived outside Russia accepted them voluntarily, in self-imposed discipline, without pressure from Big Brother? The Stalin regime is a matter of the past, but its lethal rites are being faithfully repeated in China and elsewhere, meeting with the same approval of a new generation of well-meaning sympathizers. At the time of writing, the end of 1966, China is convulsed by another of the mass purges which are endemic in the system, and I have before me a recent cutting with the comments by the official New China Agency on a swim which President Mao Zedong, the radiant sun that lights the minds of the world's revolutionary people, took in the Yangtze River. His cross-Yangtze swim was a great encouragement to the Chinese people and revolutionaries throughout the world, and a heavy blow to imperialism, modern revisionism, and the monsters and freaks who are opposed to socialism and Mao Zedong's thought. 18. I have spoken of the paranoid streak that runs through history. Modern man may be quite willing to admit that such a streak has indeed existed among the Aztecs or at the time of the witch-burning mania. He is perhaps less willing to admit that a comparable delusional element was present in the doctrine that nearly all mankind, including all the babies who die unbaptized, are to receive forever tortures more severe than any earthly expert can contrive to inflict, with the corollary that to watch the tortures eternally is one of the delights of the blessed. 19. Yet this doctrine, the abominable fancy, as Dean Ferrer called it, was part of the collective belief system of the majority of Europeans well to the end of the 17th century, and for many considerably longer. However, even those who appreciate to its full extent the mental disorder underlying such fancies are apt to dismiss them as phenomena of the past. It is not easy to love humanity and yet to admit that the paranoid streak is as much in evidence in contemporary history as it was in the distant past, but more devastating in its consequences, and that, as the record shows, it is not accidental, but endemic, inherent in man's condition. No matter how much the symptoms vary, the pattern of the disorder is the same, a mentality split between faith and reason, between emotion and intellect. Faith in a shared belief system is based on an act of emotional commitment, It rejects doubt as something evil. It is a form of self-transcendence which demands the partial or total surrender of the critical faculties of the intellect, comparable to the hypnotic state. Schizophrenia, split-mindedness, is usually defined as a state of mental disorder in which there is dissociation between intellectual and affective processes. Paranoid schizophrenia is characterized by persistent, systematized delusions. Newton wrote not only the Principia but also a treatise on the topography of hell. Up to this day we all hold beliefs which are not only incompatible with observable facts, but with facts actually observed by ourselves. The hot steam of belief and the ice block of reasoning are packed together inside our skulls, but as a rule they do not interact, the steam does not condense and the ice does not melt. The human mind is basically schizophrenic, split into two mutually exclusive planes. The primitive knows that his idol is a piece of carved wood, and yet he believes in its power to make rain, and though our beliefs underwent a gradual refinement, the dualistic pattern of our minds remained basically unchanged. 20. Up to the revival of learning in the 13th century, this dualism seems to have caused no particular problem, because it was taken for granted that the intellect played the subordinate role of ancilla dei, the handmaid of faith. But the situation changed when St. Thomas Aquinas recognized the light of reason as an independent source of knowledge beside the light of grace. Reason was promoted from the status of a handmaid to that of the bride of faith. As a bride, she was of course still bound to obey her spouse, nevertheless she was henceforth recognized to exist in her own right. And with that, the conflict became inevitable. From time to time it reached a dramatic peak, in the burning of Servetus, the Galileo scandal, the clash between Darwinians and fundamentalists, the stubborn opposition of the Catholic Church to birth control. In such climactic moments the smoldering conflict is brought into the open. They provide the split mind with an opportunity to become conscious of its split, and to overcome it by taking sides. Such open confrontations, however, are rare. The normal way of living with a split mind was and is to patch it up with rationalizations and subtle techniques of pseudo-reasoning. These were obligingly provided at all times by dialecticians of various brands, from theologians to Marxian evangelists. Thus a modus vivendi is achieved, based on self-deception, perpetuating the delusive streak. This applies of course not only to the Western world, but to Hindus, Muslims, and militant Buddhists as well. Asian history has been as bloody, holy, and cruel as ours. The comforts of doublethink. To recapitulate, without a transcendental belief, each man is a mean little island. The need for self-transcendence through some form of peak experience, religious or aesthetic, or through social integration is inherent in man's condition. Transcendental beliefs are derived from certain ever-recurrent archetypal patterns which evoke instant emotive responses *, but once they become institutionalized as the collective property of a group, they degenerate into rigid doctrines which, without losing their emotive appeal to the true believer, potentially offend his reasoning faculties. This leads to the split. Emotion responds to the piercing call of the muezzin, the intellect shrinks from it. To eliminate the dissonance, various forms of doublethink have been designed at various times. Powerful techniques of self-deception, some crude, some extremely sophisticated. Secular religions, political ideologies too, have their ancient origins in the utopian craving for an ideal society, but when they crystallize into a movement or party, they can be distorted to such an extent that the actual policy pursued is the direct opposite of the professed ideal. The reason why idealistic movements, whether religious or secular, show this apparently inevitable tendency to degenerate into their own caricatures can be derived from the peculiarities of the group mind, its tendency towards intellectual oversimplification combined with emotional arousal, and its quasi-hypnotic suggestibility by leader figures or belief systems. William James. The Varieties of Religious Experience is still the classic in this field. A more recent treatment is offered by Alistair Hardy in his The Divine Flame. I can speak of this with some first-hand experience, based on 7 years, 1931–8, of membership in the Communist Party during Stalin's terror regime. In writing about that period, I have described the operations of the deluded mind in terms of elaborate manseuvrings to defend the citadel of faith against the hostile incursions of doubt. There are several concentric rings of defenses protecting the fortress. The outer defenses are designed to ward off unpalatable facts. For the simple-minded, this is made easy by official censorship, the banning of all literature liable to poison the mind, and by implanting a fear of contamination, or of guilt by association, through contact with suspected heretics. Crude as these methods are, they quickly produce a blinkered, sectarian outlook on the world. Avoidance of forbidden information, first imposed from the outside, soon becomes a habit and emotive revulsion against the dirty packs of lies offered by the enemy. For the majority of believers, this is quite enough to ensure unswerving loyalty. The more sophisticated are frequently forced to fall back on the inner defense positions. In 1932-3, the years of the Great Famine which followed the forced collectivization of the land, I traveled widely in the Soviet Union, writing a book which was never published. I saw entire villages deserted, railway stations blocked by crowds of begging families, and the proverbial starving infants, but they were quite real, with stick-like arms, puffed up bellies and cadaverous heads. I reacted to the brutal impact of reality on illusion in a manner typical of the true believer. I was surprised and bewildered, but the elastic shock absorbers of my party training began to operate at once. I had eyes to see, and a mind conditioned to explain away what they saw. This inner censor is more reliable and effective than any official censorship. It helped me to overcome my doubts and to rearrange my impressions in the desired pattern. I learned to classify automatically everything that shocked me as the heritage of the past and everything I liked as the seeds of the future. By setting up this automatic sorting machine in his mind, it was still possible in 1933 for a European to live in Russia and yet to remain a communist. All my friends had that automatic sorting machine in their heads. The communist mind has perfected the techniques of self-deception in the same manner as its techniques of mass propaganda. The inner censor in the mind of the true believer completes the work of the public censor. His self-discipline is as tyrannical as the obedience imposed by the regime. He terrorizes his own conscience into submission. He carries his private iron curtain inside his skull, to protect his illusions against the intrusion of reality. 20a. Behind the curtain there is the magic world of doublethink. Ugly is beautiful, false is true, and also conversely. This is not Orwell. It was written, in all seriousness, by the late Professor Suzuki, the foremost propounder of modern Zen, to illustrate the principle of the identity of opposites. 21. The perversions of pop Zen are based on juggling with the identity of opposites, the communists on juggling with the dialectics of history, the schoolmans on a combination of holy scripture with Aristotelian logic. The axioms differ, but the delusional process follows much the same pattern. Facts and arguments which succeed in penetrating the outer defenses are processed by the dialectical method until false becomes true, tyranny the true democracy, and a herring a racehorse. Gradually I learned to distrust my preoccupation with facts, and to regard the world around me in the light of dialectic interpretation. It was a satisfactory and indeed blissful state. Once you had assimilated the technique, the so-called facts automatically took on the proper coloring and fell into their proper place. Both morally and logically, the party was infallible. Morally, because its aims were right, that is, in accord with the dialectic of history, and these aims justified all means. Logically, because the party was the vanguard of the proletariat, and the proletariat the embodiment of the active principle in history. I now lived in a mental world which was a closed system, comparable to the self-contained universe of the Middle Ages. All my feelings, my attitudes to art, literature, and human relations, became reconditioned and molded to the pattern. 22 ***. This was written in 1952. 15 years later the scene has shifted, but the pattern repeats itself. According to the Chinese press, quoted in the Literary Gazette, Shakespeare's plays are fundamentally opposed to socialist realism. As for the composer Bizet, his opera Carmen is decried as an attempt to sell sex and individualism. The trouble with Beethoven's Ninth Symphony was that it was infused with a concept of bourgeois humanist love. Interest in bourgeois classical music can only paralyze revolutionary resolution. Chinese critics also discerned a revisionist outlook in Tolstoy's Anna Karenina. 23. The most striking feature of the paranoiac's delusional system is its inner consistency, and the patient's uncanny persuasiveness in expounding it. Much the same applies to any closed system of thought. By a closed system I mean a cognitive matrix, governed by a canon, which has three main peculiarities. Firstly, it claims to represent a truth of universal validity, capable of explaining all phenomena, and to have a cure for all that ails man. In the second place, it is a system which cannot be refuted by evidence, because all potentially damaging data are automatically processed and reinterpreted to make them fit the expected pattern. The processing is done by sophisticated methods of casuistry, centered on axioms of great emotive power, and indifferent to the rules of common logic. It is a kind of wonderland croquet, played with mobile hoops. In the third place, it is a system which invalidates criticism by shifting the argument to the subjective motivation of the critic, and deducing his motivation from the axioms of the system itself. The orthodox Freudian school in its early stages approximated a closed system. If you argued that for such and such reasons you doubted the existence of the so-called castration complex, the Freudians' prompt answer was that your argument betrayed an unconscious resistance indicating that you yourself have a castration complex. You were caught in a vicious circle. Similarly, if you argued with a Stalinist that to make a pact with Hitler was not a nice thing to do, he would explain that your bourgeois class consciousness made you unable to understand the dialectics of history. And if a paranoiac lets you in on the secret that the moon is a hollow sphere filled with aphrodisiac vapors which the Martians have put there to bewitch mankind, and if you object that the theory, though attractive, is based on insufficient evidence, he will at once accuse you of being a member of the world conspiracy to suppress truth. A closed system is a cognitive structure with a distorted, non-Euclidean geometry in curved space, where parallels intersect and straight lines form loops. Its canon is based on a central axiom, postulate, or dogma, to which the subject is emotionally committed, and from which the rules of processing reality are derived. The amount of distortion involved in the processing is a matter of degrees, and an important criterion of the value of the system. It ranges from the scientist's involuntary inclination to juggle with data as a mild form of self-deception, motivated by his commitment to a theory, to the delusional belief systems of clinical paranoia. When Einstein made his famous pronouncement, "If the facts do not fit the theory, then the facts are wrong," he spoke with his tongue in his cheek, but he nevertheless expressed a profound feeling of the scientist committed to his theory. As we have seen, an occasional suspension of strict logic in favor of a temporary indulgence in the games of the underground is an important factor in scientific and artistic creativity. But geniuses are rare. And if geniuses sometimes indulge in these non-Euclidean games where reasoning is guided by emotional bias, it is an individual bias, a hunch of their own making, whereas the group mind receives its emotional beliefs ready-made from its leaders or from its catechism. Let me repeat, however, that the amount of logical distortion needed to keep the deluded mind happy in its faith is a factor of decisive importance. Here lies the answer to that ethical relativism which cynically proclaims that all politicians are corrupt, all ideologies eyewash, all religion designed to befuddle the masses. The fact that power corrupts does not mean that all men in power are equally corrupt. The group mind as a whole on. Earlier in this chapter I referred to the tendency of overexcited organs to assert themselves to the detriment of the whole, and then went on to the pathology of cognitive structures getting out of control, the idée fixe of the crank, obsessions running riot, closed systems centered on some part truth pretending to represent the whole truth. We now find similar symptoms on a higher level of the hierarchy, as pathological manifestations of the group mind. The difference between these two kinds of mental disorder is the same as that between the primary aggressiveness of the individual and the secondary aggressiveness derived from his identification with a social holon. The individual crank, enamored of his own pet theory, the patient in the mental home convinced that there is a sinister conspiracy aimed at his person, are disowned by society, their obsessions serve some unconscious private purpose. In contrast to this, the collective delusions of the crowd or group are based, not on individual deviations but on the individual's tendency to conform. Any single individual who would today assert that he has made a pact with the devil and had intercourse with succubi, would promptly be sent to a mental home. Yet not so long ago, belief in such things was a matter of course and approved by common sense in the original meaning of the term, i.e., consensus of opinion **** philosophy of common sense, accepting primary beliefs of mankind as ultimate criterion of truth, the concise Oxford Dictionary. I have suggested that the evils of mankind are caused, not by the primary aggressiveness of individuals, but by their self-transcending identification with groups whose common denominator is low intelligence and high emotionality. We now come to the parallel conclusion that the delusional streak running through history is not due to individual forms of lunacy, but to the collective delusions generated by emotion-based belief systems. We have seen that the cause underlying these pathological manifestations is the split between reason and belief, or more generally, insufficient coordination between the emotive and discriminative faculties of the mind. Our next step will be to inquire whether we can trace the cause of this faulty coordination, this disorder in the hierarchy, to the evolution of the human brain. Should contemporary neurophysiology, though still in its infancy, be able to provide some indication of the causes of the trouble, we would have made a first step towards a frank diagnosis of our predicament and thereby gain some inkling of the direction in which the search for a remedy must proceed. Summary. The considerations set out in earlier chapters led us to distinguish three factors in emotion: nature of the drive, hedonic tone, and the polarity of the self-assertive and self-transcending tendencies. Under normal conditions, the two tendencies are in dynamic equilibrium. Under conditions of stress, the self-assertive tendency may get out of control and manifest itself in aggressive behavior. However, on the historical scale, the damages wrought by individual violence for selfish motives are insignificant compared to the holocausts resulting from self-transcending devotion to collectively shared belief systems. It is derived from primitive identification instead of mature social integration. It entails the partial surrender of personal responsibility and produces the quasi-hypnotic phenomena of group psychology. The egotism of the social holon feeds on the altruism of its members. The ubiquitous rituals of human sacrifice at the dawn of civilization are early symptoms of the split between reason and emotion-based beliefs, which produces the delusional streak running through history. 16. The three brains. I have no inclination to keep the domain of the psychological floating as it were in the air, without any organic foundation. Let the biologists go as far as they can and let us go as far as we can. Some day the two will meet. Freud. Let me recapitulate. When one contemplates the streak of insanity running through human history, it appears highly probable that Homo sapiens is a biological freak, the result of some remarkable mistake in the evolutionary process. The ancient doctrine of original sin, variants of which occur independently in the mythologies of divine cultures, could be a reflection of man's awareness of his own inadequacy, of the intuitive hunch that somewhere along the line of his ascent something has gone wrong. Mistakes in brain-making. The strategy of evolution, like any other strategy, is subject to trial and error. There is nothing particularly improbable in the assumption that man's native equipment, though superior to that of any known animal species, nevertheless may contain some serious fault in the circuitry of his most precious and delicate instrument, the central nervous system. Whether a skylark is happier than a rainbow trout is a nice debating point. Both are stagnant species, but well adapted to their ways of life, and to call them evolutionary mistakes because they have not got the brains to write poetry would be the height of hubris. When the biologist talks of evolutionary mistakes, he means something more tangible and precise, some obvious deviation from nature's own standards of engineering efficiency, a construction fault which deprives an organ of its survival value, like the monstrous antlers of the Irish elk. Some turtles and insects are so top-heavy that if in combat or by misadventure they fall on their back, they cannot get up again, and starve to death, a grotesque error in construction which Kafka turned into a symbol of the human predicament. But before talking of man, I must discuss briefly two earlier evolutionary mistakes in brain building, both of which had momentous consequences. The first concerns the brain development of the arthropods which, with more than 700,000 known species, constitute by far the largest phylum of the animal kingdom. They range from microscopic mites through centipedes, insects, and spiders to 10-foot giant crabs, but they all have this in common, that their brains are built around their gullets. Invertebrates, the brain and spinal cord are both dorsal at the back of the alimentary canal. In invertebrates, however, the main nerve chain runs ventrally on the belly side of the animal. The chain terminates in a ganglionic mass beneath the mouth. This is the phylogenetically older part of the brain, whereas the newer and more sophisticated part of it developed above the mouth, in the vicinity of the eyes or other distance receptors. Thus the alimentary tube passes through the midst of the evolving brain mass, and this is very bad evolutionary strategy because, if the brain is to grow and expand, the alimentary tube will be more and more compressed, see figure 11. To quote Gaskell's The Origin of Vertebrates, progress on these lines must result in a crisis, owing to the inevitable squeezing out of the food channel by the increasing nerve mass. Truly, at the time when vertebrates first appeared, the direction and progress of variation in the arthropoda was leading, owing to the manner in which the brain was pierced by the esophagus, to a terrible dilemma: either the capacity for taking in food without sufficient intelligence to capture it, or intelligence sufficient to capture food and no power to consume it. 1 * in lower forms the ganglionic masses which are precursors of the brain. Top, relation between the alimentary canal, A, and nervous system, B, of an invertebrate. The upper brain mass, C, and the lower brain mass, D, constrict the alimentary canal, after Wood-Jones and Porteus. Bottom, section across the brain of a scorpion-like invertebrate. The upper and lower brain masses, C and D, constrict the narrow alimentary tube, A, in the center of the brain, after Gaskell. The dilemma seems to have been particularly acute for the highest scorpion and spider-like animals, whose brain mass has grown round and compressed the food tube so that nothing but fluid pabulum can pass through into the stomach. The whole group have become bloodsuckers. These kinds of animals, the sea scorpions, were the dominant race when the vertebrates first appeared. Further upward evolution demanded a larger and larger brain, with the ensuing consequence of a greater and greater difficulty of food supply. To another authority, Wood-Jones, comments: to become a bloodsucker is to become a failure. Phylogenetic senility comes with the specialization of bloodsucking. Phylogenetic death is sure to follow. Here, then, is an end to the progress in brain building among the invertebrates. Faced with the awful problem of the alternatives of intellectual advance accompanied by the certainty of starvation, and intellectual stagnation accompanied by the inability of enjoying a good square meal, they must perforce elect the latter if they are to live. The invertebrates made a fatal mistake when they started to build their brains around the esophagus. Their attempt to develop big brains was a failure. Another start must be made. 3. The failure is reflected by the fact that even in the highest forms of invertebrates the social insect's behavior is almost entirely governed by instinct. Learning by experience plays a relatively small part. And since all members of the beehive are descended from the same pair of parents with no discernible varieties in heredity, they have little individuality. Insects are not persons. Admiration for the marvelous organization of the beehive should not blind us to this fact. Invertebrates, on the other hand, as we ascend the evolutionary ladder, individual learning plays an increasing role compared to instinct, thanks to the increase in size and complexity of the brain, which was free to grow without imposing on us a diet of porridge. The second cautionary tale concerns our old friends, the marsupials. I have called them the poor cousins of us placentals, because each species of pouched animal, from mouse to wolf, is of an inferior make compared to its opposite number in the placental series. Wood-Jones, himself an Australian, comments regretfully: they are failures. Wherever marsupial meets higher mammal, it is the marsupial that is circumvented by superior cunning and forced to retreat or to succumb. The fox, the cat, the dog, the rabbit, the rat, and the mouse are all ousting their parallels in the marsupial phylum. 4. The reason is simple: the brains of the marsupials are not only smaller, but of a vastly inferior construction. The ring-tailed opossum and the bush baby lemur are both arboreal and nocturnal animals with certain similarities in size, appearance, and habits. But in the opossum, a marsupial, about 1/3 of the cerebral hemispheres is given to the sense of smell, sight, hearing, and all higher functions are crowded together in the remaining 2/3. The placental lemur, on the other hand, has not only a larger brain, though its body is smaller than the opossum's, but the area devoted to smell in the lemur's brain has shrunk to relative insignificance, giving way, as it should, to areas serving functions that are more vital to an arboreal creature. When the marsupials took to the trees, smell ought to have become unimportant to them compared to the distance receptors, sight and hearing, and their nervous system ought to have reflected the change. But in contrast to our ancestors, the placental tree dwellers, this change failed to take place in the marsupials. Moreover, an important component is lacking in the brain of the higher marsupials, the so-called corpus callosum. This is a conspicuous nerve tract which, in placentas, connects the new, non-olfactory, areas of the right and left cerebral hemispheres. It obviously plays a vital integrative part, though the details of its functioning are still somewhat problematical. And its absence from the marsupial brain seems to have been a principal factor in their arrested development. Some humans were found at autopsies to have been born without a true corpus callosum, yet were apparently none the worse for it. The point where that development comes to an end is the koala bear. It is, to quote Wood Jones again, the largest and most perfectly adapted tree-dwelling marsupial. In bulk we may compare it with the Pata's monkey. 5 But, compared to the monkey, the koala cuts a very poor figure. In the koala the tree climber has become a tree clinger. Hands have turned into hooks, and fingers are not used for plucking fruit or leaves or testing novel objects, but for fixing the animal, by virtue of the long curved claws, to the tree upon which it clings. 6. It cannot do otherwise because its principal sense is still smell, which is of little use in an arboreal creature. Like Quoodle, the koala thinks with his nose. His brain weighs only 1/7 of the monkey's, and most of it is occupied by the smell area, which in the monkey has virtually vanished, while the non-smell areas of the koala have no corpus callosum to connect them. The koala is the end of the marsupial line of evolution, left behind clinging to his eucalyptus tree like a discarded hypothesis, while his monkey cousin is only the beginning of the evolution from primate to man. It is a fascinating speculation whether, if the marsupials had been equipped with a corpus callosum, they would have evolved into a pouched parallel to man, as they have evolved into pouched parallels of the flying squirrel and the wolf. A tumorous overgrowth. But before congratulating ourselves on having such a superior brain which does not strangle our esophagus or condemn us to live by smell, we ought to pause and examine the possibility that man, too, might carry a constructional fault inside his skull, perhaps even more serious than the arthropod and marsupial precedents, a constructional error which potentially threatens his extinction but which might still be corrected by a supreme effort of self-repair. The first reason for this suspicion is the extraordinary rapidity of the evolutionary growth of the human brain, a feat, as we know, unique in evolutionary history. To quote Professor L. E. Grow Clark, it now appears from the fossil record that the hominid brain did not begin to enlarge significantly before the beginning of the Pleistocene, but from the Middle Pleistocene circa 500,000 years ago onwards it expanded at a most remarkable speed, greatly exceeding the rate of evolutionary change which had so far been recorded in any anatomical character in lower animals. The rapidity of the evolutionary expansion of the brain during the Pleistocene is an example of what has been termed explosive evolution. 7. Next, let me quote from Judson Herrick's The Evolution of Human Nature. The history of civilization is a record of slow but dramatic enrichment of human life interspersed with episodes of wanton destruction of all the accumulated riches of property and spiritual values. These episodic reversions to bestiality seem to be increasing in virulence and in the magnitude of the resulting disasters until now we are threatened with the loss of everything that has been won in our struggle for the better life. In view of this record, it has been suggested that the enlargement of the human brain has gone so fast and so far that the result is actually pathological. Normal behavior depends upon the preservation of a balanced interplay between integrating and disintegrating factors and between the total pattern and local partial patterns. So, it is claimed, the human cortex is a sort of tumorous overgrowth that has got so big that its functions are out of normal control and race erratically like a steam engine that has lost its governor. This ingenious theory was published by Morley Roberts and quoted with apparent approval by Wheeler. 8. Their arguments seem to be plausible in view of the past history of wars, revolutions, and crumbled empires, and the present worldwide turmoil that threatens total destruction of civilization. But the theory is neurological nonsense. 9. In the form stated here it certainly is. It cannot be the size of the cortex alone which puts its function out of normal control. We must look for a more plausible cause. The cause which contemporary research seems to indicate is not increase in size, but insufficient coordination between archicortex and neocortex, between the phylogenetically old areas of our brain, and the new, specifically human areas which were superimposed on it with such unseemly haste. This lack of coordination causes, to use a phrase coined by P. MacLean, a kind of dichotomy in the function of the phylogenetically old and new cortex that might account for differences between emotional and intellectual behavior. 10. While our intellectual functions are carried on in the newest and most highly developed part of the brain, our affective behavior continues to be dominated by a relatively crude and primitive system. This situation provides a clue to understanding the difference between what we feel and what we know. 11. Let us look a little closer at what is implied in these statements by an eminent contemporary neurophysiologist. The physiology of emotion. The distinction between knowing and feeling, between reason and emotion, goes back to the Greeks. Aristotle in De Anima pointed to visceral sensations as the substance of emotion and contrasted them with the form, i.e., the ideational content of the emotion. The intimate connection between emotion and the viscera is a matter of common experience, and has always been taken for granted by laymen and physicians alike. We know that emotional arousal affects heartbeat and pulse, that fear stimulates the sweat glands, grief the tear glands, and the respiratory, digestive, not to mention the reproductive, systems are all involved in the experience of emotion. So much so that the word visceral was originally used to refer to strong emotional feelings, including fear, he has no guts, and pity, the bowels of mercy. Well into the 18th century, the medical profession adhered to the Galenic doctrine, according to which thoughts circulated in the brain, emotions circulated in the vessels of the body. At the beginning of the 19th century, this ancient dualism yielded to a more modern version. In his immensely influential books Anatomie Générale and Recherches physiologiques sur la vie et la mort, Xavier Bichat drew a fundamental distinction between the cerebrospinal nervous system, including the brain and spinal cord, which looked after all the external transactions of the animal with its environment, and the ganglionic, now called autonomic nervous system, which controlled all organs serving internal functions. The first was governed by a single center, the brain, but the second, Bichat thought, was governed by a great number of little brains, such as the solar plexus, in various parts of the body. The cerebrospinal nervous system was held to be responsible for all voluntary action. The autonomic, governing the viscera, was beyond voluntary control, and so were the passions or emotions which all belonged to the visceral domain. Bichat's doctrine reigned for a whole century. It was proved wrong in many, if not most, details, but the distinction he made between the functions of the two systems, and their correspondence with the ancient dualism between thought and emotion, is still valid in broad outlines. Nobody, of course, believes any longer that the experience of emotion is located in little brains in the vicinity of the heart and bowels. All experience is centralized in the brain, including the control of the autonomic system which looks after visceral function. As one would expect, the viscera are controlled by a phylogenetically very ancient structure in the brainstem, the region of the hypothalamus, thalamus, Greek for inner chamber or woman's apartment. This is the crucial area, in close proximity to the pituitary gland and to the vestiges of the primitive smell brain, which regulates visceral and glandular functions beyond voluntary control, and is intimately connected with emotional experience. But we must not jump to the conclusion that the hypothalamus itself is the seat of emotion. That would leave out of account the ideational aspect, and would reduce emotion to nothing but visceral reactions. William James came in fact very close to this position when, in 1884, he published an article that launched the famous James Lange theory of emotions. In a nutshell, the theory said that in those situations which require visceral reactions to cope with them, e.g., accelerated heartbeat for running away from danger, the feeling that one's heart races is the emotion. The heart does not race because we are frightened because the heart races, and we do not weep because we feel sad because we weep. It is the perception of one's own visceral reactions which lends emotional coloring to experience. The visceral reaction itself is automatic and unconscious, either innate or acquired by past experience. The James Lange theory gave rise to endless controversies which even today, 80 years after its launching, have not completely died down. In 1929, Walter Cannon, a pioneer in this field, seemed to have given the coup de grâce to it, when it was shown that emotional behavior persists even after the connections between viscera and brain had been severed. This and other experimental evidence brought the theory into disrepute. James' doctrine that emotions are nothing but visceral reactions has certainly proved untenable, but the very fact that the doctrine was so hard to kill shows that it contained a hard core of truth. The fact, driven home by common, everyday observation, that diffuse bodily sensations from internal processes which are not under voluntary control form an essential component of all emotional experience. Cannon's own theory of emotions, the Cannon-Bard theory, laid decisive emphasis on the bodily changes in emergency reactions to hunger, pain, rage and fear, mediated by adrenal hormones and the autonomic nervous system. But he shifted the focus of attention from the visceral to the cerebral mechanisms in the hypothalamus which control them, and regarded the bodily changes as expressions rather than causes of emotional feeling. Nevertheless, quite recently Mandler has shown that even the seemingly decisive evidence, Cannon's famous 5 points, is open to a different interpretation. Although visceral changes are essential for the initial establishment of emotional behavior, on later occasions the emotional behavior may prove to have been conditioned to external stimuli, and may occur both without visceral support and in some form prior to it. Cannon's argument that emotional behavior may be present in the absence of visceral activity will probably have to be restricted to saying that it will only be present when intact visceral structures and responses have previously mediated the link between environmental conditions and emotional behavior. Visceral response is important for the establishment, but not for the maintenance, of emotional behavior. 12. The Cannon-Bard theory was in its turn criticized by Lashley and others, but at this point the subject becomes too technical. To sum up, we may safely conclude that emotions are overheated drives, due to internal and/or external stimulations, which are temporarily or even permanently deprived of an adequate outlet. The dammed-up excitement stimulates visceral and glandular activity, affecting circulation, digestion, muscle tone, etc., and the reverberations of the total organism can then register centrally as felt emotion. Herrick 13. Or, to quote Mandler's more recent survey of the subject, as far as the physical background of emotion is concerned, we can agree with common sense that some sort of internal, visceral response accompanies the production of emotional behavior. 14. And there is further evidence that these visceral responses depend on archaic structures in the brain whose fundamental pattern has undergone but little change in the whole course of evolution from mouse to man. MacLean. The Three Brains. After this historical excursion, let us return to the question how these archaic structures, and the archaic feelings to which they give rise, get along with the brand new structures and functions in our brains. The following excerpts lead straight into the problem. They are from a medical paper by Professor Paul MacLean, who fathered the so-called Papez-MacLean theory of emotions. Man finds himself in the predicament that nature has endowed him essentially with three brains which, despite great differences in structure, must function together and communicate with one another. The oldest of these brains is basically reptilian. The second has been inherited from lower mammals, and the third is a late mammalian development, which in its culmination in primates, has made man peculiarly man. Speaking allegorically of these three brains within a brain, we might imagine that when the psychiatrist bids the patient to lie on the couch, he is asking him to stretch out alongside a horse and a crocodile. The crocodile may be willing and ready to shed a tear and the horse to neigh and whinny, but when they are encouraged to express their troubles in words, it soon becomes evident that their inability is beyond the help of language training. Little wonder that the patient who has personal responsibility for these animals and who must serve as their mouthpiece is sometimes accused of being full of resistances and reluctant to talk. 15. The reptilian brain is filled with ancestral lore and ancestral memories and is faithful in doing what its ancestors say, but it is not a very good brain for facing up to new situations. It is as though it were neurosis bound to an ancestral superego. In evolution, one first sees the beginning of emancipation from the ancestral superego with the appearance of the lower mammalian brain, which nature builds on top of the reptilian brain. Investigations of the last 20 years have shown that the lower mammalian brain plays a fundamental role in emotional behavior. It has a greater capacity than the reptilian brain for learning new approaches and solutions to problems on the basis of immediate experience. But like the reptilian brain, it does not have the ability to put its feelings into words. 16. In the remainder of this chapter I shall lean heavily on MacLean's experimental work and theoretical conclusions, though deviating from the latter in minor details. The great attraction of the theory is its consistently hierarchic approach, in the sense in which this term is used in the present book. In its evolution, he writes, the brain of man retains the hierarchical organization of the three basic types which can be conveniently labeled as reptilian, paleomammalian, and neo-mammalian. The limbic system see below represents the paleomammalian brain, which is an inheritance from lower mammals. Man's limbic system is much more highly structured than that of lower animals, but its basic organization, chemistry, etc., are very similar. The same may be said of the other two basic types. And there is ample evidence that all three types have their own special subjective, cognitive, problem-solving, memory and other parallel functions. 17. We can paraphrase this by saying that each functions as a relatively autonomous whole on its own level. I shall not burden the reader with a disquisition on brain anatomy, but a few remarks about the evolution of the brain may be helpful at this point. The ancient anatomists compared the brain to a fruit like an orange. The central part is like the pulp, the outer like the rind, so the former was named medulla, the latter cortex. The medulla is a prolongation of the spinal cord, and is further prolonged into the brain stem. Inside or near to it are clusters and structures of cell masses such as the hypothalamus, the reticular system, the basal ganglia. This is the phylogenetically oldest part of the brain, its core, or chassis, roughly corresponding to the basic structures of the reptile's brain. It contains the essential apparatus for internal, visceral and glandular, regulations, for primitive activities based on instincts and reflexes, and also the centers for arousing the animal's vigilance or putting it to sleep. The cortex or rind, on the other hand, is the apparatus for intelligent behavior, from the capacity to acquire new responses by whatever primitive form of learning, up to conceptual thought. The cortex emerges at the stage of evolutionary history when the amphibians began to turn into reptiles. The first promising cortical divisions are found in the turtle. The cortex is the surface layer of the cerebral hemispheres which grow out of the brainstem and fold around it like a cloak or mantle, hence pallium. It consists of the outer, gray cortical layer of cell bodies, and the white fibers underlying it. The human cortex is about 1/10 of an inch thick and contains about 10,000 million neurons densely packed together, covering an area of about 3 square feet, crammed into the gyri and sulci, convolutions and invaginations of the crinkled sheet. Truly a staggering feat of circuitry, and yet the old anatomist's analogy of the orange helps one to get a rough idea of the basic structure of the brain, but beyond that it becomes misleading. The cortex, unlike the rind of the orange, is not homogeneous. Different types of nerve cells dominate in different functional areas, and more than 100 different areas have been mapped, numbered, or named according to their microscopic structure and other criteria. But although the details of these classifications are controversial, there is general agreement that, judged by their evolutionary history and by their distinctive texture, the cortex has 3 basic subdivisions. The older anatomists called them archipallium, paleopallium and neopallium. MacLean calls them archicortex, mesocortex and neocortex, coordinated respectively with the reptilian, primitive mammalian and neo-mammalian brain. But the spatial arrangement of these three main cortical divisions inside our skulls is not easy to explain or visualize. MacLean proposed a simplified model in the form of an inflatable toy balloon with three distinct segments, figure 12. 18. A, M and N stand for archae, meso, and neocortex. The uninflated balloon represents the situation found in the amphibian. With the appearance of the reptile, there is a ballooning out of the archaecortex and a considerable expansion of the mesocortex. During the phylogeny of the mammal, one of the most striking events of all evolution occurs. This is the great ballooning out of the neocortex. In the process, the archaecortex and the greater part of the mesocortex are folded like two concentric rings into the limbic lobe and are relegated, as it were, to the cellar of the brain, figure 13. 19. The result of this folding in process is shown in figure 13, where A is a side view, and B, a vertical cross-section of a monkey's brain. The two infolded rings together form a large convolution, the so-called limbic lobe of the cerebral cortex, shown in black. Limbic means hemming in, forming a border around. The term was coined in 1878 by the great brain mapper, Broca, because the limbic convolution surrounds the brainstem, the central core, not shown on the diagram. In fact, the limbic cortex is so closely connected to the brainstem that together they constitute a functionally integrated system, the limbic system, with its reptilian and primitive mammalian features. The limbic system may thus be loosely called the old brain, in contrast to the neocortical system or new brain. Already Broca had demonstrated that the great limbic lobe is found as a kind of common denominator in the brains of all mammals. The faithful preservation of this cortex through the phylogeny of the mammals contrasts with the rapid evolution and growth of the neocortex around it, the latter representing the growth of intellectual function. The limbic cortex is structurally primitive compared to the neocortex. It shows essentially the same degree of development and organization throughout the mammalian series. This would suggest that it functions on an animalistic level in both animal and man. 20. Emotion and the ancient brain. This is surely an odd state of affairs. If the evidence had not taught us the contrary, we would expect an evolutionary development which gradually transformed the primitive old brain into a more sophisticated instrument as it transformed claw into hand, gill into lung. Instead, evolution superimposed a new, superior structure on an old one, with partly overlapping functions, and without providing the new with a clear-cut, hierarchic control over the old, thus inviting confusion and conflict. Let us have a closer look at this dichotomy between the limbic and neocortical systems. MacLean compares the cortex with a television screen that gives the animal a combined picture of the outside and inside worlds. This is a useful analogy for the limited purpose for which he employs it. But to avoid misunderstandings, I would like, before making use of it, to point out its limitations. Of all parts of the body, the cerebral cortex is the most intimately connected with awareness and self-awareness, but it would be wrong to call it, as is sometimes done, the seat of awareness. To quote that wise mechanist, Judson Herrick, the search for a seat of consciousness in general or of any particular kind of conscious experience is a pseudo-problem, because the conscious act has properties that are not definable in terms of the spatial and temporal units which are employed in the measurement of the objects and events of our objective world. What we search for and find by objective inquiry is the apparatus which generates awareness. This mechanism has locus in space and time, but the awareness as such is not located in any particular part of the mechanism. My italics. 21. In this sense, then, the cerebral cortex is probably the principal apparatus which generates awareness. The ancient structures in the brainstem may be said to provide the raw material of awareness. The reticular formation arouses the animal, the hypothalamic structures contribute the visceral component, but ultimately the cerebral cortex is to the brain what the television screen is to the television set and what a radar screen is to the pilot. 22. If this is the case, we must face the paradox that evolution has provided us with at least two such screens, one ancient, one new. The ancient, limbic screen has, as we have seen, three principal characteristics: A. Its microscopic structure is coarse and primitive compared to the neocortex. B. Its basic pattern is still essentially the same as in the lower mammals. C. In contrast to the new cortex, the limbic system is intimately connected by two-way neural pathways, fibers as thick as a pencil, with the hypothalamus and other centers in the brain stem concerned with visceral sensations and emotional reactions, including sex, hunger, fear, and aggression, so much so that the limbic system once bore the name the visceral brain. The term was changed because it gave the impression that it was only concerned with the viscera, whereas in fact the ancient, limbic cortex, as we shall presently see, also has its own mental processes. It emotes and thinks, though not in verbal concepts. Even earlier the limbic cortex was called the rhinencephalon, i.e., small brain, because it was thought to be exclusively concerned with smell. The limbic system may be compared to a primitive television screen which combines, and often confuses, projections from the internal, visceral environment with the external environment. Such a cortex must have offered some of the confusion of a twice-exposed film. In any event, it could not have been altogether satisfactory, because when nature proceeded to develop the neo-mammalian brain, she constructed progressively a bigger and finer type of screen, which gave predominantly a picture of the outside world made up of impressions from the eye, the ear, and the surface of the body. But nature in her frugality did not discard the old screen. Since it seemed adequate for smelling, tasting, and feeling what is going on inside the body, she has kept the filaments in the tube of the old screen glowing night and day. 23. However, the old brain is not merely concerned with taste, smell, and visceral sensations, leaving the new to turn its gaze outward. That would be an idyllic distribution of labor. The Papez theory of emotions originated in the study of pathological conditions in which the old tube interferes with the new, and tends to usurp its functions. Papez noted that damage to the limbic system caused a variety of symptoms, which primarily affected the emotional behavior of animal and man. An extreme case is the terrible disease of rabies, whose virus appears to have a predilection for the limbic system, and in which the patient is subject to paroxysms of rage and terror. 24. Less extreme but equally telling are the emotional states in the sacred disease, epilepsy. Hughlin Jackson, one of the pioneers of neurology, described the epileptic aura preceding the attack as the dreamy state, a kind of double consciousness, in which the patient is aware of the reality around him, but as if it were a dream, or a repetition of something that happened before, déjà vu. During the actual fit of psychomotor epilepsy, the animalistic brain seems to take over the personally. Biting, chewing and grinding the teeth, terror or furor are well-known distressing accompaniments of the fit, of which as a rule the sufferer retains no memory. All the clinical evidence points in these cases to the limbic system as the focus of the epileptic discharge. 25. Typical of the clinical material is, for instance, the case of a nymphomaniac woman of 55 who, for more than 10 years, complained of a persistent passionate feeling. Later she developed convulsions. It is notable that perfume was thought to exaggerate her symptoms. 26. Smell is the most visceral of the senses. She underwent brain surgery, and the operation revealed a lesion affecting the limbic lobe. The human clinical material is limited, and electroencephalography is a recent invention, thus most of the evidence is provided by experimentation on animals. They are basically of two kinds, electrical or chemical excitation of the brain, and surgical elimination of certain areas of it. Let me quote McLean again. From animal experimentation on limbic epilepsy, induced by electrical stimulation, it has become evident that seizure discharges induced in the limbic lobe tend in their spread to be confined to the limbic system. Seldom do the discharges, analogous to stampeding bulls, burst out of this corral and jump the fence into the neo-mammalian brain. Such experiments provide the most striking evidence available of a dichotomy of function, or what has been called a schizophysiology of the limbic and neocortical systems. Patients with smoldering limbic epilepsy may manifest all the symptoms of schizophrenia. The schizophysiology in question is possibly relevant to the pathogenesis of this disease. From the standpoint of the patient lying on the couch, The schizophysiology under consideration is significant because it indicates that the lower mammalian brain is able to some degree to function independently, to make up its own mind. The primitive, crude screen provided by the limbic cortex might be imagined as portraying a confused picture of the inside world and the outside world. This may partly account for the manifest confusion that has been described in psychosomatic conditions. The confusion, for example, in which food or other edibles serve as representations of something in the external world that is desired to be assimilated into the self or mastered and destroyed like a prey or enemy. One finds descriptions of the patient who eats presumably because of the need for love, because of anxiety or nervousness, or because of the need to chew up or get rid of what arouses his anger and hate. 27 *. The relevance of this to the phenomena discussed on pp. 228f is obvious. More recent methods of experimentation with implanted electrodes which permit low-voltage stimulation of precisely defined points of the monkey's brain, produced even more striking results. Stimulation of certain loci in the limbic system caused penile erection or ejaculation in males, stimulation of other points caused feeding reactions, chewing and salivation, yet other areas elicited exploratory, aggressive, defensive, or fearful behavior. It should be pointed out that these experiments are painless, and that monkeys with implanted electrodes in the so-called pleasure centers quickly and willingly learn to stimulate themselves by pressing a lever which activates the current. However, excitement of one kind readily spills over to adjacent points which arouse emotions of another kind. Thus oral activity - chewing, srtiffing, salivation may combine with aggression, aggressive display with sex, sex with oral activity. Feeding often produces erection in babies and dogs, and some other aspects of doggy behavior also fall far below Victorian standards. Schizophysiology. Here again, the contrast between old and new cortex provides an unexpected clue, and an added dimension to the psychoanalytical approach. On the new TV screen, the sensory cortex, the body is represented in the well-known form of a little homunculus, shown in all textbooks, on which the mouth and the anal genital region are placed correctly at opposite ends of the projection area. In the old, lower mammalian brain, however, nature apparently found it necessary to bend the limbic lobe upon itself in order to afford the olfactory sense close participation in both oral and anogenital functions. 28. This is a truly unexpected vindication of Freud's theory of infantile sexuality. It is at the same time a reminder that the survival of the lower mammalian brain in our heads is not metaphor but fact. In the sexual, as in all other contexts, maturation seems to mean a transition from the domination of the old brain towards the domination of the new. But quite apart from emotional upsets and pathological conditions, the transition even in the normal person can never be complete. The schizophysiology is built into our species. In surgical ablation experiments, the effects are more drastic. After excision of certain parts of the limbic lobe, monkeys of previously savage temperament seem to lose the instinctive reactions necessary for survival. They become docile, show neither fear nor anger, do not fight back when provoked, do not learn to avoid painful situations. They also lose their instinctive feeding habits. A monkey which normally lives on fruit will now eat raw meat or fish, and show a compulsive tendency to put every object into its mouth, nails, feces, burning matches. Lastly, the sexual and maternal instincts also go haywire. Male cats will try to copulate with chickens, and mother rats will let their litter die. 29. However, the old brain is not merely concerned with affect, it also perceives, remembers, and thinks in its own, quasi-independent ways. In primitive animals, the limbic system is the highest integrative center for the drives of hunger, sex, fight, and flight, and the anatomical and physiological evidence indicates that it continues to serve these functions in higher animals, including man. It occupies, as already mentioned, a strategically central position for correlating internal sensations with perceptions from the outside world, and for initiating appropriate action according to its own lights. Though dominated by instinct, it is clearly capable of learning simple lessons. A monkey will taste a burning match only once, if its limbic system is intact. If it is damaged, it will burn its mouth over and again. One can hardly imagine a more useless brain than one that sat around by itself all day generating nothing but emotions and not participating in cognitive, memory and other functions. 30. But it functions all the same in a phylogenetically old-fashioned way, in a way which psychiatrists call infantile or primitive. On the basis of the foregoing observations, one might infer that the old cortex could hardly deal with information in more than a crude way, and was possibly too primitive a brain to analyze language. Yet it might have the capacity to participate in a nonverbal type of symbolism. This would have significant implications as far as symbolism affects the emotional life of the individual. One might imagine, for example, that though the visceral brain could never aspire to conceive of the color red in terms of a three-letter word or as a specific wavelength of light, it could associate the color symbolically with such diverse things as blood, fainting, fighting, flowers, etc. Correlations leading to phobias, obsessive-compulsive behavior, etc. Lacking the help and control of the neocortex, its impressions would be discharged without modification into the hypothalamus and lower centers of affective behavior. Considered in the light of Freudian psychology, the old brain would have many of the attributes of the unconscious ID. One might argue, however, that the visceral brain is not at all unconscious, possibly not even in certain stages of sleep, but rather eludes the grasp of the intellect because its animalistic and primitive structure makes it impossible to communicate in verbal terms. Perhaps it were more proper to say, therefore, it was an animalistic and illiterate brain. MacLean 31, italics in the original. A Taste of the Sun. Our emotions are indeed notoriously inarticulate, incommunicable in verbal terms. The novelist's main difficulty is to describe what his characters feel as distinct from what they think or do. We can describe intellectual processes in the most intricate detail, but have only the crudest vocabulary even for the vital sensations of bodily pain, as both physician and patient know to their sorrow. Suffering is dumb. Love, anger, guilt, mourning, joy, anxiety command a vast rainbow spectrum of emotions of varied color and intensity which we are unable to convey verbally, except for trite clichés, broken hearts and pangs of despair, or else by the indirect method of invoking visual imagery and the hypnotic effect of rhythm and euphony, which lull the mind into a waking trace. Poetry could thus be said to achieve a synthesis between the sophisticated reasoning of the neocortex and the more primitive emotional ways of the old brain. This recolor pour mieux sauter, draw back to leap process, which seems to underlie all creative achievement, may reflect a temporary regression from over-concrete, neocortical thinking to more fluid and instinctive modes of limbic thinking, a regression to the ID in the service of the ego. We also remember that sometimes we have to get away from speech to think clearly, and speech is a monopoly of the new cortex. In a similar way, other phenomena discussed in the chapters on creativity and on memory can be interpreted in terms of hierarchic levels in the evolution of the brain. Thus, for instance, the distinction we have made between abstractive memory, on the one hand, and the emotionally significant picture strip on the other, Chapter 6, seems to reflect the characteristic distinction between the new and ancient brain. Cf. also Kluver's 3 levels of visual memory 3.1a. p. 90. The consequences of the innate schizophysiology of man thus range from the creative to the pathological. If the former is a recolor pour mieux sauter, the latter is a recolor sans sauter. Its forms vary from what we regard as more or less normal behavior, where unconscious emotional bias distorts reasoning only to a moderate extent, in socially approved or tolerated ways, through the open or smoldering conflicts of neurosis, to psychosis and psychosomatic disease. In extreme cases, the distinction between the outer and inner world can become blurred not only by hallucinations, but also in other ways. The patient seems to regress to the magic universe of the primitive. The impression is gained clinically that these patients show an exaggerated tendency to regard the external world as though it were part of themselves. In other words, internal feelings are blended with what is seen, heard, or otherwise sensed in such a way that the outside world is experienced as though it were inside. In this respect there is a resemblance to children and primitive peoples. 32. An example of such confusion is the remark of a girl suffering from epilepsy about her first seizure, which occurred when, as a child, She walked into the bright sunlight. I had a funny taste in my mouth of the Sunday. A poet might have written that line, but unlike the poor child, he would have been aware of his own confusion. Knowing with one's viscera. We all can sometimes feel the taste of the sun in the mouth, but our major confusions arise, not from such visceral interference with our perceptions, but with our convictions and beliefs. Irrational beliefs are anchored in emotion, they are felt to be true. Believing has been described as knowing with one's viscera. More correctly, we should say that it is a type of knowing which is dominated by the influence of the inarticulate old brain, even if it is formulated in articulate verbal terms. At this point, these neurophysiological considerations merge with the psychological phenomena discussed in the previous chapter. The schizophysiology of the brain provides a clue to the delusional streak in the history of man. A closed system, as defined in the previous chapter, is a cognitive matrix with a distorted logic, the distortion being caused by some central axiom, postulate, or dogma, to which the subject is emotionally committed, and from which the rules of processing the data are derived. Cognitive systems are, of course, not exclusive products of the reptilian or paleomammalian or neomammalian brain, but of their combined efforts. The amount of distortion varies according to which level dominates, and to what extent. Without some contribution from the ancient levels concerned with internal, bodily sensations, the experience of our own reality would probably be absent. We should be like disembodied spirits, MacLean 33. Without the neocortex, we should be at the mercy of affect, and our thinking would be like the monkeys or infants. But detached, rational thought is a new and fragile acquisition. It is affected by the slightest irritation of the old brain which, once aroused, tends to dominate the scene. However, we know that in between the disembodied spirit of pure abstract reasoning, and the passionate neighings in the old cortex, there is a series of intermediary levels. As already said, pages 180f, it would be a gross oversimplification to distinguish only two types of mentation, such as Freud's primary and secondary process, the first governed by the pleasure principle, the second by the reality principle. In between these two, we have to interpolate several methods of cognition, as we find them in primitive societies at various stages of development, in children at various ages, and in adults in various states of consciousness such as dreaming, daydreaming, hallucinating, etc. Each of these systems of thought has its own canon, its particular rules of the game, which reflect in a manner we are at a loss to explain the complex interactions of various levels and structures in the brain. The old and new levels must interact all the time even if their coordination is inadequate, and deficient in the controls which lend stability to a well-balanced hierarchy. One of the consequences of this is that verbal symbols become associated with emotive values and visceral reactions, as the psychogalvanic lie detector so dramatically shows. And that applies, of course, not only to single words or single ideas. Complex doctrines, theories, ideologies are apt to acquire a similar emotional saturation, not to mention fetishes, leader figures, and causes. Unfortunately, we cannot apply a lie detector to measure the irrationality of our belief systems, or the visceral component in our rationalizations. The true believer moves in a vicious circle inside his closed system. He can prove to his satisfaction everything that he believes, and he believes everything he can prove. Janus Revisited. MacLean distinguishes two basic motivational drives, each giving rise to its appropriate types of emotion: self-preservation and preservation of the species. His experimental work on monkeys led him to a tentative localization of the first in the lower, of the second in the upper half of the limbic system. The emotions derived from the self-preserving drives are the classic trinity of hunger, rage, and fear. They depend on the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system and on the galvanizing effect of adrenal hormones released into the bloodstream. If we include the aggressive and oral components of sexual behavior into this group, and we have seen how electric stimulation of one of these responses spills over into another, we get a fairly complete inventory of what we have called the self-assertive tendencies. The other of MacLean's basic drives, preservation of the species, is a less clear-cut category. He includes in it the care of the young, the grooming habits and other forms of friendly social behavior in monkeys, but he seems to regard them in the Freudian tradition as derivatives from the sexual drive. Concern for the welfare and preservation of the species is based on sexuality, and in man it reflects itself in a multiplicity of ways. It is a concern that leads to courtship and the eventual rearing of the family. It is a concern that permeates our songs, our poetry, our novels, art, theater, architecture. It is a concern that preoccupies us in planning for the higher education of our children. It is a concern that promotes the building of libraries, institutes of research, and hospitals. It is a concern that inspired medical research to prevent suffering and dying of patients. It is a concern that makes us think in terms of rockets, travel in outer space, and the possibility of immortal life in some other world. 34. By the time we have traveled from the first sentence of this quotation to the last, the connection with sexuality has become more and more tenuous unless we subscribe to the doctrine that all social, artistic, and scientific activities are sublimations or substitutions for sexuality. It is equally difficult to see how the magnetic force, as Konrad Lorenz has called it, which holds a herd or a shoal of ocean fish together, an attraction which seems to increase in geometrical proportion with the size of the shoal and to depend on no other factors. 35 could be based on sexuality. The same consideration applies to the division of labor in the beehive, with its vast proportion of sexless workers. Even though the most powerful of drives, sexuality is not the only, and perhaps not even the primary, bond which holds animal and human societies together, and which ensures the preservation and welfare of the species, including the spiritual and artistic welfare of our own. It seems therefore more appropriate to include the sexual instinct, together with the other forces of social cohesion, in the more general category of our integrative tendencies. Sex, as we have seen, is a relative latecomer on the evolutionary stage, whereas the polarity of self-assertive versus integrative tendencies is inherent in all hierarchic order, and present on every level of living organisms and social organizations. In the animal kingdom, of course, MacLean's term preservation and welfare of the species, as distinct from self-preservation, covers practically all manifestations of what we call the integrative tendencies, and if MacLean is correct in localizing them in the upper half of the limbic system, and the drives of self-preservation in the lower half, we cannot ask for a better confirmation of the postulated polarity. Thus, as long as we confine the discussion to monkeys, the question of terminology is reduced to a semantic quibble. But when we come to man, the integrative tendency may assume a variety of forms, including the self-transcending emotions which enter into religious and artistic experience, but have little bearing on preservation of the species. They too must have their neurophysiological correlates, but here the subject becomes rather technical, and the general reader may safely skip the next 2 paragraphs. We have seen that a close correlation exists between the aggressive defensive emotions and the sympathetic division of the autonomic nervous system. It would be tempting to assume a symmetrical correlation between the self-transcending emotions and the other division of the autonomic system, the parasympathetic. There is some evidence in favor of this view, although it is not conclusive. In general, but there are, as we shall presently see, important exceptions. The action of the 2 divisions is mutually antagonistic, they equilibrate each other. The sympathetic division prepares the animal for emergency reactions under the stress of hunger, pain, rage, and fear. It accelerates the pulse, increases blood pressure, provides added blood sugar as a source of energy. The parasympathetic division does in almost every respect the opposite. It lowers blood pressure, slows the heart, neutralizes excesses of blood sugar, facilitates digestion and the disposal of body wastes, activates the tear glands. It is generally calming and cathartic. Characteristically, laughter is a sympathetic, weeping a parasympathetic, discharge. Both divisions of the autonomic nervous system are controlled by the limbic brain, the hypothalamus and adjacent structures. Different authors have described their functions in different terms. Allport related the pleasurable emotions to the parasympathetic, the unpleasant ones to the sympathetic. 36 Olds distinguishes between positive and negative emotive systems, activated respectively by the parasympathetic and sympathetic centers in the hypothalamus. 36A From a quite different theoretical approach, Hebb also arrived at the conclusion that a distinction should be made between two categories of emotion, those in which the tendency is to maintain or increase the original stimulating conditions, pleasurable or integrative emotions, and those in which the tendency is to abolish or decrease the stimulus, rage, fear, disgust. 36b Pribram has made a similar distinction between preparatory, warding off, and participatory emotions. 36c Hess and Gellhorn distinguish between an ergotropic, energy-consuming, system operating through the sympathetic division to ward off threatening stimuli, and a trophotropic, energy-conserving, system which operates through the parasympathetic in response to peaceful or attractive stimuli. 37 Gellhorn has summarized the emotional effects of two different types of drugs, on the one hand the PEP pills, such as Benzedrine, and on the other the tranquilizers, such as chlorpromazine. The former activates the sympathetic, the latter the parasympathetic, division. When administered in small doses, the tranquilizers cause slight shifts in the hypothalamic balance to the parasympathetic side, resulting in calm and contentment, apparently similar to the state before falling asleep, whereas more marked alterations lead to a depressive mood. 38 The Benzedrine-type drugs, on the other hand, activate the sympathetic division, cause increased aggressiveness in animals, and in man in small doses alertness and euphoria, in larger doses overexcitation and manic behavior. Lastly, Cobb has summed up the implicit contrast in a pointed form: rage is called the most adrenergic, and love the most cholinergic, characteristically parasympathetic reaction. 39. What this short survey indicates is, in the first place, a general trend among authorities in this field to distinguish between two basic categories of emotion, though the definitions of the categories differ, and are mixed up with the hedonic tone, which, in the present theory, is an independent variable of either category, cf. pages 226f. In the second place, there is a general feeling that the two categories are somehow correlated to the two divisions of the autonomic nervous system. But the correlation is not a simple and clear-cut one. Thus, for instance, according to MacLean, erection is a parasympathetic phenomenon, whereas ejaculation depends on sympathetic mechanisms, 40, which, as far as categories are concerned, is neither here nor there. Moreover, strong parasympathetic stimulation may cause nausea or vomiting, which, though cathartic, that is, cleansing in the literal sense, can hardly be called an act of psychological self-transcendence. In a word, the functioning of the autonomic nervous system is one of the most intriguing physiological aspects of man's emotional life, and in fairness to the general reader I ought to point out that, while there is ample evidence that the self-assertive emotions are mediated by the sympathico-adrenal division, there is no conclusive proof for the symmetrical correlation suggested here. Such proof can be forthcoming only when human emotions outside the hunger-rage-fear class will be recognized as a worthwhile object of study by experimental psychology, which at present is not the case. In conformity with the zeitgeist, the self-transcending emotions are still the stepchildren of psychology, in spite of their evident reality. Weeping, for instance, is certainly an observable behavioral phenomenon. The behaviorist could even measure the amount of lacrimation in milligrams per second. But it is almost completely ignored in psychological literature. For a discussion of the subject, and a bibliography of weeping, see The Act of Creation, chapters 12-14, and pages 725-8. Some additional facts about the autonomic nervous system are pertinent to our theme. In strongly emotional or pathological conditions, the mutually antagonistic, i.e., equilibrating action of the two divisions no longer prevails, instead they may mutually reinforce each other, as in the sexual act, or overexcitation of one division may lead to a temporary rebound or overcompensatory answering effect by the other. 41. Lastly, the parasympathetic may act as a catalyst that triggers its antagonist into action. 42. The first of these three possibilities is relevant to our emotional state in listening to rhapsodic music, a Wagner opera for instance, where relaxed, cathartic feelings seem to be paradoxically combined with euphoric arousal. The second possibility is reflected in emotional hangovers of one kind or another. The third possibility is the most relevant to our theme, it shows in concrete physiological terms how one type of emotional reaction can act as a vehicle for its opposite, as self-transcending identification with the hero on the screen releases vicarious aggressiveness against the villain, as identification with a group or creed releases the savagery of mob behavior. The rationalizations for it are formulated in the language symbols of the new cortex, but the emotive dynamism is generated by the old brain, and conveyed to viscera and glands by the autonomic nervous system. This is another point where neurophysiological research begins to merge with psychology, to provide clues to its paradoxes and perhaps a first inkling of an answer to the human predicament. Summary. The evolution of arthropods and marsupials shows that mistakes in brain building do occur. The strategy of evolution is subject to trial and error, and there is nothing particularly improbable in the assumption that in the course of the explosive growth of the human neocortex evolution erred once more. The Papez-MacLean theory offers strong evidence for the dissonant functioning of the phylogenetically old and new cortex, and the resulting schizophysiology built into our species. This would provide a physiological basis for the paranoid streak running through human history, and point the direction of the search for a cure. 17. A unique species. I cannot but conclude the bulk of your natives to be the most pernicious race of little odious vermin that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. Swift, Voyage to Brobdingnag. The Unsolicited Gift. In one of his essays, Sir Julian Huxley made a list of the characteristics which are unique to the species man: language and conceptual thought, the transmission of knowledge by written records, tools and machinery, biological dominance over all other species, individual variability, the use of the forelimb for manipulating purposes only, all year-round fertility, art, humor, science, religion, and so on. But the most striking feature of man from the evolutionist's point of view is not included in the list, nor have I read a serious discussion of it by any other leading biologist. It could be called the paradox of the unsolicited gift. I shall try to convey it by a parable. There was once an illiterate shopkeeper in an Arab bazaar, called Ali, who, not being very good at doing sums, was always cheated by his customers instead of cheating them, as it should be. So he prayed every night to Allah for the present of an abacus, that venerable contraption for adding and subtracting by pushing beads along wires. But some malicious jinn forwarded his prayers to the wrong branch of the heavenly mail order department, and so one morning, arriving at the bazaar, Ali found his stall transformed into a multi-story, steel-framed building, housing the latest IBM computer with instrument panels covering all the walls, with thousands of fluorescent oscillators, dials, magic eyes, etc., and an instruction book of several hundred pages which, being illiterate, he could not read. However, after days of useless fiddling with this or that dial, he flew into a rage and started kicking a shiny, delicate panel. The shocks disturbed one of the machine's millions of electronic circuits, and after a while Ali discovered to his delight that if he kicked that panel, say, 3 times and afterwards 5 times, one of the dials showed the figure 8. He thanked Allah for having sent him such a pretty abacus, and continued to use the machine to add up 2 and 3, happily unaware that it was capable of deriving Einstein's equations in a jiffy, or predicting the orbits of planets and stars thousands of years ahead. Ali's children, then his grandchildren, inherited the machine and the secret of kicking that same panel, but it took hundreds of generations until they learned to use it even for the purpose of simple multiplication. We ourselves are Ali's descendants, and though we have discovered many other ways of putting the machine to work, we have still only learned to utilize a very small fraction of the potentials of its estimated 100,000 million circuits. For the unsolicited gift is of course the human brain. As for the instruction book, it is lost if it ever existed. Plato maintains that it did once, but that is hearsay. The comparison is less far-fetched than it may seem. Evolution, whatever the driving force behind it, caters for the species' immediate adaptive needs, and the emergence of novelties in anatomical structure and function is by and large guided by these needs. It is entirely unprecedented that evolution should provide a species with an organ which it does not know how to use, a luxury organ, like Ali's computer, far exceeding its owner's immediate, primitive needs, an organ which will take the species millennia to learn to put to proper use if it ever does. All the evidence indicates that the earliest representative of Homo sapiens, Cro-Magnon man, who emerges on the scene some 50 to 100,000 years ago, was already endowed with a brain which in size and shape was the same as ours. But he made hardly any use of it. He remained a cave dweller, and never grew out of the Stone Age. From the point of view of his immediate needs, the explosive growth of the neocortex overshot the mark by a time factor of astronomic magnitude. For several tens of thousands of years, our ancestors went on manufacturing bows and arrows and spears, while the organ which tomorrow will take us to the moon was already there, ready for use, inside their skulls. When we say that mental evolution is a specific characteristic of man and absent in animals, we confuse the issue. The learning potential of animals is automatically limited by the fact that they make full use or nearly full use of all organs of their native equipment, including their brains. The capacities of the computer inside the reptilian and mammalian skull are exploited to the full, and leave no scope for further learning. But the evolution of man's brain has so wildly overshot man's immediate needs that he is still breathlessly catching up with its unexploited, unexplored possibilities. The history of science and philosophy is, from this point of view, the slow process of learning to actualize the brain's potentials. The new frontiers to be conquered are mainly in the convolutions of the cortex. Looking in utter darkness. But why was this process of learning to use our brains, in a quite literal sense, so slow, spasmodic and beset with reverses? Here is the crux of the problem. The answer, as suggested before, is inadequate coordination between the old brain and the new brain, the old brain getting in the way of the new, the passionate neighing of affect-based beliefs preventing us from listening to the voice of reason. Hence the mess we made of our social history, but the progress of dispassionate science labored under the same curse. We are in the naive habit of visualizing it as a steady, cumulative process, where each epoch adds some new item to the knowledge of the past, where each generation of Ali's descendants is learning to make better use of Allah's present, thus nicely progressing from the magic-ridden, myth-addicted infancy of civilization, through the pangs of adolescence, to detached, rational maturity. In fact, however, progress was neither steady nor continuous. The philosophy of nature evolved by occasional leaps and bounds alternating with delusional pursuits, regressions, periods of blindness and amnesia. The great discoveries which determined its course were sometimes the unexpected byproducts of a chase after quite different hares. At other times, the process of discovery consisted merely in the cleaning away of the rubbish that blocked the path. The mad clockwork of Ptolemy's epicycles was kept going for 2,000 years, and Europe knew less geometry in the 15th century AD than in Archimedes' time. If progress had been continuous and organic, all that we know, for instance, about the theory of numbers, or analytical geometry, should have been discovered within a few generations after Euclid. For this development did not depend on technological advances or the taming of nature. The whole corpus of mathematics is potentially there in the 10 billion neurons of the computing machine inside the human skull. The jerky and basically irrational progress of knowledge is probably related to the fact that evolution has endowed Homo sapiens with an organ which he was unable to put to proper use. Neurologists have estimated that even at the present stage we are only using 2 or 3% of the potentialities of its built-in circuits. 2. If one takes a kind of bird's-eye view of the history of science, the first thing that strikes one is its discontinuity. About tens of thousands of years of human prehistory we know very little. Then, in the 6th century BC, we find suddenly, as if sprung from nowhere, a galaxy of philosophers in Miletus and Elia and Samos, discussing the origins and evolution of the universe, searching for the ultimate principles underlying all diversity. The Pythagoreans attempted the first grand synthesis. They tried to weave the separate threads of mathematics, music, astronomy, and medicine into a single carpet with an austere geometrical design. That carpet is still in the making, but its pattern was laid down in the 3 centuries of the heroic age of Greek science. However, after the Macedonian conquest, there followed a period of orthodoxy and decline. Aristotle's categories became the grammar of existence, his animal spirits ruled the world of physics, everything worth knowing was already known, and everything inventable already invented. The heroic age was guided by the example of Prometheus stealing the fire of the gods. The philosophers of the Hellenistic period dwelled in Plato's cave, drawing epicycles on the wall, their backs turned to the daylight of reality. After that there came a period of hibernation lasting for 15 centuries. During that time the march of science was not only halted, but its direction reversed. A contemporary philosopher of science, Dr. Pike, wrote about the inability of science to go backwards. Once the neutron has been discovered, it remains discovered. 3. Does it? In the 5th century BC, the educated classes knew that the Earth was a spherical body floating in space and spinning round its axis. 1,000 years later they thought that it was a flat disk. 4. In St. Augustine's City of God, all the treasures of ancient Greek learning, beauty, and hope were banned, for all pagan knowledge was prostituted with the influence of obscene and filthy devils. Let Thales depart with his water, Anaximenes with the air, the Stoics with their fire, Epicurus with his atoms. And depart they did. To fiddle with the dials of the unsolicited gift became taboo. The revival of learning in the 12th century was followed by the disastrous marriage of Aristotle's physics with the theology of St. Thomas Aquinas, and by another 3 centuries of sterility, stagnation, and scholastic philosophy looking, as Erasmus cried, in utter darkness for that which has no existence whatsoever. The only periods in the whole of Western history in which there was a truly cumulative growth of knowledge are the 3 great centuries of Greece, and the last 3 centuries before the present. Yet the apparatus to generate that knowledge was there all the time during the intervening 2,000 years and also during the 30,000 years or so which separate us from Altamira and Lascaux. But it was not allowed to generate that knowledge. The effect inspired phantasmagorias of totem and taboo, dogma and doctrine, guilt and fear, drove back again and again the filthy devils of knowledge. For most of the time throughout human history, the marvelous potentials of the new cortex were only permitted to exert their powers in the service of old emotional beliefs, in the magic-motivated paintings of the Dordogne caves, in the translation of archetypal imagery into the language of mythology, in the religious art of Asia or of the European Middle Ages. Reason's task was to act as the handmaid of faith, whether it was the faith of medicine men, theologians, scholastics, dialectical materialists, devotees of President Mao or King Boembier. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, it is in the crocodile and the horse that we carry in our skulls. Of all the uniquenesses of man this seems to be the foremost. The peaceful primate. It is characteristic of the conventional biologists' touching optimism that Huxley's list contains only positive, desirable properties. That other terrible uniqueness of our species, intraspecific warfare * is not even mentioned in passing, although in a separate essay in the same volume, On War as a Biological Phenomenon, Huxley points out that there are only 2 kinds of animals that habitually make war: man and ants. Even among ants, war is mainly practiced by one group, comprising only a few species among the tens of thousands that are known to science. 5. In fact, however, rats, too, wage group or clan warfare. The members of the rat clan, as those of the insect state, do not know each other individually, only by the characteristic smell of their shared nest, hive, or locality. The stranger, although of the same species but from a different clan, is instantly recognized by his different smell. He stinks. So he must be ferociously attacked, and if possible killed. That is, warfare within the species, as distinct from the interspecific pursuit of the prey which belongs to a different species. But man and rats are exceptions. As a rule, throughout the whole animal kingdom, fighting with intent to kill only occurs between predator and prey. The law of the jungle sanctions only one legitimate motive for murder, the feeding drive, but the prey must of course be of a different species. Within the same species, powerful instinctual safeguards prevent serious fighting between individuals or groups. These inhibitory mechanisms, instinct taboos against killing or seriously injuring conspecifics, are as powerful in most animals as the drives of hunger, sex, or fear. The unavoidable and necessary self-assertive tendencies among the higher social animals are thus compensated by inhibitory mechanisms which turn fighting between sexual competitors into a more or less symbolic duel, fought according to formal rules, but hardly ever to a lethal finish. The contest is instantly terminated by some specific gesture of surrender by the weaker contestant, the dog rolling on its back, exposing its belly and throat, the defeated stag slinking away. Similarly, the defense of territory is assured nearly always without bloodshed, by strictly ritualist threat behavior, mock attacks and the like. Lastly, order of rank in wild animal societies, from birds to monkeys, is established and maintained with a minimum of bullying and fuss. In the course of the last 20 years, field observations on the life of monkey societies in the wild have led to a complete reversal of our previous ideas about the mentality of our primate ancestors. The earlier studies, such as Solly Zuckerman's in the late 1920s, were based on the behavior of monkeys confined in the unnatural, crowded conditions of the zoo. These studies yielded important psychological results, in the sense in which studies of human behavior in prisons and concentration camps do. They reveal the picture of a neurotic society laboring under abnormal stresses, whose members are bored and irritable, constantly bickering and fighting, obsessed by sex, and exposed to the rule of tyrannical, sometimes murderous, leaders. On the strength of this picture, one could only wonder how monkey societies in the wild survived at all. But since the Second World War, a new generation of field observers, whose patient studies often extended over many years, has completely and dramatically reversed the picture. WMS. Russell has summed up the result as follows. After the Second World War, the field study of monkeys and apes suddenly mushroomed. The reports of the field observers are virtually unanimous. Carpenter reported that fighting is rare in wild gibbons and apparently absent in wild howler monkeys. Washburn and Devore saw signs of internal violence in only 1 in 7 of their bands of wild East African baboons, and no fighting at all between bands. Southwick took over the study of wild howlers in the 50s, and never saw one fight, within or between bands. Jay gives a similar report on wild Lungur bands, and Imon Ishii on wild Japanese monkeys. Goodall saw little evidence of fighting in wild chimpanzees, nor Hall in wild bands of the very baboon species that Zuckerman had studied in the zoo. And Emlyn and Schaller saw not the slightest trace of aggression within wild gorilla bands, and relations between bands were so friendly that, when two bands met, they might bed down together for the night, and individuals could come visiting for as long as they liked. These unanimous reports are even more impressive than they first appear, for many of the observers were expecting the reverse. The early zoo findings had made such a deep impression that at first each field worker assumed that his or her species must be unusual. We can now see that they were wrong. All monkey and ape species are peaceful in the wild. A healthy wild primate society shows no trace of serious fighting, either within or between bands. It is now undeniable that primates can live without any violence at all. Putting together the field and zoo reports, we now know that aggressiveness is not an innate feature of individuals, appearing in some primate species and not in others. All primate species are peaceful in some conditions and violent in others. Violence is a property of societies exposed to stress. 6. What conclusions are we to draw from this picture of primate behavior? First, that primates, and all other mammals, in the wild show a complete absence of Freud's destructive instinct. In the normal baboon or rhesus monkey society, the self-assertive tendencies of the individual are counterbalanced by its integrative ties with family, leader, and clan. Aggression makes its appearance only when tensions of one kind or another upset the balance. All this is entirely in keeping with the conclusions we arrived at in earlier chapters. But it provides us with only a few limited and somewhat trivial clues to the origins of the human predicament. That stress is caused by shortage of food, overcrowding of territory, natural catastrophes, and so on, upset the social equilibrium and produce pathological behavior. Agreed. So do the zoo-like conditions in prisons, the enforced idleness of unemployment, the boredom of the welfare state. This is the kind of stuff social psychologists like to emphasize over and again in their discussions of the perils of modern life in the crowded megalopolis, and they are, of course, quite right. But these are modern phenomena which have little relevance to the core of the problem, the emergence of the unique, murderous, delusional streak in our prehistoric ancestors. They did not suffer from overcrowding, there was no shortage of territory, they did not lead an urban existence. In a word, we cannot lay the blame on stresses of the type to which captive monkeys, or the citizens of contemporary New York, are subjected. To become hypnotized by the specific pathology of the 20th century narrows one's vision and blinds one to the much older, much more fundamental problem of the chronic savagery of human civilizations, ancient and modern. We are so preoccupied with the social ravages done to the occupants of contemporary Negro ghettos in America, that we quite forget the horrors of African history when Negroes were free, or the horrors of European or Asian history. To lay the blame for man's pathological condition on the environment means to beg the question. Climatic changes and other environmental pressures are, of course, an immensely powerful factor in biological evolution and human history, but most wars, civil wars, and human holocausts were motivated by other reasons. Where else, then, shall we look for the causes of the fall, that is to say, for the unique characteristic of our species to practice intraspecific homicide, individually or in groups? The harmless hunter. It has occasionally been suggested that the fall occurred when our ancestors turned from a vegetarian to a carnivorous diet. Both zoologists and anthropologists have a conclusive answer to this suggestion. The zoologist will point out that hunting the prey which belongs to a different species is a biological drive strictly separate from aggression against conspecifics. To quote Konrad Lorenz, the motivation of the hunter is basically different from that of the fighter. The buffalo which the lion fells provokes his aggression as little as the appetizing turkey which I have just seen hanging in the larder provokes mine. The differences in these inner drives can clearly be seen in the expressive move menu of the animal. A dog about to catch a hunted rabbit has the same kind of excitedly happy expression as he has when he greets his master or awaits some longed-for treat. From many excellent photographs it can be seen that the lion, in the dramatic movement before he springs, is in no way angry. Growling, laying the ears back, and other well-known expression movements of fighting behavior are seen in predatory animals only when they are very afraid of a wildly resisting prey, and even then the expressions are only suggested. 7. The Russells arrive at the same conclusion. There is certainly no evidence from mammalian behavior that social aggression is more prevalent or intense among carnivores than among herbivores. And as for humans, there is certainly no evidence that social violence has been more prevalent or intense in carnivorous hunting than in vegetarian agricultural societies. Hunting people have sometimes been extremely warlike, but no human group has produced more peaceful communities than some of the Eskimos, who have been carnivorous hunters, presumably, since the Old Stone Age. 8. The samurai, on the other hand, were strict vegetarians, and so were the Hindu mobs in India which massacred their Muslim brethren whenever given a chance. It was not the eating of reindeer steaks which caused the fall. Lorenz, whom I have just quoted, has a more sophisticated theory. The following extract, compressed, conveys the gist of it. The inhibit-E is controlling aggression in various social animals, preventing it from injuring or killing fellow members of the species, are most important and consequently most highly differentiated in those animals which are capable of killing living creatures of about their own size. A raven can peck out the eye of another with one thrust of its beak, a wolf can rip the jugular vein of another with a single bite. There would be no more ravens and no more wolves if reliable inhibitions did not prevent such actions. Neither a dove nor a hare nor even a chimpanzee is able to kill its own kind with a single peck or bite. Since there rarely is, in nature, the possibility of such an animal seriously injuring one of its own kind, there is no selection pressure at work to breed inhibitions against killing. One can only deplore the fact that man has definitely not got a carnivorous mentality. All his trouble arises from his being a basically harmless, omnivorous creature, lacking in natural weapons with which to kill big prey, and, therefore, also devoid of the built-in safety devices which prevent professional carnivores from abusing their killing power to destroy fellow members of their own species. No selection pressure arose in the prehistory of mankind to breed inhibitory mechanisms preventing the killing of conspecifics until, all of a sudden, the invention of artificial weapons upset the equilibrium of killing potential and social inhibitions. When it did, man's position was very nearly that of a dove which, by some unnatural trick of nature, has suddenly acquired the beak of a raven. Whatever his innate norms of social behavior may have been, they were bound to be thrown out of gear by the invention of weapons. 9. One could pick various holes in this argument, as the critics of Laurent's book, myself included 10, have done, and nevertheless concede that it contains an element of truth. Without losing ourselves in technicalities, we can reformulate Laurent's argument by saying that, from the very beginning of the manufacture of weapons, man's instinct and intellect fell out of step. The invention of weapons and tools was an intellectual creation, the combined achievement of brain and hand of the marvelous powers of the neocortex to coordinate the manipulative skill of the fingers with the perceptions of the perfected eye, and both with memory and planning. But the use to which the weapons were put, was dependent on the motivational drives, on instinct and emotion on the old brain. The old brain was lacking in the necessary equipment, the inhibitory mechanisms, to deal with man's newly acquired powers, while the new brain had insufficient control over his emotions. What Laurent's argument boils down to is once more, inadequate coordination between the all too rapidly grown modern, and the ancient structures of the nervous system. However, the awareness of power, which the wielding of spear and bow lends to the hunter, need not necessarily increase aggressivity towards his fellows. It may, as the example of the Eskimos and other hunting communities show, even have the opposite effect. Insofar as the purely self-assertive tendencies of individuals are concerned, there is no obvious reason why primitive man should not have learned to come to terms with the added power that weapons gave him, by developing moral responsibilities, a superego as effective in its way as the instinct taboos against the killing of conspecifics in other hunting animals. And, to judge by the anthropological evidence, such taboos did indeed develop, but they only prevented aggression against the individual's own tribe or social group. To other members of the species the taboo did not apply. It was not individual aggression which got out of hand, but devotion to the narrow social group with which the individual identified himself, to the hostile exclusion of all other groups. It is the process we have discussed before, the integrative tendency, manifested in primitive forms of identification, serving as a vehicle for the aggressive self-assertiveness of the social holon. To put it in a different way, to man, intraspecific differences have become more vital than intraspecific affinities, and the inhibitions which in other animals prevent intraspecific killing, work only within the group. In the rat it is the smell which decides who is friend or foe. In man, there is a terrifyingly wide range of criteria, from territorial possession through ethnic, cultural, religious, ideological differences, which decide who stinks and who does not. The curse of language. There are other factors which contributed to the tragedy. The first is the enormous range of intraspecific differences between human individuals, races, and cultures, a diversity without parallel among other species. In Huxley's list of man's biological uniquenesses, this wide range of variety in physical appearance and mental attributes actually occupies the first place. How it arose does not concern us here. Huxley has some interesting things to say on the subject in the essay from which I have quoted. What matters in our context is that these differences and contrasts were a powerful factor of mutual repellence between groups, with the result that the disruptive forces how always dominated the forces of cohesion in the species as a whole. To quote Laurent once more, "It is no daring speculation to assume that the first human beings who really represented our own species, those of Cro-Magnon, had roughly the same instincts and natural inclinations as we have ourselves. Nor is it illegitimate to assume that the structure of their societies and their tribal warfare was roughly the same as can still be found in certain tribes of Papuans and in central New Guinea. Every one of their tiny settlements is permanently at war with the neighboring villages. Their relationship is described by Margaret Mead as one of mild reciprocal head-hunting, mild meaning that there are no organized raids for the purpose of removing the treasured heads of neighboring warriors, but only the occasional taking of the heads of women and children encountered in the woods." 11. The people of the neighboring village were simply not considered as conspecifics, as the stammering barbarians were denied full human status by the Greeks, the pagans by the Church, the Jews by the Nazis. A priori, one would imagine that the dawn of abstract, conceptualized thought, its communication by language, and its preservation by cumulative records. The beginning of Teilhard's new sphere would have counteracted these fratricidal, species-disrupting tendencies. In actual fact, the cliché about the unifying power of verbal communication represents only half of the truth, and perhaps less than half. In the first place, there is the trivial fact that, while language facilitates communication within the group, it also crystallizes cultural differences, and actually heightens the barriers between groups. The admirable field observations of monkey societies, which I have just mentioned, have revealed that primate groups of the same species inhabiting different localities also tend to develop different traditions and cultures, but this differentiation never goes so far as to lead to conflict, mainly, one supposes, because of the absence of separative linguistic barriers. Among humans, however, the separative, group estranging forces of language are active on every level: nations, tribes, regional dialects, the exclusive vocabularies and accents of social classes, professional jargons. Among the 2 million Aborigines of New Guinea, to whom Margaret Mead refers in the quotation above, 750 different languages are spoken. Ever since the Stone Age, the Tower of Babel has remained a valid symbol. Is it not remarkable that at a time when Hertzian waves and communication satellites have transformed the population of our whole planet into a single audience, no serious effort is being made by responsible bodies, except a few undaunted Esperantists, to propagate a universal lingua franca, yet at the same time people are killed in language riots over the primacy of Marathi or Gujarati in India, Flemish or French in Belgium, French or English in Canada. An emotionally real-adjusted species, we have the uncanny power of turning every blessing, including language, into a curse. The main danger of language, however, lies not in its separative, but in its magic, hypnotic, emotion-arousing powers. Words can serve to crystallize thought, to give articulateness and precision to vague images and hazy intuitions. They can also serve to rationalize irrational fears and desires, to give the semblance of logic to the wildest superstitions, to lend the vocabulary of the new brain to the phantasmagorias and delusions of the old. Lastly, words can be used as explosive charges to set off the chain reactions of group psychology. Ollie's computer is just as capable of producing Kant's critique of pure reason as the screams of Hitler. Without a language to formulate religious and ideological doctrines, closed belief systems, slogans and manifestos, we should be as unable to fight intraspecific wars as the poor baboons. Thus the various blessings which make for the uniqueness of man form at the same time a tragic mesh with one common pattern underlying all schizophysiology: the discovery of death. A further factor, which provides one of the main threads in the pattern, is the discovery of death and the refusal to accept it. The discovery originates in the new brain, the refusal in the old. Instinct takes existence implicitly for granted, and defends it against threats in anger and fear, but it cannot conceive of its change into non-existence. This refusal is one of the leitmotifs of history, perpetuating the conflict between faith and reason. In the oldest primitive cultures, among Australian Aborigines or Papuans as they were in the last century, nobody ever dies a natural death. Even in the case of old people they maintain that death is due to wizardry, and it is the same thing in all misfortunes that may occur. Has a man had a fatal fall? A wizard made him fall. Has another been wounded by a wild boar or bitten by a snake? It was a wizard again. He, too, working from a distance, can make a woman die in childbed, and so on. Levi-Bruhl 12. The refusal to accept death either as a natural or as a final phenomenon populated the world with witches, ghosts, ancestral spirits, gods, demigods, angels, and devils. The air became saturated with invisible presences, as in a mental home. Most of them were malevolent and vengeful, or at least capricious, unpredictable, insatiable in their demands. They had to be worshipped, cajoled, propitiated, and if possible, coerced. Hence the insane gesture of Abraham, the ubiquity of human sacrifice at the bloody dawn of civilization, the holy massacres which have continued ever since. In all mythologies, that dawn is steeped in fear, anxiety, and guilt, dramatized by the fall of angels, the fall of man, by floods and catastrophes, but also in comforting promises of eternal survival, until even that consolation was poisoned with the fear of everlasting tortures. And all along reason played the willing handmaid to perverse beliefs, spawned by the visceral brain. Thus a contemporary authority, F.M. Berger, writes, "It is often stated that there is much more anxiety in modern Western society than there is among the more primitive people in the less developed parts of the globe." In fact, however, Randall, 1965, reports that, in the Congo and other undeveloped parts of Africa, anxiety is the most common and crippling psychiatric disorder. The Papuans of the Wagi Valley of central New Guinea, who have not progressed beyond a Stone Age culture, suffer from more anxiety than any modern industrial civilization. They also have the highest incidence of peptic ulcers ever found in any community. Montague, 1961. 13. There is, of course, another side to the picture. The refusal to believe in the finality of death made pyramids and temples rise from the sand. It was one of the main inspirations of art, from the Greek tragedy to the paintings of the Renaissance, the music of Bach and the holy sonnets of Donne. But what a terrible price to pay for these splendors! There is a hoary belief that the horrors and the splendors are inseparable, that one is the precondition of the other, that to paint like Van Gogh you have to cut off your ear. But this belief itself is symptomatic of the anxiety-ridden mind, which never catches up on the arrears due to the heavenly tax collector. Summary. The rise of the human neocortex is the only example of evolution providing a species with an organ which it does not know how to use. The actualization of its reasoning potentials has been obstructed, throughout prehistory and history, by the effect-based activities of the phylogenetically older structures in the nervous system. Inadequate coordination between the old and new structures made man's instinct and intellect fall out of step. The wide range of intraspecific differences between individuals, races, and cultures became a source of mutual repellence. Language increased cohesion within groups, and heightened the barriers between groups. The discovery of death by the intellect, and its rejection by instinct became a paradigm of the split mind. 18. The Age of Climax. I come from a country which does not yet exist. J. Craviron Ha. The hinge of history. The present generation is the hinge of history. We may now be in the time of the most rapid change in the whole evolution of the human race, either past or to come. The world has now become too dangerous for anything less than utopia. 1. This was written by a contemporary American biophysicist, J.R. Platt. We have heard such warnings before: Isaiah, Jeremiah, Cassandra, St. John of the Apocalypse, and so on down the centuries through Augustine, the prophets of the millennium, to Lenin and Oswald Spengler. In every century there was at least one generation which flattered itself to be the hinge of history, to live at a time such as never was before, awaiting the blow of the last trumpet or some secular equivalent of it. And there was also James Thurber's unforgettable get-ready man, who wandered barefoot in his nightshirt through the dark streets of his hometown, waking people with the blood-curdling cry, get ready, the world is coming to an end." So one ought to be cautious with pronouncements about the uniqueness of one's own time. Nevertheless, there are at least two good reasons which justify the view that humanity is going through a crisis unprecedented in its nature and magnitude in the whole of its past history. The first is quantitative, the second qualitative. The first is the upsetting of the ecological balance. Its consequences have been summed up by Sir Gavin de Beer in an article commemorating the bicentenary of Malthus. If we go back 1,000,000 years to the hominids, or even 250,000 years to Swanscombe man and his missus, the curve of population is like an aircraft taking off. For most of that time it just schemes along the time axis. Then, about AD 1600, the undercarriage is raised and it begins to soar. Today it is rising almost vertically, more like a rocket off its pad. A million years to reach 3,250 million, 30 or so to double it. 2. To be a little more specific, historians have estimated that the world's population at the beginning of the Christian era was around 250 million. By the middle of the 17th century it had doubled, rising to about 500 million. By the middle of the 19th it had doubled again and reached the first billion mark. It is at this point that Pasteur, Lister, and Semmelweis took a hand and changed the ecological balance of our species by declaring war on the microorganisms in its environment, a change more drastic and far-reaching than all the technical inventions of James Watt, Edison and the Wright brothers put together. But the disaster they unwittingly initiated made itself felt only a century later. By I-925 the population had doubled again, to 2 billion. By 1965 it was well over 3 billion, and the doubling period had shrunk from 1,500 years to about 35 years. 3. I am following US usage, 1,000 million equals 1 billion. This figure is based on an average global growth rate of 2% per annum, 1.6 to 1.8 in industrialized countries, 3% or more Indiana, a number of low-income nations. Thus India, which in 1965 had a population of 450 million, at the present growth rate will have 900 million mouths to feed in AD 2000. Even for the short period of 15 years, 1965 to 80, to keep up with the estimated population growth would require an increase of yield per acre of existing farmland by at least 50%, and L.R. Brown of the U.S. Department of Agriculture has calculated that an additional 24 million tons of fertilizer a year must be applied to achieve this performance, but the entire world production of fertilizer is only 28.6 million tons a year. 4. As for China, with a population of 750 million in 1966, it will, if the present trend continues, at the end of the century equal the total population of the Earth as it was in 1900. The explosion is accompanied by the implosion of migrants from rural areas to the cities, not inspired by the call of employment but by the desperate hope that some menial job or government relief will be available there. Kingsley Davies estimates that in the year 2000, the largest Indian city, Calcutta, will contain between 36 and 66 million people. Calcutta, sprawling for hundreds of square miles, with a population of 66 million inadequately employed people, suggests a concentration of misery that can only have explosive consequences. 5. Returning to the planet as a whole, the prospect is, 7 billion people in 2000, 14 billion in 2035, 25 billion 100 years from now, see figure 14. But, as a sober Ford Foundation report says, but long before then, in the face of such population pressure, it is inevitable that the four horsemen will take over. 6. How many people can our planet nourish? According to Colin Clark, one of the leading authorities in this field, 12 to 15 billion, but only on condition that the methods of cultivation and soil preservation in the whole world are brought up to the high standard of the Netherlands. This, of course, is nothing short of utopia. Yet even under these optimum conditions the total population would outpace the total supply in the first decades of the next century. It will be objected that predictions based on existing population trends are notoriously unreliable. That is our main hope, but since the last war, this unreliability has worked steadily in favor of the pessimists. The factual increase surpasses all maximal predictions. Besides, the great surprises such as the stabilization of the Japanese population around 1949 by the legalization of abortion, which play havoc with the statisticians' predictions, have always occurred in highly developed countries, which took family planning more or less for granted long before modern contraceptives came on the market, and were thus able to break the predicted pattern by adapting the number of their babies to economic and psychological trends. In contrast to Japan, the only Asiatic country with a Western level of literacy, 15 years of intense birth control propaganda in India has yielded practically no results. The fast breeders in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are by nature the least amenable to disciplined family planning. They are the 3/4 of the Earth's population which set the pace. All this has often been said, and repetition tends to blunt rather than sharpen our awareness. The public is aware that there is a problem, it is not aware of the magnitude and the urgency of the problem, it is not aware that we are moving towards a climax which is not centuries, but only a few decades ahead, that is, well within the lifetime of the present generation of teenagers. What I am trying to prove is not that the situation is hopeless, but that it is indeed unique, unprecedented in man's history. De Beer's parable of the aeroplane which schemes along the runway for thousands of miles, but within a mile or two from takeoff changes into a rocket, shooting straight up into the sky, is meant to illustrate what the mathematician calls an exponential curve, figure 14. The curve should be extended to the left into the past 4 miles on end, along which its rise would only be discernible through a microscope. Then comes the critical moment when Pasteur et al. Took the brakes off. The brakes, of course, symbolize the high mortality rate which, balancing the lift of the birth rate, kept the population curve nearly horizontal. It took about a century, half an inch on our scale, until the consequences became apparent. From then onward the curve rises steeper and steeper, until, in the second half of our century, it starts rocketing towards the sky. It took our species something like 100,000 years to spawn its first billion. Today we are adding a further billion to the total every 12 years. In the first few decades of the next century, if the present trend continues, we shall add a billion every 6 years. After that, every 3 years, and so on. But long before that De Beer's crazy aeroplane is bound to crash. Population curve from the beginning of the Christian era extrapolated to 2035 AD. An exponential curve reflects a process with the brakes off, which has got out of hand. Even the draftsman attempting to extend the curve into the future will be defeated because, as the curve gets steeper and steeper, he must run out of paper as the world must run out of food, of Lebensraum, of beaches and river shores, of privacy, of smiles. The uncanny properties of exponential curves reflect the uniqueness of our time, not only the population explosion, but also the explosion in power, communications, and specialized knowledge. To take the last item first, Dr. Ian Morris of University College writes, as measured by manpower, number of periodicals or number of scientific papers, science is growing exponentially with a doubling time of about 15 years. Figure 1 shows the increase of scientific journals since they began in 1665. The figure shows a curve similar to the one above, indicating that the number of scientific journals in 1700 was less than 10, in 1800 around 100, in 1850 around 1,000, in 1900 more than 10,000, after the First World War around 100,000, and by AD 2000 is expected to reach the 1 million mark. The same picture is obtained if the number of scientists or scientific papers is measured, and appears to be comparable for widely different scientific disciplines. During the past 15 years, the same number of scientists were produced as existed during the entire previous period of science. Thus, because the average working life of a research scientist is about 45 years, 7 out of every 8 scientists who have ever lived are alive now. Similarly, almost 90% of all scientific endeavor has been undertaken during the past 50 years. 7. The United States National Education Authority sets the doubling time since 1950 even lower, 10 years. 8. Take power next. Again we have that long flat stretch of the curve from Cro-Magnon to about 5,000 years ago. With the invention of the lever, the pulley, and other simple mechanical devices, the muscular strength of man would appear multiplied, say, 5 or 10-fold, then the curve would again remain nearly horizontal until the invention of the steam engine and the Industrial Revolution, just 200 years ago. From then on, it is the same story as before: takeoff, steeper and steeper climb to the rocket-like stage. The exponential increase in the speed of communications, or in the range of penetration into the depths of the universe by optical and radio telescopes, is too well known to need stressing, but the following illustration is perhaps less familiar. At the end of the 1920s we could impart to atomic particles about 500,000 electron volts of energy, in the 1930s we could accelerate them to 20 million electron volts, by 1950 to 500 million, and at the time of writing, an accelerator of 50,000 million electron volts is under construction. But more bemusing than all these figures is to me an episode in 1930, when I nearly lost my job as a science editor because of indignant protests against an article I wrote on the progress in rocketry, in which I predicted space travel in our lifetime. And a year or two before the first Sputnik was launched, Britain's Astronomer Royal made the immortal statement, "Space travel is bilge." Our imagination is willing to accept that things are changing, but unable to accept the rate at which they are changing, and to extrapolate into the future. The mind boggles at an exponential curve as Pascal's mind boggled when, in the Copernican universe, infinity opened its gaping jaws, le silence eternal de cese spaces infinis emifrae. That is the position in which we find ourselves today. We dare no longer extrapolate into the future, partly because we are frightened, mainly because of the poverty of our imagination. Two curves. But at least we can look back over our shoulders into the past, and compare the chart which we have just discussed, showing the explosive increase in people, knowledge, power, and communications, with another type of chart indicating the progress of social morality, ethical beliefs, spiritual awareness, and related values. This chart will field a curve of quite different shape. It, too, will show a very slow rise during the nearly flat prehistoric miles, then it will oscillate with inconclusive ups and downs through what we call civilized history, but shortly after the exponential curves get airborne, the ethical curve shows a pronounced downward trend, marked by 2 world wars, the genocidal enterprises of several dictators, and new methods of terror combined with indoctrination, which can hold whole continents in their grip. The contrast between these two curves gives certainly an oversimplified, but not an overdramatized view of our history. They represent the consequences of man's split mind. The exponential curves are all, in one way or another, the work of the new cortex. They show the explosive results of learning at long last how to actualize its potentials which, through all the millennia of our prehistory, have been lying dormant. The other curve reflects the delusional streak, the persistence of misplaced devotion to emotional beliefs dominated by the archaic paleo-mammalian brain. To quote V. Bertalanffy once more, "What is called human progress is a purely intellectual affair, made possible by the enormous development of the forebrain. Owing to this, man was able to build up the symbolic worlds of speech and thought, and some progress in science and technology during the 5,000 years of recorded history was made. Not much development, however, is seen on the moral side. It is doubtful whether the methods of modern warfare are preferable to the big stones used for cracking the skull of the fellow Neanderthaler. It is rather obvious that the moral standards of Lao-Tzu and Buddha were not inferior to ours. The human cortex contains some 10 billion neurons that have made possible the progress from stone axe to airplanes and atomic bombs, from primitive mythology to quantum theory. There is no corresponding development on the instinctual side that causes man to mend his ways. For this reason, moral exhortations, as proffered through the centuries by the founders of religion and great leaders of humanity, have proved disconcertingly ineffective. 9. As a further illustration of the gulf between our intellectual and emotional development, take the contrast between communication and cooperation. Progress of the means of communication is again reflected by an exponential curve. Crowded within a single century are the invention of steamship, railway, motor car, airship, aeroplane, rocket, spaceship, of telegraph, telephone, gramophone, radio, radar, of photography, cinematography, television, Telstar. The month I was born, the Wright brothers in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, managed for the first time to stay in the air for 1 entire minute in their flying machine. The chances are that before I die we shall have reached the moon and perhaps Mars. No generation of man ever before has witnessed in its lifetime such changes. Within that lifetime, our planet has shrunk to Lilliputian proportions, so that instead of Jules Verne's 80 days, it can be orbited in 80 minutes. But as to the second curve, the bridging of the distance between nations did not bring them closer to each other, rather the opposite. Before the communications explosion, travel was slow, but there existed no Iron Curtain, no Berlin Wall, no minefields and no man's lands, and hardly any restrictions on immigration or emigration. Today about 1/3 of mankind is not permitted to leave its own country. 1. Could almost say that progress in cooperation varied in reverse ratio to progress in communications. The conquest of the air transformed limited into total warfare. The mass media became the demagogues' instruments of fomenting hatred, and even between close neighbors like England and France, the increase in tourist traffic has hardly increased mutual understanding. There have been some positive advances such as the European Common Market. They are minute compared to the gigantic cracks which divide the planet into three major and countless minor, hostile, isolated camps. The point of laboring these obvious facts is to make them fall into the general pattern. Language, the outstanding achievement of the neocortex, became a more dividing than unifying factor, increasing intraspecific tensions. Progress in communications followed a similar trend of turning a blessing into a curse. Even from the aesthetic point of view, we have managed to contaminate the luminiferous ether as we have contaminated our air, rivers, and seashores. You fiddle with the dials of your radio, and from all over the world, instead of celestial harmonies, the ether disgorges its musical latrine slush. Of all exponential curves, that referring to progress in destructive power is the most spectacular and the best known. To sum it up as briefly as possible, after the First World War, statisticians calculated that on the average 10,000 rifle bullets or 10 artillery shells had been needed to kill one enemy soldier. The bombs dropped from flying machines weighed a few pounds. By the Second World War, the blockbusters had acquired a destructive power equal to 20 tons of TNT. The first atomic bomb on Hiroshima equaled 20,000 tons of TNT. 10 years later, the first hydrogen bomb equaled 20 million tons. At the time of writing, we are stockpiling bombs the equivalent of 100 million tons of TNT, and there are rumors of a gigaton bomb, a nuclear weapon packing the power of 1 billion tons of TNT that could be detonated 100 miles off the U.S. coastline and still set off a 50-foot tidal wave that would sweep across much of the entire American continent. Or a cobalt bomb that would send a deadly cloud sweeping forever about the Earth. 10. The new calendar. I have said that there are two reasons which entitles us to call our time unique. The first is quantitative, expressed by the exponential increase of populations, communications, destructive power, etc. Under their combined impact, an extraterrestrial intelligence, to whom centuries are as seconds, able to survey the whole curve in one sweep, would probably come to the conclusion that human civilization is either on the verge of, or in the process of, exploding. The second reason is qualitative, and can be summed up in a single sentence: before the thermonuclear bomb, man had to live with the idea of his death as an individual. From now onward, mankind has to live with the idea of its death as a species. The bomb has given us the power to commit genocide, and within a few years we should even have the power to turn our planet into a nova, an exploding star. Every age has had its Cassandras and get-ready men, and mankind has managed to survive regardless of their sinister prophecies. But this comforting argument is no longer valid, as no past age, however convulsed by war and pestilence, had possessed our newly acquired power over life on the planet as a whole. The full implications of this fact have not yet sunk into the minds of even the noisiest pacifists. We have always been taught to accept the transitoriness of individual existence, while taking the survival of our species axiomatically for granted. This was a perfectly reasonable belief, barring some unlikely cosmic catastrophe. But it has ceased to be a reasonable belief since the day when the possibility of engineering a catastrophe of cosmic dimensions was experimentally tested and proven. It pulverized the assumptions on which all philosophy from Socrates onward was based, the potential immortality of our species. But new insights of a revolutionary nature cannot be assimilated at once. There are periods of incubation. The Copernican theory of the Earth's motion had to wait 80 years before it took root. The unconscious mind has its own clock, and its own ways of digesting what the conscious mind has rejected as indigestible. The leaders of the French Revolution were well aware of this fact. To hasten the process of assimilation, they introduced a new calendar, starting on the day of the proclamation of the Republic. September 22, 1792, became the first of Vendémiaire of the year 1. It would perhaps not be a bad idea if we all kept a second calendar, at least in our minds, starting with the year when the new star of Bethlehem rose over Hiroshima. Calendars imply convictions about the fundamental importance of certain events: the first Olympiad, the founding of the city of Rome, the birth of Jesus, the flight of Mohammed from Mecca. The positing of a year zero provides a time scale, a measure of an age, of the distance covered from the real or assumed starting point of a given civilization. Thus I am writing this in the year 22 post Hiroshima. For there can be little doubt that in that year a new era started. The human race is facing a challenge unprecedented in its history, which can only be met by taking action of an equally unprecedented nature. The first half of the preceding sentence is now more or less generally accepted, but the second is not. Even the thinking minority still believes that a peril unique in its novelty can be averted by time-worn traditional remedies, by appeals to sweet reason and common sense. But such appeals are powerless against the militant ideologies of closed systems, whose true believers are convinced, as a professor at Peking University wrote recently, that respect for facts and for other people's opinions must be exterminated from man's soul like vermin. 11. All efforts of persuasion by reasoned argument rely on the implicit assumption that Homo sapiens, though occasionally blinded by emotion, is a basically rational animal, aware of the motives of his own actions and beliefs, an assumption which is untenable in the light of both historical and neurological evidence. All such appeals fall on barren ground. They could take root only if the ground were prepared by a spontaneous change in human mentality all over the world, the equivalent of a major biological mutation. Then, and only then, would mankind as a whole, from its political leaders down to the lonely crowd, become receptive to reasoned argument, and willing to resort to those unorthodox measures which would enable it to meet the challenge. It is highly improbable that such a mental mutation will occur spontaneously in the foreseeable future, whereas it is highly probable that the spark which initiates the chain reaction will be ignited sooner or later, deliberately or by accident. As the devices of atomic and biological warfare become more potent and simpler to produce, their spreading to young and immature, as well as old and overripe, nations is inevitable. An invention, once made, cannot be disinvented. The bomb has come to stay. Mankind has to live with it forever, not merely through the next crisis and the next one, but forever, not through the next 20 or 200 or 2000 years, but forever. It has become part of the human condition. In the first 20 years of the post-Hiroshima era, 1946 to 66, according to the conventional calendar, men had fought, as already mentioned, 40 minor wars and civil wars tabulated by the Pentagon. 12, more than half of them, were fought between communists and non-communists, China, Greece. The others were either anti-colonial wars, Algeria, Indochina, imperialist adventures, Suez, Hungary, Bay of Pigs, or classical wars between neighbors, India-Pakistan, Israel-Arabs. But this Pentagon list does not include crises like the Berlin blockade of 1948, and coups d'état like the defenestrations in Prague, 1948. As a French diplomat has put it, there are no longer such things as war and peace, just different levels of confrontations. These wars and civil wars were fought with conventional arms, mostly by nuclear have-nots. But at least on two occasions, Berlin, 1948, and Cuba, 1962, we were on the brink of nuclear war, and all this in the first 2 decades since the year 0 If one extrapolates from these data into the future, the probability of disaster approaches statistical certainty. A further aggravating factor is that nuclear devices, like other gadgets, will undergo the process of progressive miniaturization. They will become smaller and easier to make, so that in the long run effective global control of their manufacture will become impracticable on these grounds alone. In the foreseeable future they will be made and stored in large quantities, from windswept Alaska to sunny Stanleyville. It is as if a gang of delinquent children had been locked in a room filled with inflammable material, and provided with matchboxes accompanied by the warning not to use them. Some social scientists have indeed estimated, to quote J.R. Platt again, that our half-life * under these circumstances, that is, the probable number of years before these repeated confrontations add up to a 50-50 chance of destroying the human race forever, may be only about 10 to 20 years. Obviously this is not an objectively testable number. Nevertheless, the idea is clear. This is the first time in the history of the human race that all babies everywhere, forever have had such a slim chance of survival. 13*. The term is borrowed from atomic physics. Half-life is the time taken for half the atoms of a radioactive isotype to disintegrate. There is indeed no convincing reason which could lead us to believe that the conflicts, crises, confrontations, and wars of the past will not be repeated in varying parts of the world in the years, decades and centuries to come. Ever since the Second World War, the ideological, racial, ethnic tensions have been on the increase in Africa, Asia, Latin America. In the United States, in spite of all genuine efforts to find a solution, the racial problem is becoming more intractable. Even Israel, prime victim of racial persecution, has its own underprivileged majority of colored Jews. The lessons of the past have been wasted. History not only repeats itself, it seems to be laboring under a neurotic compulsion to do so. Thus in 1920 a town named Danzig on the eastern fringes of Europe was made into an enclave which could only be reached by a narrow corridor through foreign territory. This absurd arrangement became the pretext for World War II. While it was still on, a town named Berlin, in the heart of Europe, was made into an enclave which could only be reached by a narrow corridor through foreign territory. This absurd repetition became the pretext which has already once brought us to the brink of war, and will in all probability do so again. Hegel wrote, "What experience and history teach us is this, that people and governments have never learned anything from history, or acted on principles deduced from it. It has been said that the blood of martyrs fertilizes the earth. In fact, it has been running down into the sewers, with a monotonously gurgling sound, as far as man can remember, and at whatever part of the world we look, there is scant evidence which would encourage us to hope that the gurgling will diminish or stop. If we discard the comforts of wishful thinking, we must expect that the motives and loci of potential conflict will continue to drift across the globe like high-pressure areas over a meteorological chart. And our only precarious safeguard against the ballooning of local into total conflict, mutual deterrence, will always remain dependent on uncontrollable psychological factors, the restraint or recklessness of fallible key individuals. Russian roulette is a game which cannot be played for long. So long as we believed that our species as such was virtually immortal, with an astronomical lifespan before it, we could afford to wait patiently for that change of heart which, gradually or suddenly, would make love, peace, and sweet reason prevail. But we no longer have that assurance of immortality, nor the unlimited time to wait for the moment when the lion will lie down with the lamb, the Arab with the Israeli, and the Commissar with the yogi. The conclusions, if we dare to draw them, are quite simple. Our biological evolution to all intents and purposes came to a standstill in Cro-Magnon days. Since we cannot in the foreseeable future expect the necessary change in human nature to arise by way of a spontaneous mutation, that is, by natural means, we must induce it by artificial means. We can only hope to survive as a species by developing techniques which supplant biological evolution. We must search for a cure for the schizophysiology inherent in man's nature, and the resulting split in our minds, which led to the situation in which we find ourselves. Tampering with human nature. I believe that if we fail to find this cure, the old paranoid streak in man, combined with his new powers of destruction, must sooner or later lead to genosuicide. But I also believe that the cure is almost within reach of contemporary biology, and that with the proper concentration of efforts it might be produced within the lifetime of the generation which is now entering on the scene. I am aware that this sounds over-optimistic, in contrast to the seemingly over-pessimistic views just expressed on the prospect ahead of us if we persist in carrying on in our paranoiac ways. I do not think these apprehensions are exaggerated, and I do not think that the idea of a cure for Homo sap is utopian. It is not inspired by science fiction, but based on a realistic assessment of the recent advances in several convergent branches of the life sciences. They do not provide a cure, but they indicate the area of research that may produce it. I am also aware that any proposal which involves artificial tampering with human nature is bound to provoke strong emotional resistances. These are partly based on prejudice, but partly on a healthy aversion against further intrusions into the privacy and sanctity of the individual by the excesses of social engineering, character engineering, various forms of brainwashing, and other threatening aspects of the air-conditioned nightmare surrounding us. On the other hand, ever since the first hunter wrapped his shivering frame into the hide of a dead animal, man has been tampering with his own nature, creating for himself an artificial environment which gradually transformed the face of the planet, and an artificial mode of existence without which he can no longer survive. There is no turning back on housing, clothing, artificial heating, cooked food, nor on spectacles, hearing aids, forceps, artificial limbs, anesthetics, antiseptics, prophylactics, vaccines, and so forth. We start tampering with human nature almost from the moment a baby is born, for one of the first routine measures is the universal practice to drop a solution of silver nitrate into the baby's eyes to protect it against ophthalmia neonatorum, a form of conjunctivitis frequently leading to blindness, caused by gonococci which, unknown to her, may have lurked in the mother's genital tract. This is followed, later on, by preventive vaccinations, compulsory in most civilized countries, against smallpox, typhoid, and so on. To appreciate the value of these tamperings with the course of nature, let us remember that the prevalence of smallpox among Red Indians was one of the main causes which made them lose their continent to the white man. In the 17th and 18th centuries it constituted a hazard to which everybody was exposed. Its ravages might have been even worse but for that intrepid lady, Mary Wortley Montagu, who learnt the ancient Oriental practice of inoculation from the Turks, and introduced it to England at the beginning of the 18th century. It consisted in infecting the person to be immunized with matter taken from mild smallpox cases, a rather dangerous procedure, but with a much lower fatality rate than natural smallpox. The risk vanished only when Jenner discovered that vaccination with the attenuated virus of cowpox gave immunity against smallpox. A less well-known case of tampering is the prevention of goitre and of a certain variety of cretinism associated with it. When I was a child, and was taken for the holidays to the Alps, the number of inhabitants of mountain valleys who had monstrous swellings in front of their necks, and the number of cretinous children in their families was quite frightening. Today there is not a single case of goitre in the Tyrolean village where I spend part of the year, nor in the neighboring valleys. It has been found that goitre is associated with a deficiency of iodine in the thyroid gland, and that the water in regions where the disease used to be endemic was hard and poor in iodine. Thus iodine was periodically added in small quantities to the drinking water or diet of the children, and goitre became virtually a thing of the past. Evidently man, or a certain breed of man, was biologically not equipped to live in environments with iodine-poor water, or to cope with the virus of smallpox, and the deadly microorganisms of malaria or sleeping sickness. If we reverse the situation, we find that some microbes are equally ill-equipped for resisting other species of microorganisms which we call antibiotics. Now microbes seem to have an enormous mutation rate, or some other method of hereditary adaptation, for, within a few years, they have evolved new drug-resistant strains. We humans cannot perform such evolutionary feats. But we can simulate major adaptive mutations by adding iodine to the drinking water, or by putting drops into the eyes of the newborn, to protect them from enemies against which our natural defenses are inadequate. In recent years biologists have discovered that every animal species which they studied from flower beetles through rabbits to baboons is equipped with instinctive behavior patterns which put a brake on excessive breeding, and keep the population density in a given territory fairly constant, even when food is plentiful. When the density exceeds a certain limit, crowding produces stress symptoms which affect the hormonal balance. Rabbits and deer begin to die off from adrenal stress without any sign of epidemic disease. The females of rats stop caring for their young, which perish, and abnormal sexual behavior makes its appearance. Thus the ecological equilibrium in a given area is maintained not only by the relative distribution of animals, plants, and microorganisms, of predators and prey, but also by a kind of intraspecific feedback mechanism which adjusts the rate of breeding so as to keep the population at a stable level. The population of a given species in a given territory behaves in fact as a self-regulating social holon, governed by the instinctive canons of keeping distance and maintaining average density. But in this respect man is again unique except perhaps for the suicidal lemmings. It seems almost as if in human populations the ecological rule were reversed: the more crowded they are in slums, ghettos and poverty-stricken areas, the faster they breed. In the past, the stabilizing factor was not the type of feedback mechanism which regulates the rate of breeding in animals, but the death harvests of war, pestilence, and infant mortality. However, already in biblical days, as we learn from the story of Onan, man compensated to some extent for the absence of instinctive breeding controls by voluntary birth control through coitus interruptus and other practices. Then, a century ago, when Louis Pasteur initiated the takeoff of the population curve, Charles Goodyear, rubber manufacturer and inventor, after whom the famous tire company is named, invented the first artificial contraceptives. The modern methods of birth control by intrauterine coils and oral contraceptives represent a much more radical tampering with nature on a more vital level. They interfere in a permanent, and yet by all indications non-injurious, manner with the physiological processes governing the oestrus cycle. Applied on a worldwide scale as they must be if the impending catastrophe is to be prevented, they would amount to an artificially simulated, adaptive mutation. Our species became a biological freak when somewhere on the way it lost the instinctual controls which in animals regulate the rate of breeding. It can only survive by inventing methods which imitate evolutionary mutation. We can no longer hope that nature will provide the corrective remedy. We must provide it ourselves. Prometheus unhinged. Mutatis mutandis, can we invent a similar remedy for the schizophysiology of our nervous system, for the paranoid streak in man which made such an appalling mess of our history? And not only of the history of Homo sapiens, but apparently of his near-human predecessors as well. Let us go back to Lawrence. Obviously instinctive behavior mechanisms failed to cope with the new circumstances which culture unavoidably produced even at its very dawn. There is evidence that the first inventors of pebble tools, the African Australopithecines, promptly used their new weapons to kill not only game, but fellow members of their species as well. Peking man, the Prometheus who learned to preserve fire, used it to roast his brothers. Beside the first traces of the regular use of fire lie the mutilated and roasted bones of Sinanthropus pekingensis himself. 14. The Promethean myth has acquired an ugly twist. The giant reaching out to steal the lightning from the gods is insane. By all indications the trouble started with the sudden mushrooming of the neocortex at a rate unprecedented in evolutionary history, p. 273. If we compress the whole history of life on Earth, from its beginnings some 2,000 million years ago to the present, into a single day from midnight to midnight, then the age of mammals would begin about 11 p.m., and the evolution from Pithecanthropus, Java ape man, to Homo sapiens, that is, the evolution of the human neocortex, would have taken place in the last 45 seconds. The growth of the cortex, too, followed an exponential curve. Is it unreasonable to assume that at this explosive rate of the brain's development, which so widely overshot its mark, something may have gone wrong? More precisely, that the lines of communication between the very old and the brand new structures were not developed sufficiently to guarantee their harmonious interplay, the hierarchic coordination of instinct and intelligence. Remembering the mistakes which occurred in the evolution of earlier versions of nervous systems, the arthropod brain choking its alimentary canal, the marsupial brain without adequate connections between the right and left hemispheres, we cannot help suspecting that something similar may have happened to us, and the combined evidence from neurophysiology, psychopathology, and human history seems to support this hypothesis. The neurophysiological evidence indicates, as we have seen, a dissonance between the reactions of neocortex and limbic system. Instead of functioning as integral parts in a hierarchic order, they lead a kind of agonized coexistence. To revert to an earlier metaphor, the rider has never gained complete control of the horse, and the horse asserts its whims in the most objectionable ways. We have also seen that the limbic system has direct access to the emotion-generating, viscerally orientated centers in the hypothalamus, but the rider has no direct access to them. Moreover, the stirrups and reins by which the rider is meant to control the horse are inadequate. To quote MacLean once more, on the basis of neuronographic studies there appear to be no extensive associational connections between the limbic and the neocortex. There is no anatomical evidence for the intricate loops within loops of feedbacks, of the delicate interplay of excitation and inhibition, which characterizes the nervous system in general. Both horse and man are very much alive to one another and to their environment, yet communication between them is limited. Both derive information and act upon it in a different way. 15. The article continues, this would indicate that the two depend almost entirely on vertical, rather than horizontal, lines of communication. The so-called diffuse projection system of the diencephalon offers one such possible relating system, but the evidence in this regard is still conflicting. There is ample justification, however, for assuming another system of connections through the reticular system of the midbrain. This part of the brain, which has been shown by Magoun and others to be essential to a state of wakefulness, has been found electrophysiologically to bear a reciprocal relationship to both the limbic and the neocortex. In addition, there is anatomical and electrophysiological evidence that the central gray, which lies as a core within this reticulum and which plays a dynamogenous role in emotion, is related to the archicortex. 15. This is what one means by inadequate coordination. Here, then, is the anatomical substratum of the divided house of faith and reason whose tenants are condemned to live in a state of controlled schizophrenia as the atomic spy Klaus Fuchs described it. To go on preaching sweet reason to an inherently unreasonable species is, as history shows, a fairly hopeless enterprise. Biological evolution has let us down, we can only hope to survive if we develop techniques which supplant it by inducing the necessary changes in human nature. We may be able to prevent the demotic apocalypse by interfering with woman's Ostrauss cycle. We cannot cure our paranoid disposition by putting additional wiring circuits into our brains. But we may be able to achieve a cure, or at least a significant improvement, by directing research into the required channels. Mutating into the future. In 1961, the University of California San Francisco Medical Center organized a symposium on control of the mind. At the first session, Professor Holger Heiden of Göteborg University made headlines in the San Francisco press, although the title of his highly technical paper Biochemical Aspects of Brain Activity was hardly designed to appeal to the popular press. Heiden is one of the leading authorities in that field. The passage which created the sensation is quoted below. The reference to me is explained by the fact that I was a participant of the symposium. In considering the problem of control of the mind, the data give rise to the following question: would it be possible to change the fundamentals of emotion by inducing molecular changes in the biologically active substances in the brain? The RNA, in particular, is the main target for such a speculation, since a molecular change of the RNA may lead to a change in the proteins being formed. One may phrase the question in different words to modify the emphasis: do the experimental data presented here provide means to modify the mental state by specifically induced chemical changes? Results pointing in that direction have been obtained. This work was carried out using a substance called tricyanoaminopropene. The application of a substance changing the rate of production and composition of RNA and provoking enzyme changes in the functional units of the central nervous system has both negative and positive aspects. There is now evidence that the administration of tricyanoaminopropene is followed by an increased suggestibility in man. This being the case, a defined change of such a functionally important substance as the RNA in the brain could be used for conditioning. The author is not referring specifically to tricyanoaminopropene, but to any substance inducing changes of biologically important molecules in the neurons and the glia and affecting the mental state in a negative direction. It is not difficult to imagine the possible uses to which a government in a police-controlled state could put this substance. For a time they would subject the population to hard conditions. Suddenly the hardship would be removed, and at the same time, the substance would be added to the tap water and the mass communications media turned on. This method would be much cheaper, and would create more intriguing possibilities, than to let Ivanov treat Rubashev individually for a long time, as Koestler described in his book. On the other hand, a countermeasure against the effect of a substance such as tricyanoaminopropene is not difficult to imagine either. 16 *. The model of the neuron on the jacket of this volume is by Haydn. Ribonucleic acid, a key substance in the genetic apparatus. Leaving technical details aside, the implications are clear. Like any other human science, biochemistry can serve the powers of light or of darkness. Its dangers are terrifying, but we are now concerned with its beneficial possibilities. Let me quote another pertinent passage from Dean Saunders, of the San Francisco Medical School, at the Control of the Mind Symposium. The great technological skill and ingenuity of the modern chemist has provided the medical scientist and the physician with an abundant array of new chemical compounds of varying and diverse structure which influence the central nervous system to distort, accelerate, or depress the mental state and behavioral characteristics of the individual. The conference emphasized that many of these chemical agents possess a highly selective action on particular and discrete parts of the nervous system, so much so as to permit from an examination of their actions in man and animals an arrangement in order and rank. Those chemical agents thus offer, by a consideration of the relationships between chemical structure and biological action, the possibility of providing a vast array of drugs influencing the specific activity of the brain. Indeed, since such agents may either potentiate or attenuate one another, exhibit overlap in their actions, and demonstrate polarity in their effects on the brain, the very strong possibility is suggested of a full spectrum of chemical agents which can be used for the control of the mind in the majority of its activities. Here at our disposal, to be used wisely or unwisely, is an increasing array of agents that manipulate human beings. It is now possible to act directly on the individual to modify his behavior instead of, as in the past, indirectly through modification of the environment. This, then, constitutes a part of what Aldous Huxley has called the final revolution. 17. I must comment on the last paragraph in this quotation. Huxley was haunted by the fear that this final revolution, brought about by the combined effect of drugs and the mass media, could create within a generation or so for entire societies a sort of painless concentration camp of the mind, in which people will have lost their liberties in the enjoyment of a dictatorship without tears. 18. In other words, the state of affairs described in Brave New World. As an antidote, Huxley advocated the use of mescaline and other psychedelic drugs, to guide us along the eightfold path towards cosmic consciousness, mystic enlightenment, and artistic creativity. I have been for a long time an admirer of Huxley's personality and work, but in his last years I profoundly disagreed with him, and the points of disagreement will help to clarify the issue. In Heaven and Hell, praising the benefits of mescaline, Huxley offered this advice to modern man in search of his soul, knowing as he does what are the chemical conditions of transcendental experience. The aspiring mystic should turn for technical help to the specialists in pharmacology, in biochemistry, in physiology, and neurology. Now this is precisely what I do not mean by the positive uses of psychopharmacology. In the first place, experimenting with mescaline or with LSD-25 does involve serious risks. But quite apart from this, it is fundamentally wrong, and naive, to expect that drugs can present the mind with greatest gifts put into it something which is not already there. Neither mystic insights, nor philosophic wisdom, nor creative power can be provided by pill or injection. The psychopharmacist cannot add to the faculties of the brain, but he can, at best, eliminate obstructions and blockages which impede their proper use. He cannot aggrandize us, but he can, within limits, normalize us. He cannot put additional circuits into the brain, but he can, again within limits, improve the coordination between existing ones, attenuate conflicts, prevent the blowing of fuses, and ensure a steady power supply. That is all the help we can ask for, but if we were able to obtain it, the benefits to mankind would be incalculable. It would be the final revolution, in a sense opposite to Huxley's The Breakthrough from Maniac to Man. The we in the previous sentence is not meant to refer to patients in the psychiatric ward or on the therapist's couch. Psychopharmacology will no doubt play an increasing part in the treatment of mental disorders in the clinical sense *, but that is not the point. What we are concerned with is a cure for the paranoid streak in what we call normal people, i.e., mankind as a whole, an artificially simulated, adaptive mutation to bridge the rift between the phylogenetically old and new brain, between instinct and intellect, emotion and reason. If it is within our reach to increase man's suggestibility, it will be soon within our reach to do the opposite, to counteract misplaced devotion and that militant enthusiasm, both murderous and suicidal, which we see reflected in the pages of the daily newspaper. The most urgent task of biochemistry is the search for a remedy in the increasing range, as Saunders put it, of the spectrum of chemical agents which can be used for the control of the mind. It is not utopian to believe that it can and will be done. Our present tranquilizers, barbiturates, stimulants, antidepressants, and combinations thereof, are merely a first step towards a more sophisticated range of aids to promote a coordinated, harmonious state of mind. Not the unruffled ataraxia sought by the Stoics, not the ecstasy of the dancing dervish, nor the pop nirvana created by Huxley's Soma pills, but a state of dynamic equilibrium in which thought and emotion are reunited, and hierarchic order is restored. As this book goes to press, the American Journal, Archives of General Psychiatry, reports experiments at Tulane University which suggest the possibility of a chemical cure for schizophrenia, Gould, D., an antibody in schizophrenics. London, New Scientist, 2.2.1967. A plea to the phantom reader. I am aware that control of the mind and manipulating human beings have sinister undertones. Who is to control the controls, manipulate the manipulators? Assuming that we succeed in synthesizing a hormone which acts as a mental stabilizer on the lines indicated, how are we to propagate its global use to induce that beneficial mutation? Are we to ram it down people's throats, or put it into the tap water? The answer seems obvious. No legislation, no compulsory measures were needed to persuade Greeks and Romans to partake of the juice of the grape that gives joy and oblivion. Sleeping pills, pep pills, tranquilizers have, for better or worse, spread across the world with a minimum of publicity or official encouragement. They have spread because people liked their effect, and even accepted unpleasant or harmful after effects. A mental stabilizer would produce neither euphoria, nor sleep, nor mescaline visions, nor cabbage-like equanimity. It would in fact have no noticeably specific effect, except promoting cerebral coordination and harmonizing thought and emotion, in other words, restore the integrity of the split hierarchy. Its use would spread because people like feeling healthy rather than unhealthy in body or mind. It would spread as vaccination has spread, and contraception has spread, not by coercion but by enlightened self-interest. The first noticeable result would perhaps be a sudden drop in the crime and suicide rate in certain regions and social groups where the new pill became fashionable. From here on, the developments are as unpredictable as the consequences of James Watt's or Pasteur's discoveries had been. Some Swiss canton might decide, after a public referendum, to add the new substance to the chlorine in the water supply * for a trial period, and other countries might follow their example. Or there might be an international fashion among the young, replacing wordy beards and purple hearts. In one way or the other, the mutation would get underway. Incidentally, even the Don't Tamper with Nature Brigade no longer seriously objects to chlorine or other antiseptics being put into tap water. It is possible that totalitarian countries would try to resist it. But today even iron curtains have become porous, hot jazz, mini skirts, discotheques and other bourgeois inventions are spreading irresistibly. When the ruling elite started experimenting with the new medicine, and discovered that it made them see things in an altogether different light, then, and only then, would the world be ripe for a global disarmament conference which is not a sinister farce. And should there be a transitional period during which one side alone went ahead with the cure, while the other persisted in its paranoid ways, there would be none of the risks of unilateral disarmament involved. On the contrary, the mutated side would be stronger because more rational in its long-term policies, less frightened and less hysterical. I do not think this is science fiction, and I am confident that the type of reader to whom this book is addressed will not think so either. Every writer has a favorite type of imaginary reader, a friendly phantom but highly critical, whose opinion is the only one that matters, with whom he is engaged in a continuous, exhausting dialogue. I feel sure, as I said, that my friendly phantom reader has sufficient imagination to extrapolate from the recent, breathtaking advances of biology into the future, and to concede that the solution outlined here is in the realm of the possible. What worries me is that he will not like it, that he might be repelled and disgusted by the idea that we should rely for our salvation on molecular chemistry instead of a spiritual rebirth. I share his distress, but I see no alternative. I hear him exclaim, by trying to sell us your pills, you are adopting that crudely materialistic attitude and naive scientific hubris, which you pretend to oppose. I still oppose it. But I do not believe that it is materialistic to take a realistic view of the condition of man, nor is it hubris to feed thyroid extracts to children who would otherwise grow into cretins. To use our brain to cure its own shortcomings seems to me a brave and dedicated enterprise. Like the reader, I would prefer to set my hopes on moral persuasion by word and example. But we are a mentally sick race, and as such deaf to persuasion. It has been tried from the age of the prophets to Albert Schweitzer, and the result has been, as Swift said, that we have just enough religion to make us hate, but not enough to love each other. That applies to all religions, theistic or secular, whether taught by Moses or Marx or Mao Zedong, and Swift's anguished cry, "Not die here in a rage," like a poisoned rat in a hole, has acquired an urgency as never before. Nature has let us down, God seems to have left the receiver off the hook, and time is running out. To hope for salvation to be synthesized in the laboratory may seem materialistic, cranky-ish, or naive, but, to tell the truth, there is a Jungian twist to it, for it reflects the ancient alchemist's dream to concoct the elixir vitae. What we expect from it, however, is not eternal life, nor the transformation of base metal into gold, but the transformation of Homo maniacus into Homo sapiens. When man decides to take his fate into his own hands, that possibility will be within reach.